So hot. It hurts. In a dazed haze, Jiang Yuntan felt a large, calloused hand pressing against her forehead. The next second, bitter medicine was poured into her mouth. A man's low voice sounded by her ear. After she drinks the antipyretic, we'll see if she can pull through. The porridge I told you to make. Did you cook it? I did. Once Miss Jiang wakes up, she can drink it. Not long after, lulled by the sound of the door closing, Jiang Yuntan, racked with waves of discomfort, slipped back into sleep. When she woke again, her stomach felt hollow, the hunger almost painful. Remembering the voices she had heard before falling asleep, Jiang Yuntan forced herself to get up and walk out the door, her mind consumed by the thought of food. Her head was already spinning, so she completely failed to notice any changes around her. Only when she opened the door did she see a group of people sitting in the living room, all turning their gazes toward her. At that moment, a poised and gracious woman walked over, supporting her swaying body as she asked gently, "Miss Jiang, are you all right?" The moment Jiang Yuntan heard her voice, she recognized it as the person who had been about to cook porridge for her earlier. With a pitiful look, she said, "Jie, I'm hungry." Chi Ruoxue was a little surprised, but quickly recovered. "All right, I'll go get it," she said while helping Jiang Yuntan over to the sofa to sit down. Staring at the many unfamiliar faces in front of her, Jiang Yuntan felt a bit dazed. Oh right. Her head seemed to be filled with a flood of new memories. Before she could sort through them, a mocking, drawling voice cut through the air. "Some people push their teammates into a pile of zombies and still have the nerve to sit here like nothing happened," Xia Chujing sneered. "Xiaojing Yuntan just woke up, don't say that," Lin Tingxue tried to persuade her. Xia Chujing's face was full of indignation. "Tingxue, you're just too kind. Jiang Yuntan, just to save her own skin, pushed you right up to a zombie's mouth. Luckily you were fortunate enough to awaken an ability, otherwise you would already be dead." She snorted. "She can't just rely on being President Shun's fiancée to do whatever she wants and treat our lives like nothing, right?" At this point, who would still dare stay in the same team with her? While the people in front of her were furiously condemning her, Jiang Yuntan was digesting the memories in her mind. Tingxue, President Shun, Shun Hegui. No way had she transmigrated into a book, into the body of a vicious supporting character in an apocalypse novel who happened to share her exact name. She, a freshly graduated university student raised in the gentle spring breeze of ordinary life, had never done anything truly heinous, had she? Had she died from sudden cardiac arrest brought on by staying up too late? Or was it because she had followed the trend and made a wish in front of some so-called emperor's hall? Rumor had it that wishes made there would be fulfilled in all sorts of twisted ways. Well, then she was truly experiencing it now. She had wished to become fabulously rich. And yes, she had become a wealthy heiress. When she lowered her head, a blood-red jade bracelet encircling her wrist gleamed. Tell her, was that rich enough? She had wished for a partner who was rich, handsome, and well-built, and indeed, she now had a noble, elegant, and impeccably composed fiancé. But her identity was that of a spoiled, vicious, supporting character who, knowing full well the male lead felt nothing romantic toward her, still clung to him obsessively. Even before the apocalypse, she had caused him endless trouble at work. After the apocalypse, she attracted even more hatred. Seeing the heroine Lin Tingxue grow close to Shun Hegui, she went mad, targeting Lin Tingxue, courting death in every possible way. In the end, Shun Hegui, who had originally treated her like a younger sister, came to detest her and turned to shield the heroine instead. Later, this supporting character chilled the hearts of everyone who had once treated her well. Finally, she was lured out of the base by the heroine, tortured and abused to death. She might as well have been torn apart by zombies instead. So all of the original host's vicious antics had done nothing but hurt herself and serve as a catalyst for the male and female lead's relationship. Now the high fever had burned the original body to death, and she, unlucky enough to drop dead from staying up all night, had transmigrated over. Well, then, could she really say her wishes had not come true? Was it still possible to withdraw those two wishes now? On the verge of tears, Jiang Yuntan, who already had no strength to spare, felt her mood plunge straight to rock bottom. Yet Xia Chujing's next words instantly jolted her upright. Xia Chujing declared as if it were only natural. "Even if Tingxue says she doesn't blame you, you still have to apologize and make it up to her. That bracelet on your wrist looks quite suitable for Tingxue. You should give it to her as compensation. It's the apocalypse anyway, these things aren't worth much. Tingxue is doing you a favor just by agreeing to take it." Jiang Yuntan lowered her head and touched the blood jade bracelet on her wrist. Oh, so she was not only the catalyst for the lead's romance, but also the convenient tool who handed the heroine a golden sheet. That golden sheet was precisely this blood jade bracelet. But it had not been something she willingly gifted to Lin Tingxue. Lin Tingxue had heard that the bracelet was a family heirloom from Father Shun to his future daughter-in-law, and after knowing that she had stolen it, by chance Lin Tingxue had dripped blood onto it and successfully formed a bond relying on this cheat to thrive in the apocalypse. But now, the blood jade bracelet was on Jiang Yuntan's wrist, and that meant it belonged to her. Jiang Yuntan let out a cold snort and retorted, "So all that build-up was just because you're coveting my bracelet, huh?" She raised her hand slightly. "This is a family heirloom Uncle Shun gave me as his future daughter-in-law. You really dare to ask for it. And you still expect me to thank you for helping me deal with it." Shameless. She continued, "If I had really pushed her into a pile of zombies and used her as a shield, would I have been caught by the zombies instead? Why couldn't it be Lin Tingxue using me as a shield against the zombies? The places where I was scratched are much worse than hers. Just because she woke up first, whatever she says becomes the truth. If I'd woken up first, I could just as easily claim she pushed me." "A bunch of idiots," Jiang Yuntan snapped, dragging everyone present into the scolding. Before they could even react, she strode quickly back toward the room she had just come from and slammed the door shut with a sharp bang. The most important thing right now was not arguing with them, but securing the golden sheet for herself first. From the memories, she felt that the original host probably had not pushed Lin Tingxue at all. But this was no time to get tangled up in that. Just as Jiang Yuntan was about to study the bracelet on her wrist, she heard a knock at the door. "Miss Jiang, it's me." At the voice, Jiang Yuntan opened the door to see Qi Ruoxue holding a bowl of porridge. She took it and smiled. "Thank you, Jie. It's nothing. Just rest well," Qi Ruoxue said softly. Jiang Yuntan nodded. Seeing Lin Tingxue and Xia Chujing both looking her way, she glared back at them before closing the door again. Lin Tingxue pinched her own palm, while Xia Chujing was practically livid with rage. At that moment, Shun Hegue stepped out of another room, his voice cold as he said, "No one saw exactly what happened then. You were both injured, so it stands to reason that neither of you deliberately harmed the other," he continued. "If you insist that Yuntan harbored ill intent, then we'll split up and act separately so there are no more misunderstandings in the future. And another thing, Yuntan's belongings are hers alone. If she doesn't want to give them away, I advise you not to covet them. I have no desire to see anyone's petty schemes targeting the Shin family." Shun Hegue's words carried an unmistakable warning. After finishing his words, Shun Hegue subconsciously glanced toward Jiang Yuntan's room. He had also heard their argument just now. No matter what the truth of the matter was, he would not wrong the younger sister he had watched grow up for the sake of outsiders. Besides, no one had actually seen who pushed him. Thinking of the phone call from home on the very first day of the apocalypse, he could not help but knit his brows. His father had told him he must bring her back safely, which in itself was nothing difficult. Yet these past few days, whenever Jiang Yuntan went out with them, she did nothing but hinder. Not only could she not help, she even needed others to rescue her. When told to stay quietly in the hotel, she insisted instead on competing with Lin Tingxue to search for supplies inside. In the end, they found a double room crammed with 7 or 8 people who had unfortunately all turned into zombies. The two of them happened to search that room, and unable to defeat the zombies, were scratched. Fortunately, the rescue came in time, otherwise they would already have become a feast for the zombies. Fortunately, she pulled through. Otherwise, he would not know how to explain himself to his father. Shun Hegue sighed in resignation. After all, the younger sister he had watched grow up would always matter more than outsiders. Lin Tingxue and Xia Chujing's expressions stiffened at his words. Xia Chujing protested discontentedly, "President Shin, you can't favor Jiang Yuntan just because you treat her as your own younger sister. These days she's constantly been at odds with Tingxue, and Tingxue is also capable of killing zombies. If she hadn't pushed Tingxue, how would Tingxue have been injured? Moreover, our Tingxue is a pampered young lady. It's not as if she has no jade bracelets. It was only because she said that particular blood jade bracelet was beautiful that I kindly suggested Jiang Yuntan give it to Tingxue as an apology." Shun Hegue's gaze turned sharp as he looked toward Lin Tingxue. "Miss Lin, I would like to ask, was it truly Yuntan who pushed you into the horde of zombies?" Panic flashed in Lin Tingxue's eyes. "When we were running out, Yuntan just accidentally tripped me." A chill spread across Shun Hegue's refined, austere features. "So what you mean is that Yuntan accidentally tripped you, yet in turn she also failed to escape in time because of you, is that it?" Lin Tingxue started, then said in aggrieved tones, "Perhaps." At this moment, her elder brother Lin Xian stepped forward to smooth things over. "It's nothing but a misunderstanding. It seems we all misread the situation and wronged Yuntan. Now that everything has been clarified, it's fine. We're all heading back to the capital city Jing together. We shouldn't let a trivial matter damage our relations. Both girls have survived, and Tingxue has awakened a wood-type ability. Perhaps Yuntan has awakened an ability as well. That would be a good thing." Shun Hegue said coolly, "Since that's the case, I don't wish for anyone to bring this matter up again. Of course, it was all a misunderstanding," Lin Xian promised. After Shun Hegue left, Lin Tingxue looked at her own brother with a face full of grievance. Lin Xian said helplessly, "No one saw what happened at the time. It's hard to say anything for certain. We still have to follow them back to Jing. We don't even know what the situation is like there now. Besides, Shun Hegue has awakened a metal-type ability. You saw for yourself how formidable he's been in killing zombies these past 2 days. After the apocalypse began, Shun Hegue developed a persistent high fever and then fell into a coma. He had thought this rival would thus vanish from the world, yet on the third day of the apocalypse, Shun Hagui awoke, becoming the first among them to awaken in ability. Lin Tingxue pressed her lips together, speaking in a hurt tone, "I understand." This time she held all the advantages as she refused to believe she could not defeat that arrogant, brainless fool Jiang Yuntan. Inside the room, afraid she might faint, Jiang Yuntan quickly drank down the bowl of porridge Qi Ruoshui had just brought her. Only then did she carefully examine the blood jade bracelet in her hand. Shin father and Jiang father had once been comrades in arms on the battlefield, sharing life and death. After Jiang father and Jiang mother died in a car accident, Shin father brought her to the Shin family and treated her as his own daughter. The betrothal, jokingly arranged when they were young, was taken as iron law by Shin father. He wished to find a good home for his friend's daughter, and Shun Hagui was in his eyes the best choice. At first, Shun Hagui did not oppose the engagement and pampered her, treating her like his own younger sister. Later, however, Jiang Yuntan became increasingly suspicious and possessive, refusing to allow any woman near him. Whenever she saw any girl approach Shun Hagui, she would retaliate against that girl with crazed ferocity. No matter how many times he explained, it was in vain. In the end, he could only grow cold toward Jiang Yuntan, hoping she would wake up. Yet what he received in return was an even more unhinged Jiang Yuntan. He therefore told Shin father to annul the engagement and promised that even after Shin father was gone, he would still take good care of this younger sister. Shin father could not bear to see the original Jiang Yuntan's disappointment. To comfort her, he gave her the blood jade bracelet, yet he remained troubled by the relationship between the two young people. Jiang Yuntan herself also felt a headache over her current situation. It was bad enough to transmigrate into an apocalypse novel, but she had arrived at the very moment she pushed the female lead into the zombie horde. In truth, the original host had indeed pushed her, but Lin Tingxue had also grabbed her back, causing both of them to be clawed by zombies together. In fact, Lin Tingxue had awakened a healing type ability even before the apocalypse, so she had never feared being scratched by zombies. This time she had deliberately done so to get rid of the original host, only for Jiang Yuntan to transmigrate over. Since Lin Tingxue already wanted her dead, there was no way the two of them could ever become friends. Therefore, she would never debase herself by currying favor with Lin Tingxue and swallowing her grievances. Given Shin father's indulgent attitude toward the original host, and Shun Hagui's lingering feelings for her, so long as she did not continue courting death and harming her teammates, Shun Hagui would certainly see her safely back to Jing. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuntan felt much calmer. The story clearly stated that the Shun family held a place in the Jing base. With such a powerful backer practically at hand, how could she not cling on? Her gaze fell upon her smooth, uninjured fingers. In the end, she decided to draw a cut on her arm and smear her blood onto the blood jade bracelet. She then watched with her own eyes as the bracelet absorbed her blood completely, yet nothing happened. Jiang Yuntan frowned and muttered, "Could it be that this golden finger can only acknowledge Lin Tingxue as its master? If that's the case, then I'll just smash it." If this so-called golden finger could not become her aid, she would certainly not let it fall into the hands of Lin Tingxue, who wanted her dead. Jiang Yuntan found an object and was just about to smash the bracelet on her wrist when a grumbling voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Binding with the Apocalypse Plane Trading System has succeeded. Please rename the plane system host." "You heartless woman, I merely spent a bit of energy and took a little longer to bind, and yet you actually wanted to finish me off." Jiang Yuntan looked speechlessly at the intact bracelet on her wrist. "I've bound you, yet the bracelet hasn't disappeared. Is your true form the bracelet?" "Of course not. This system comes and goes without a trace. How could a mere little bracelet become my vessel? It is only a medium. With this system around, that bracelet can't be smashed." Jiang Yuntan was at a loss for words. "Then why are you shouting so loudly? My head already hurts, and your yelling makes it even worse." The system spoke awkwardly. Seeing its foolish appearance, Jiang Yuntan instantly lost her temper. She suddenly understood the feelings of Shun Hagui and Qi Ruoshui when they looked at the original host. She teased, "Aren't you afraid of getting smashed? Since that's the case, let's call you Iron Egg." The system immediately protested in her mind, "No way, no way." Jiang Yuntan compromised, "Then let's go with fortune." The system replied, "No." Jiang Yuntan thought for a moment. If she were to trade with others in the future, and they saw her system's name, that wouldn't sound good either. Indeed, taking this opportunity, she quickly familiarized herself with the functions of the dimensional system. She firmly stated, "After all, it's a system for trading with people. It must be profitable. Choose between fortune and treasure." The system remained silent for a while before saying, "Then I'll choose treasure." According to the data it had just gathered from this world, fortune didn't seem like a good term. "All right, treasure." Jiang Yuntan smiled, her vibrant and beautiful face captivating all attention. Treasure cleared its throat. "Next, this system will introduce the functions of the dimensional trading system to the host." Jiang Yuntan nodded. Although she understood some aspects, she still wanted to see how Treasure would explain. The dimensional trading system has 3 functions. The first is your product showcase, where you can sell goods from this dimension, with each showcase having a limit of 999. The showcase can automatically identify the function of items and set a price. For each item sold, you earn 1 point. Currently, the host is a level 0 dimensional merchant. Gaining 10 points will elevate you to a level 1 merchant. 100 points will upgrade you to a level 2 merchant. A level 1 merchant can connect with 1 merchant from another dimension, and so on with level 2, allowing for 2 connections. The items you sell can be converted into dimensional currency, which can be used to purchase items from other dimensional merchants. However, the product showcase refreshes daily with different items. Jiang Yuntan understood she still needed to sell goods. Treasure continued to explain, to facilitate better trading for the host, the system comes with a time-stopping warehouse, currently only 1 cubic meter in size. Once the host reaches level 1 merchant, the warehouse will expand to 10 cubic meters. If the host has any questions, feel free to ask me. Jiang Yuntan waved her hand. Not at the moment. As she explored the system's functions, she pondered her current situation. She had her golden finger, but she still needed time to grow. She didn't think that as a recently graduated college student, she could survive as a lone wolf in the dangerous apocalypse. She would rather rely on someone strong. They were currently in Haicheng, and the reason for traveling so far was that Shun Hegui was attending a business meeting. The original host knew that Lin Tingxue would come with her brother, so she insisted on accompanying Shun Hegui. Once back in Jing City, she would rely on Shun's father, who treated the original host like his own daughter. Since she now occupied this body, it was not unreasonable to fulfill the original host's filial duties. As for Lin Tingxue, if given the chance, she would retaliate. However, discussing this now was premature. She felt the speed of her awakening abilities and looked at the space within the system. Jiang Yuntan had already formed a plan in her mind. Realizing she needed to sell items to upgrade the system, she began searching for things in the room. In the end, Jiang Yuntan found some unopened cosmetics, perfumes, jewelry, and even a set of unwearied evening gowns. After placing them in the showcase, she found that the cosmetics, skincare products, and perfumes were quite cheap. Even though they were expensive before the apocalypse, they only fetched 5-dimensional currency now. A set of diamond jewelry was worth 100-dimensional currency, while the high-end evening gown was 30-dimensional. Jiang Yuntan didn't care much about their value, as she felt the urgent need to sell 10 items to advance to a level 1-dimensional merchant and expand the space to 10 cubic meters. Thus, she took down the paintings in the room as well as the paper and pen from the hotel room, and included some toys the original host bought from an amusement park. However, these items were estimated by the dimensional system to be only 1-dimensional currency. Jiang Yuntan was puzzled by how these items were valued, so she called out Treasure. Treasure explained, the value of these items is tied to their worth in the original world. In the apocalypse, such items are everywhere. If it weren't for the original high value of your jewelry and evening gowns, they wouldn't sell for so much. The advantage of connecting with dimensional merchants is that you can share resources without letting them all profit from the price difference. You can also exchange for items that are not available in your dimension. If you can connect with a cultivation realm, perhaps you could cultivate immortality. What level of dimension is the cultivation realm? Jiang Yuntan asked. Level 5. Haha. Jiang Yuntan chuckled dryly. With 100 trillion points, when do you think I could save that up? Am I supposed to cultivate first or die first? Treasure smiled awkwardly. Don't lose heart, host. Perhaps someone from a higher dimension will take the initiative to match with you. I appreciate your kind words, Jiang Yuntan said, leaning back and lying down on the bed. She then took off the blood jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it into the space. She replaced it with a ruby bracelet. Although she had already recognized the dimensional trading system, the bracelet was a token of affection from Shun's father. Now that the dimensional system couldn't be taken by Lin Tingxue, she still needed to keep the bracelet safe. Before long, Jiang Yuntan fell asleep. When she woke up, she found Qi Ruoxue sitting on the sofa in her room. Qi Ruoxue smiled. Miss Jiang, you're awake. President Shun said he would call you out once you woke up. He needs to discuss something. Jiang Yuntan nodded, putting on a light coat before heading out with her. Turning around, the two entered the next room, which appeared to be a study. Indeed, having traveled into a book, she had become incredibly wealthy, experiencing the luxury of a study within a presidential suite. Lin Xian and Lin Tingxue were originally not in the same suite, but since everyone came from Jing City and encountered the apocalypse, they gathered together. Shen Hegui's expression was inscrutable. It was hard to tell his emotions. He looked at Jiang Yuntan and asked, "What ability have you awakened?" Jiang Yuntan replied calmly, "Spatial ability, but it's only 1 cubic meter in size right now." Without further ado, she stood up and demonstrated retracting the chair she was sitting on into the space, and then bringing it back out. This left everyone present dumbfounded. In the room were Shun Hegui, his assistant Shui Zhao, and the lawyer Zhang Yufeng he brought along. Also present was Yuka, whom both of them recognized with Qi Ruoshui serving as his secretary. Jiang Yuntan understood that everyone in the room at this moment was trustworthy. In the original story, Shun Hegui had led such a team back to the capital amidst a series of killings. Along the way, they all encountered their own opportunities. Among them, Shun Hegui's opportunity was the greatest. Therefore, after returning to the capital, he quickly established his own place. Yuku, who had been lazily lounging on the sofa, instantly sat up straight. Our sister's ability is incredibly convenient. Shun Hegui cast a faint glance at him, but he remained oblivious, looking at Jiang Yuntan as if she were a glowing treasure. Seeing their excitement, Jiang Yuntan emphasized, "My space can only hold 1 cubic meter, it can't fit much. That's enough, it can store several days' worth of rations." Yuka said happily. Shun Hegui gave Shui Zhao a look, and the latter understood, pulling out a large box from. Shun Hegui opened the box and said in a deep voice, "Those who can use it pick a gun first, and then Yuntan will store the remaining firearms and ammunition. And those 2 boxes of medicine, Yuntan, please store those as well." Jiang Yuntan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted. She walked over and found a box containing 6 handguns, just enough for each person, with the rest being ammunition. Indeed, the thigh is indeed a thigh. Some people still hadn't recognized the reality of the apocalypse, while others had already found firearms and ammunition, even collecting 2 large boxes of medicine. Jiang Yuntan took a quick look and found that most of the medicines inside were common ones like anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, and cold medications, as well as hemostatic powders and bandages, all of which were usually used. Shun Hegui raised his gaze to her. "Your father should have taught you, can you still use it?" Shun's father, Shin Qingshan, was a retired commander due to injury. When invited to visit, he had brought the original owner along and had taught her how to use a gun, but the original owner had not learned seriously. Jiang Yuntan said shyly, "I haven't used it in so long, I probably forgot most of it." Shun Hegui sighed resignedly. "Come over, I will teach you again." Jiang Yuntan jogged over and stood obediently in front of him. Having guns in the early apocalypse significantly increased security. How could she not be proactive? On the other side, Yuko also handed a handgun to Qi Ruoshui. Qi Ruoshui waved her hand. "I don't know how to use it." "It's okay, it's very simple. As long as you can shoot, just hold it for self-defense," Yuka said. Qi Ruoshui hesitated for a moment. "I'm afraid that if I hold it before I can shoot, it might get snatched away by an enemy, causing trouble for you." "Yuku," Qi Ruoshui continued, "at least Miss Jiang has space to store it. I'm afraid it might get Besides, I'm afraid of accidental discharge." "All right, then I won't force you," Yuka said. Shui Zhao and Jiang Yufeng also felt that she made sense and agreed to let Jiang Yuntan store the firearms and ammunition, taking them out only when they needed them. Moreover, if everyone in their group had firearms, it would be too conspicuous. If they were stolen or targeted, it wouldn't be worth it. Jiang Yuntan also heard these words and said nothing. After Shun Hegui finished teaching her, he cautioned, "Don't use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Gunfire will attract zombies. If the gun in your hand injures someone on our side, I will take the gun back." Understood. Jiang Yuntan nodded, looking at the box in front of her, feeling a bit more hopeful about life in the apocalypse. Shun Hegui, seeing how obedient she was, gently advised, "In the future, keep your distance from Lin Tingxue and avoid provoking her or getting into conflicts." Jiang Yuntan looked at him strangely. "Why don't you tell her this? If she doesn't provoke me, who would want to bother with her?" As she spoke, Jiang Yuntan huffed softly and distanced herself from Shun Hegui, sitting down on the sofa beside Yuko. Yuko looked a bit puzzled. "What's going on? Why are you arguing again?" "Shingu, you're already so old, can't you be a bit more accommodating to our sister?" "It's nothing." Shun Hegui rubbed his temples, but still explained, "I just want her to stay away from Lin Tingxue, otherwise she might get sold out without realizing it." When they were around, she was fine. They let her stay in the hotel, and even Qi Ruoshui accompanied her there, yet she was still injured by a zombie. Having just seen her obedient and gentle demeanor, he thought she had learned a lesson from this incident, but it was all just an illusion. Jiang Yuntan felt a bit embarrassed after hearing his explanation, as she realized she had misunderstood. She thought for a moment and mustered the courage to say, "He said I'm dumber than Lin Tingxue." Yuka cautiously advised, "Why don't you just listen to Shun Yuntan? Now that it's the apocalypse, it's not like before when it was just petty squabbles, people can die." Jiang Yuntan, "Alright, it seems the original owner's image was indeed deeply ingrained. However, since the original owner was like this, the fact that they could still say these words proved they didn't hate her that much. As long as she didn't continue to act recklessly, they wouldn't abandon her." Just then there was a sudden knock on the door. Shui Zhao, closest to the door, went to open it, only to find Lin Tingxue standing there. Lin Tingxue smiled and said, "Dinner is ready." Hearing this, several people went out to eat. As Jiang Yuntan just sat down, she heard Xia Chujing's sarcastic voice. "These ingredients were sent over because we heard Shui wanted to learn to cook before the apocalypse. Some people tripped Lin Shui and almost caused her to die at the hands of zombies. How can they have the audacity to eat her food now. Jiang Yuntan looked at the braised pork ribs, fatty pork, steamed fish, and so on, feeling a bit puzzled. Before the apocalypse, Lin Tingxue had someone send ingredients over to learn to cook. Not learning at home, but coming to the hotel to learn while on a business trip. That doesn't add up, something is off. Before she could say anything, Yuka said, didn't we say we'd all eat together? So the ingredients we collected these past 2 days are all together. Now you're saying these are all things Lin Tingxue bought before, so we can't let our sister eat. Does that mean we brought back items only to become freeloaders? Shen Hegui's cold gaze also fell on Lin Xian. It's a misunderstanding, Lin Xian hastily explained. The little girl doesn't know how to speak. Xia Jing apologizes to Miss Jiang. Xia Chujing felt very dissatisfied, but the next second, she realized Lin Tingxue wasn't backing her up either. Xia Jing, these things belong to everyone, you shouldn't say such things. Seeing Shen Hegui and the others with dark expressions, Xia Chujing felt a surge of fear, and then turned to Jiang Yuntan saying, I'm sorry. Oh, Jiang Yuntan responded indifferently, not saying she forgave her, she simply stated, I don't want to eat with them next time. Xia Chujing felt increasingly awkward as she realized that she was being utterly disregarded. She said, during these days of gathering supplies you haven't helped at all, and now you still have the nerve to say you want to eat with us. Can you feed yourself on your own? In the next moment, she heard Jiang Yuntan say, I'm afraid if I eat with you. Everyone present fell silent, suddenly understanding why Shen Hegui found this sister of his to be a headache. Poisoning was a bit of an exaggeration, but they didn't know that Jiang Yuntan was speaking from the heart. In this apocalyptic backdrop of the book, besides zombies, there were numerous mutated plants and animals. Some mutated plants could kill with just a drop of their sap, and Lin Tingxue had awakened wood-type abilities, giving her a heightened sensitivity to these mutated plants. If they were still eating together, she truly feared that Lin Tingxue would poison her. Lin Xian also felt that Jiang Yuntan was being somewhat willful. He looked at Shen Hegui and said, Mr. Shen, everyone says she's your sister, aren't you going to do something about it? Shen Hegui seemed used to it, his expression unchanged. If she wants to eat separately, then let her. It's better than having complications later, and it wouldn't be good to have you always cooking for us. He also disliked putting food in the hands of those who weren't on his side. If it weren't for Jiang Yuntan being injured by a zombie, he would have had a bit of trust in Lin Xian and his sister. But this was the apocalypse. If someone had put a bit of zombie flesh in the food, they would all be done for. He then looked at Jiang Yuntan beside him and quietly said, I've already met your demands, so just behave a little from now on. He just wanted to safely return her to the capital and report back to the old man. As long as she didn't cause a scene and didn't hinder their journey, he didn't mind granting her some seemingly willful requests. Jiang Yuntan nodded obediently. From Shen Hegui's attitude during these encounters, she understood her current situation. Fortunately, Shen Hegui was not someone blinded by superficial appearances. Even though the male and female leads had feelings for each other, they were still in the budding stages. The book mentioned that they fought their way back to the capital together, but that connection was gone now. She, as the sister that Shen Hegui had watched grow up, held more weight in his heart. Thus, as long as she didn't do anything to harm her teammates, there wouldn't be any problems. Given the current situation, she knew she could provoke Lin Tingxue without any consequences. Initially, she had only wanted to test the waters, but unexpectedly they really didn't have to eat together. The identity of the original owner had brought her many benefits, and she might as well help them take revenge. On the other side, seeing how they were intimately whispering to each other, Lin Tingxue couldn't help but pinch her palm, her fingertips sinking into the soft flesh. Lin Xian suddenly asked, By the way, I haven't asked what ability Miss Jiang has awakened. Jiang Yuntan quickly replied, I don't like Lin Tingxue, so I won't tell you. Lin Xian. Shen Hegui glanced at her, somewhat surprised that she hadn't boasted about her abilities. However, it was a good thing that she chose not to reveal it. They also did not plan to expose her spatial abilities, at least not for now. So he said, if she doesn't want to say, then let it be. Exactly, Jiang Yuntan replied with a proud tone. Shen Hegui sighed, while Yuka beside him pressed his lips together, trying to suppress the corners of his mouth from rising. At that moment, Jiang Yuntan reached out and picked up a piece of rib, her ruby bracelet, catching Lin Tingxue's attention. Lin Tingxue's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing as alarm bells rang in her mind. She swallowed hard and finally couldn't help but ask, Why isn't Yuntan wearing your bracelet anymore? Jiang Yuntan frowned. Why do you care so much about my bracelet? You must be coveting it. That bracelet was given to me by Uncle Shen. You shouldn't even think about it. No, it's all a misunderstanding. Lin Tingxue, her thoughts racing, explained, I just wanted to tell you not to stop wearing that bracelet because of our careless words. It's easy for you to say. I'm afraid that if you see me wearing that bracelet and can't get it, you'll deliberately break. Jiang Yuntan said bluntly. It was impossible for her to speak sweetly to Lin Tingxue. That would be too much of a contrast to her previous demeanor. Moreover, when speaking to someone like Lin Tingxue, a white lotus being normal would make it hard to outshine her. Lin Tingshu's face paled slightly as she explained, "We wouldn't do that. If you're concerned we won't say anything." Then she observed Jiang Yuntan for a long time, noticing her fingers were smooth and unblemished with no injuries, which put her at ease. Fortunately, Jiang Yuntan hadn't yet dropped blood to acknowledge ownership. It was also good for Jiang Yuntan to put the bracelet away, avoiding the possibility of accidentally acknowledging it by wearing it. However, she still felt uneasy and wanted to think of a way to get the blood jade bracelet. Shin Hegwei had become immune to the quarrels between the two. It was trivial. Jiang Yuntan's behavior couldn't be blamed on others. Her father had said that it wasn't a bad thing for girls to be a little spoiled, as it would prevent them from suffering losses. Just as the group finished their meal and sat in the living room discussing their return to the capital, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by screams, a chilling cry for help. Shin Hegwei and the others immediately stood up. Yuka frowned and said, "Didn't we seal off the passage we came from? How did someone get up here?" "Let's go take a look outside," Shin Hegwei said decisively. If they didn't resolve the situation outside today, they might be surrounded by zombies at the door tomorrow. After all, they were all creatures drawn by the scent of humans. Before they could open the door, they heard a loud thud against it. Shin Hegwei kicked the glasses-wearing man at the doorstep as he opened the door. The people in the corridor watched in fear. Lin Xian stepped forward and said, "Didn't we say to draw a clear line and not let you come up here? We don't want to either, but a particularly strong zombie came capable of breaking down the door with one punch and kicking people away with one kick. We couldn't handle it, so we had to come up and find you. Don't you have abilities? Hurry and save us," the glasses-wearing man said expectantly. As soon as he finished speaking, a zombie appeared from around the corner, dragging the closest person towards it and tearing off their hand, eliciting a scream. In the next moment, the zombie snapped the person's neck. Jiang Yuntan's eyes widened at this scene. No way, it's only the 5th day of the apocalypse. If she lit 3 sticks of incense and made a wish now, could she still go back? Shin Hegwei decisively pulled out a handgun from his pocket and shot at the forehead of the strong zombie. The zombie tilted its head and the bullet struck its eye, but had no adverse effect. Yuku, Shin Hegwei called out, conjuring a large knife with his abilities. Yuku understood his intention and picked up a steel pipe he had previously placed by the door. Shuizhao, Jiang Yufeng, and the others also coordinated, while grabbing weapons to help deal with the other zombies, while Lin Xian gritted his teeth and followed them. Jiang Yuntan watched in horror as Shin Hegwei severed the head of a regular zombie with a single stroke, then rushed in front of a powerful zombie to engage in battle, while Yuku also went to assist. In order to prevent Shin Hegwei from being distracted, Lin Xian and the others dealt with the surrounding zombies. Fortunately, all of them had trained before and handled the zombies with ease, armed with weapons. The bespectacled man observed the 4 remaining girls, his eyes darting around. He had seen them come up with supplies, and he presumed that their room contained valuable items, otherwise they wouldn't have blocked the corridor. A thought crossed his mind, and he lifted his foot to rush inside, his greasy eyes scanning the group as he reached out to grab Jiang Yuntan. Among these individuals, she stood out as the most beautiful and charming, her skin radiant and smooth like jade. In the past, he would never have dared to provoke such a wealthy young lady, but now it was the apocalypse. If those men were killed by zombies, wouldn't these girls have to rely on his protection? At that moment, he thought to himself that whatever he said would go. With this in mind, his smile broadened. Jiang Yuntan saw him charge towards her, but Xia Chu-jing let out a scream. Before she could act, she saw Qi Ruoshui pressing a slightly sharp steel pipe against the bespectacled man's throat coldly, saying, "If you try to rush and don't blame me for acting." The bespectacled man's gaze shifted to Qi Ruoshui, his eyes lewd as he seized the steel pipe from her hands, exclaiming, "Oh, you look gentle, but your temper is quite fierce." He glanced back at the people who had fled with him, urging, "I've seen them collect quite a bit of supplies in the past few days. There are still good things inside. Let's take this opportunity and go in together." The few resting people showed signs of interest, exchanged glances, and walked towards the bespectacled man, clearly swayed by his suggestion. However, just 2 seconds later, their footsteps suddenly halted, their expressions turning fearful as they stared. The bespectacled man urged, "What are you all dawdling for? They're just a few women. Are you scared? With those men dealing with the zombies, we need to hurry in and grab the things. There won't be another chance if we wait too long." Yet despite his words, they still didn't move. Suddenly, the bespectacled man felt a chill run down his spine as he turned to see Jiang Yuntan aiming a gun at his forehead. Jiang Yuntan's finger on the trigger twitched slightly, and the bespectacled man felt a rush of cold fear. His legs gave way, and he knelt. Looking at his trembling legs, the bespectacled man stammered, "Lady, I was just joking. You please don't take it seriously." As he spoke, he began to crawl away from Jiang Yuntan. Just as Jiang Yuntan was contemplating her next move, she saw Lin Tingxue swing a baseball bat at the bespectacled man's head, causing him to collapse instantly. Then Lin Tingxue used a dagger to slit the bespectacled man's throat, blood splattering onto her pants. Before long, he slumped lifeless. The onlookers from earlier couldn't help but step back several paces at this scene, stopping only when they were pressed. Seeing Lin Tingxue glance their way, they hurriedly waved their hands, saying, "This has nothing to do with us. We never intended to harm you." Lin Tingxue shot them a cold glance, stood up, and returned to the door, meeting Jiang Yuntan's gaze. She smiled and said, "For people like this, we must cut the roots." Jiang Yuntan nodded, her expression calm, yet her heart surged with tumultuous waves. She had also been contemplating whether to eliminate the threat, but now using the gun seemed unwarranted. Before she could act, Lin Tingxue struck him with a heavy blow. The original protagonist was remarkably ruthless. Lin Tingxue had been a delicate young lady, and previously, when she saw someone conducting experiments on rabbits at school, she found it cruel. Now, without a change in her complexion, she had resolved a life. "You could be careful," Shun Hegui called out, his voice pulling her back from her thoughts. Jiang Yuntan turned to see the powerful zombie, snatching the steel pipe from Yuku, then snapping it in half. Yuku kicked the powerful zombie and retreated a few steps. The powerful zombie let out a series of grunts as it attempted to chase after him. In the next moment, Shun Hegui seized the opportunity and slashed the powerful zombie's neck with his knife. With the zombie down, Yuku and the others sighed in relief, then joined Shui Zhao and the others to deal with the remaining zombies. Those who had just run up, seeing that Shun Hegui and his group had managed to eliminate so many zombies, felt a wave of relief mixed with dread. Yuka wiped his hands and said to the group, "Aren't you all leaving yet? Do we need to invite you?" "No, well," the group hurriedly got up and ran down the stairs. The women had killed the bespectacled man, and they certainly didn't believe they wouldn't dare to kill them. Shun Hegui looked at the bespectacled man lying in a pool of blood at the door, and simply remarked, "You all did well, to in this world we cannot show mercy to our enemies." Lin Tingxue felt he was praising only her. He must have heard the words she had just said. She slightly lowered her gaze and said cheerfully, "After all, he was the one who wanted to deal with us first. We were just protecting ourselves. Moreover, it was thanks to Yuntan's gun that she was able to intimidate this man and strike him down so easily." "But how did Yuntan get a gun?" Shin Hegui simply replied, "We found it when we went out to scavenge for supplies one day." There was no need to elaborate on where they found it. After all, who didn't have some hidden channels? "So that's how it is," Lin Tingxue continued, "but how did Yuntan get it? We wouldn't want it to accidentally discharge." Jiang Yuntan scoffed, "That's not something for someone without even a gun to—" Lin Tingxue, Yuku and the others struggled to suppress their smirks at her words. Lin Tingxue added, "I was just asking casually, Yuntan, don't take it to heart." Your words aren't significant enough for me to remember," Jiang Yuntan replied nonchalantly. "All right, let's head inside. The smell of zombies here is unbearable," Yuku suggested. "Wait a moment," Lin Tingxue said as she walked towards the powerful zombie. "I read in a novel that some zombies with abilities have cores in their heads that can help ability users level up." Lin Xian felt somewhat fatigued, not only from battling zombies, but also emotionally drained. Before the apocalypse arrived, he was already inferior to Shun Hegui. When the apocalypse struck and he saw Shun Hegui running a high fever, possibly on the verge of becoming a zombie, he felt a twinge of glee, only to be taken aback when Shun Hegui awakened her supernatural ability and just moments ago had slain a formidable zombie. While searching for supplies outside, he even found a gun. How come all the good things were taken by him? Thus, upon hearing Lin Tingxue's words, he spoke up. "You mentioned you were reading a novel. How could you take it seriously?" However, Lin Tingxue seemed to ignore him, walking straight to the powerful zombie, squatting down and extracting a dagger to pry at the zombie's forehead. Jiang Yuntan observed her skillfulness, even noting her precise positioning, and felt that his conjectures were becoming increasingly accurate. Shin Hegui and Yuku were also watching Lin Tingxue's movements. Just as Lin Xian intended to approach her to tell her to stop, he heard Lin Tingxue's joyful exclamation, "I found it." In the next moment, Lin Tingxue used her wood-based ability to conjure a vine, retrieving a murky crystal the size of a soybean. Everyone was somewhat astonished, while Jiang Yuntan's probing gaze discreetly fell upon Lin Tingxue's face. "There really is one," Yuku exclaimed in admiration. "What novel is this? Can I borrow it to read?" Lin Tingxue chuckled lightly upon hearing his words. "I can't see it now." As she spoke, she approached Shun Hegui with the crystal core in hand, saying, "This zombie was killed by you, so this crystal core should rightfully belong to you." Shun Hegui had no intention of being polite. He directly extended his hand and said, "Thank you. You're welcome, it's what you deserve." Lin Tingxue smiled sweetly at him, exuding an air of grace. Then she feigned nonchalance and glanced at Jiang Yuntan, her eyes filled with provocation. Knowing Jiang Yuntan's personality, she estimated that he was probably going crazy inside, especially since Shun Hegui had just smiled at her. Indeed, as she had expected, Jiang Yuntan had been staring at her. Shun Hegui followed her gaze and noticed Jiang Yuntan's expression as he looked at Lin Tingxue. His emotions complex, but it was evident that Jiang's countenance was not very pleased. His gaze darkened as he said, "Let's go inside first." After a few people entered, Shun Hegui washed the crystal core in his hand with water, The soybean's eye's core appeared somewhat murky, but he could sense a faint energy within. Miss Lin is quite perceptive about matters concerning the apocalypse. First she discovered that zombies die if their heads are severed, and now she has found the crystal cores inside their brains. Did you learn all this from novels? Shen Hegui asked tentatively. Yes, I enjoy reading this type of novel, and I didn't expect what was written in them to be true, it's just my good luck. Lin Tingsnow wore a perfectly timed smile. Lin Xian felt somewhat disheartened listening to this. Oh, why hadn't she shared these things with him? She had always informed Shen Hegui first about matters like decapitating zombies and discovering the crystal cores inside them. Yuka chuckled. I didn't expect Miss Lin, a delicate girl, to enjoy reading these kinds of stories. Lin Tingsnow retorted with a laugh. Is Mr. You labeling me? Who says girls don't like to read these? I misspoke, I was just saying it casually, Yuka quickly replied. Jiang Yuntan watched their interaction and suddenly understood why Shen Hegui would end up with Lin Tingsnow. She appeared to be a delicate flower, yet she was actually a high-level combination of a white lotus and green tea. Moreover, Lin Tingsnow was not merely a person who whined, she could be considered brave and resourceful. If they weren't adversaries, she wouldn't hesitate to praise Lin Tingsnow, but they were sworn enemies. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Yuntan took the box of yogurt handed to her by Qi Ruoshui and slowly sipped it, remaining silent as she continued to digest her memories in her mind. Lin Tingsnow was indeed somewhat different from the memories of the original owner. She had a persistent feeling that Lin Tingsnow was either a transmigrator or a reincarnator. Seeing Jiang Yuntan sitting quietly, almost invisible, Lin Tingsnow's cherry lips instinctively curled into a smile. Now she was the one who discovered the crystal core first and received praise from everyone. After a long while, the group discussed and agreed to collect supplies tomorrow, leave the hotel the day after in the morning, search for more supplies, and set off for Jing City by noon. Jiang Yuntan naturally had no objections. After all, she would definitely stick with them on the way back. She wasn't that principled to abandon her connections and go off as a lone wolf. Mainly, she wasn't familiar with this world, and she didn't want to spend every night in unrest. At the very least, being with Shen Hegui, given how they treated the original owner, she could definitely sleep soundly. Who wouldn't want to do something that would improve their living conditions? After the discussion, everyone dispersed. Jiang Yuntan also wanted to return to her room to rest. This suite contained 4 rooms, one of which was a study. The other 2 rooms were occupied by the boys and girls from the team respectively. They did consider assigning someone to share her room, but the original owner adamantly refused, insisting on having the room to herself. Before the apocalypse, it had originally been her room alone, and seeing her unwilling to share, they had no choice. Who in Jing City didn't know that Miss Jiang was spoiled? If she wasn't satisfied, no one else would be either. Shen Hegui wasn't accustomed to sharing a room with others, so he chose to sleep in the study. Yuntan, come here for a moment, Shen Hegui said to her. Oh, Jiang Yuntan responded, following him into the study. She casually closed the door, blocking the view of the others. Turning her head, she saw Shen Hegui handing her the crystal core from earlier. She exclaimed in surprise, why are you giving this to me? Didn't you take it down? You also have abilities, so why don't you use it yourself? Shen Hegui didn't want her to overthink, so he bluntly stated, we all need your space to store things. This journey back to Jing City will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Supplies are crucial for us, and only by placing them in your space will they be less likely to attract unwanted attention. All right then, Jiang Yuntan thought for a moment and said, but my space can't be entirely used for everyone's items. I need to store my own things too. How much do you want us to put in, eh? Shen Hegui asked politely. Jiang Yuntan pondered for a long while before saying, at most half. She wanted to test whether Shen Hegui viewed her merely as a tool for storing items without her own thoughts. To her surprise, not long after, Shen Hegui unhesitatingly replied, then well, do as you say, only half. As long as she didn't cause a stir, everything was negotiable. Jiang Yuntan was genuinely surprised. It seemed Shen Hegui had a high tolerance for this sister of his. He'll take the crystal core. Jiang Yuntan accepted it without hesitation from his outstretched hand. Though her spatial ability could evolve without absorbing crystal cores, she claimed what was rightfully hers. After all, refusing it would only raise suspicion. Would it not imply something fundamentally flawed about her spatial ability? Jiang Yuntan rolled the soybean-sized crystal core between her fingers, faintly sensing the latent energy coiled within, energy that seemed to resonate with her speed-based ability. Still, according to the original novel, low-tier crystal cores contained abundant impurities. By the late stages of the apocalypse, discerning adepts would deliberately avoid drawing energy from them. Shen Hegui watched her intently, turning the crystal core in her palm, then recalled the sharp, unreadable glance she had cast toward Lin Tingxue earlier that day. His voice softened as he said, Yuntan, this is the apocalypse. We can no longer afford the luxuries of the past. You must no longer act so recklessly. For instance, you must cease targeting any woman who appears near me. With law and order collapsed, a single provocation could ignite lethal retaliation. She might eliminate you without warning. Listen carefully, I will do everything in my power to bring you safely back to Jing City. Do not abandon the group on a whim. Should you stray, finding you again would be nearly impossible. In the days ahead, strive for peaceful coexistence with Lin Tingxue. Friendship is not required, but conflict must be avoided. He found Lin Tingxue enigmatic, yet he knew better than to voice such thoughts aloud. Doing so would only inflame Yuntan's resentment and deepen her hostility toward Lin. Though she had brought him countless complications over the years, she was in truth someone he had watched grow up. A quiet pang of self-reflection stirred in Shun Hegui. Had he, and his father, indulged her too much? Yet never before had she behaved so unreasonably. At least until university, she had been poised and self-assured, a resilient, courageous young woman with clear convictions. But after enrolling at university, she transformed entirely, perhaps influenced by unsavory company. Shun Hegui and his father could only console themselves with that explanation. As he fell silent, Jiang Yuntan's mind churned, dissecting his words for hidden meaning. Had Shun Hegui's perception of her shifted after witnessing Lin Tingxue's swift dispatch of enemies, and her discovery of the zombie crystal core? The original novel did hint they first kindled affection for each other in Heisher City. Could this be where she in his place, encountering a woman like Lin Tingxue, capable, composed, and born into the prestigious Lin family? She might well admire her too. His growing interest in Lin Tingxue thus felt neither sudden nor unreasonable. Jiang Yuntan pressed her lips together, then spoke with quiet resolve. I understand now. In the past I acted foolishly, fearing others might steal my elder brother away. From now on I gain not just a protector, but a true family member. These past days I've burdened you all with endless trouble, yet even amid such peril you never abandoned me. That alone proves we remain unshakably family. So rest assured, elder brother, I shall never oppose anyone you love. On the contrary, I'll offer my sincerest blessings. Lifting one hand beside her ear in solemn vow, she declared, I swear henceforth I will regard you only as my beloved elder brother. Never again will I behave so outrageously. Her shift was no calculated ploy to curry favor with the protagonists. Rather, she simply saw no justification for the original host's petulant conduct. That said, certain admirable traits, such as unapologetic audacity, she fully intended to retain. After all, reason holds no currency in the apocalypse. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yuntan inwardly commended her own astonishing adaptability. How swiftly she'd acclimated to this brutal new world. She made no mention of the visceral shock and dread she'd felt upon seeing a zombie tear a living person apart with its bare hands. Shun Hegui listened, unsettled by an indefinable dissonance in her words, yet unable to pinpoint its source. As long as you understand, go rest now. Tomorrow we resume scavenging missions. Try absorbing the crystal core tonight. See if it enhances your spatial ability. Very well, I'll take my leave. Jiang Yuntan turned and stepped out the door, only to meet Lin Tingxue's and Xia Chujing's gazes heated. Xia Chujing muttered, what could possibly require such a lengthy private conversation? Alone together in a room, no telling what transpired. Is your head wrapped in foot-binding cloths? I'm speaking with family. What business is it of yours? Jiang Yuntan retorted, striding straight toward. From behind her, Lin Tingxue's gentle voice drifted, Little Jing, don't speak so harshly. It's merely a discussion of matters. Nothing more. Her gaze lowered. Were Shun Hegui summoning Yuku and the others to deliberate strategy, she'd believe it. But what on earth could he possibly discuss with Jiang Yuntan, a woman whose beauty far outstripped her intellect? Jiang Yuntan ignored them. She had far more urgent affairs to attend to. The moment she entered her room, she locked the door behind her. Jinbao had already been clamoring inside her mind for some time. Host. Zombie crystal cores can be exchanged for system dimensional coins. 0-tier cores yield 10 coins, first-tier cores 100. Jiang Yuntan, Jinbao, I must admit, you've shown rare integrity this time. I half expected 0-tier cores to fetch only 1 coin. If you priced them at 1 coin, you'd be nothing short of a swindling system, utterly illegitimate. After all, these cores emerge from zombie craniums, and not every zombie even possesses one. And zombies were once human. She paused, then added, actually, I now believe 0-tier cores should be worth 100 coins. Oh, revered ancestor. Impossible. That exchange rate matches the lowest grade spirit stones in cultivation realms. Modern era exchanges operate at 110 parity. In era-specific or beast world domains, rates rise. Jiang Yuntan asked, so, hosts may directly exchange items with the system for dimensional coins without involving other people? Not quite. Only local world currency qualifies for system exchange. In this apocalyptic domain, however, crystal cores have become de facto currency. Thus the system accepts only them. Jinbao continued, of course, if the host encounters any rare treasures in the apocalypse, they can sell them to the system, and such items can generally fetch a high price. If I had any rare treasures, I would keep them for myself. Why would I sell them to you? Jiang Yuntan chuckled. It turned out that the currency in the dimensional mall system was derived this way. She had previously wondered how everyone could exchange items for dimensional currency. So where did the dimensional currency of the buyers come from? It turned out that they could spend money, but she currently had no crystal cores to spend. Perhaps the host will be lucky enough to stumble upon a pile of treasures that can't be used up. Hearing this, Jiang Yuntan smiled once again. I borrow your good words. Jin Bao, you certainly have a way with words. Jin Bao replied somewhat proudly, just average. Everything is to encourage the host to work hard. Jiang Yuntan. Encouragement? Or are you just trying to fool me? She suddenly said, Jin Bao, don't call me host anymore. When you do, it makes me feel like I have a parasite on me. You can either call me by my name or call me boss. Jin. Parasite. Bao. Okay, boss. A subtle frequency of fluctuations appeared on Jin Bao's system page. It couldn't help but silently complain. She called it a parasite, so it could forget about being friendly and calling her by her name. Unexpectedly, this one-word boss made Jiang Yuntan very happy. I never expected to become a boss in the apocalypse for something I couldn't achieve before. Jiang Yuntan said happily. Jin Bao, even though you call me boss, I won't treat us as a superior subordinate relationship. We are comrades fighting side by side. We must work together to make the dimensional system in the apocalypse bigger and stronger. By the way, can I rename my product showcase? Just change it to bigger and stronger. Jin Bao, who suddenly felt like a subordinate, suddenly felt like it had dug a pit for itself. Moreover, it felt somewhat overstuffed. But how could a system feel such a thing? Okay, boss. In the end, Jin Bao still helped change the name of the product showcase. Although it thought this name really sounded bad. Boss, would you like to exchange the crystal core in your hand for dimensional currency? Jiang Yuntan looked at the crystal core in her hand, and then at the back end of the dimensional system, suddenly realizing that she already had 12 points and exactly 20 dimensional currencies. The 10 toys and paintings that were sold added up to 1 point each, and she also sold 2 bottles of perfume. Originally, she had no intention of selling this crystal core, though it might be useful in the future. Now that she saw she already had an income and even saved up 12 points, there was even less reason to sell the crystal core. So Jiang Yuntan said, no, I won't exchange it. Ooh, I want to upgrade to a level 1 dimensional merchant. After saying that, she casually put the crystal core into a small box and then placed the box into the dimensional system space. Alright, the boss can sell it at any time when she wants to. Now starting to upgrade the boss to a level 1 dimensional merchant. In less than 3 seconds, Jin Bao's voice sounded in her ear. Dimensional merchant. Jiang Yuntan upgraded to level 1 dimensional merchant. Opening dimensional merchant contact list. Now randomly matching level 1 dimensional merchants. Matched with ancient dimension, fleeing dimension, 1960s dimension. I please choose one dimension to connect. Jiang Yuntan saw these 3 dimensions fall silent. The ancient dimension was fine, but what about the latter 2? Lacking clothing and food. What could the fleeing dimension trade with her? Perhaps sensing Jiang Yuntan's speechless silence, Jin Bao explained, if the boss wants to match with a more useful dimension, then just work hard to level up. Jiang Yuntan. You said it. After thinking for a moment, she said, match the ancient dimension. Okay, matching for you now. A link request has been sent to Mu Qingtang of the ancient dimension. Please wait a moment. Jiang Yuntan suddenly realized something and asked, you mean even if I initiate a matching request, the other party can still refuse? Yes. Jiang Yuntan asked again, then if the other party refuses my link request, can I still link to other, or will it waste this opportunity brought by the upgrade? If the other party refuses your matching request, you can choose to match with other dimensions. Jin Bao saw that she had upgraded so quickly and honestly said, our dimensional mall system certainly hopes that the host from various dimensions can have more trading opportunities with each other. Jiang Yuntan casually asked, so why does your dimensional mall system have such a function? It can't just be for... Jin Bao replied formulaically, our system certainly hopes for more exchanges between various dimensions to achieve mutual benefits. Jiang Yuntan listened to its slippery words and decided not to ask further. In any case, it seemed that this system had not brought any negative effects so far. While they were talking, Mu Qingtang from the ancient dimension agreed to her matching request. After Jiang Yuntan accepted the other party's video call, a woman dressed in a red skirt with gold embroidery appeared before her, with large red begonia flowers shining brightly on the hem of her dress. With her black hair styled in a flying cloud bun, a 3-tailed phoenix hairpin held a string of pearl tassels resembling a flower of wealth in the human world. Jiang Yuntan knew at first glance that she had made the right bet. Mu Qingtang should be able to offer what she wanted. She actively said, hello, I am Jiang Yuntan from the apocalypse. Mu Qingtang looked at the person opposite her. She was equally stunning, but possessed a few more ethereal qualities. Bright eyes and white teeth, her beauty radiated and instantly evoked a sense of goodwill. She replied, I am Mu Qingtang from the ancient dimension, the princess of Qinghe in the Great Qing dynasty. What do you want? She had also just obtained the dimensional mall system and had traded with others. However, most of the time it was her giving things to others. Since meeting his fate as a dignified princess, she didn't lack those things. Seeing how they looked so destitute, she felt a bit pitiful, so she gave them, without minding what the other party gave her. Jiang Yuntan took out the blood jade bracelet that Xin Fu had given her and showed it to Mu Qingtang. Do you have a bracelet that looks similar to this? If you have one, and you have something you want, I can find it for you. Mu Qingtang glanced at it. It looks a bit familiar, please wait a moment. I'll go check my storage. As she spoke, she stood up and headed to her private vault. As her figure moved, Jiang Yuntan also caught sight of Mu Qingtang's environment, which was truly luxurious, yet very tasteful. Mu Qingtang gracefully stepped into her storeroom. At this moment, the world where Mu Qingtang resided was bathed in daylight. As soon as she opened the door to the storeroom, she was greeted by an array of rare treasures inside. A towering coral, a screen made from golden silk and silver thread embroidered on golden nanmu with a pile of shimmering fabrics, and many exquisite golden and jade ornaments, among which was a blood jade. Mu Qingtang casually opened a box and saw an assortment of gemstones within. Truly wealthy, could she be the only one who was poor? Just as this thought occurred to her, Jin Bao suddenly said, these gold and silver jewels she possesses could be exchanged for spatial currency in ancient realms. Really? All the gold and silver jewels she has can be exchanged for spatial currency? Jiang Yuntan inquired, already formulating a plan in her heart, though she did not share it with Jin Bao. Yes, she can exchange the jewels she owns for spatial currency, except for copper coins. Of both gold and silver can be exchanged. Jiang Yuntan responded, feeling somewhat disappointed that their realm could not do the same. Although Jiang Yuntan said this, there was no trace of regret in her eyes. Mu Qingtang had only searched for a short while before taking out 2 red jade bracelets, the rich red color accentuating her fair skin. To distinguish them from the blood jade bracelet given to her by Uncle Shun, she simply referred to the bracelets on Mu Qingtang's wrist as red jade bracelets. Yes, they are quite similar to the one I just mentioned. So can you trade me one of them? Jiang Yuntan asked directly. By the way, I still don't know what you desire. Mu Qingtang glanced at the 2 bracelets on her wrist, then extended the one on her right hand forward, saying, this bracelet is quite similar to yours, I'll give you this one. As she spoke, she had already transmitted the bracelet over. Jiang Yuntan stared at the transmission page, astonished by the bracelet that Mu Qingtang had confirmed. The confirmation from the other party implied that as long as she placed something on the table, she could complete the transaction with Mu Qingtang. Jiang Yuntan quickly asked, what do you want in return? Just give me something at random. I don't lack for these bracelets, Mu Qingtang replied lazily, as if she were not giving away a priceless bracelet. Jiang Yuntan felt a pang of envy. Was this the confidence that came with wealth? When would she be able to say such things? However, she certainly would not voice such thoughts as she didn't mind having more money. Jiang Yuntan insisted, how about you tell me what you want? Perhaps I actually have it. Mu Qingtang glanced at her in surprise. I've never encountered a trading partner as sincere as you in the past. When I mentioned such things, others would eagerly pick up stones from the ground to give to me. Originally, I was inclined not to take anything from you, because I found you agreeable. Since you are so sincere, I do have something I would like your help with. In half a month, it will be my brother's comingafage day. As the heir of the royal mansion, he is not lacking for fine things, so I want to find some novel items to gift him. Jiang Yuntan suddenly recalled something, saying, wait a moment, I might actually have what you're looking for. After saying this, she turned and grabbed a black and gold embossed box from the table inside, which were a men's watch and a lighter. Originally, these were gifts bought by the original owner for Shun Hegui, not for any holiday. The original owner simply wanted to curry favor with Shun Hegui, hoping for a better attitude from him. Thus, the original owner spent about 5 million on these 2 items. Oh dear, what a significant sum. What else could that 5 million have been used for? However, it seemed that the watch Shun Hegui was wearing now was worth over 10 million. After placing the items on the table, their transaction was completed, and Jiang Yuntan quickly received the red jade bracelet. Indeed, unless one had closely examined a blood jade bracelet, they would certainly not notice the difference between it and the red jade bracelet. Seeing that Mu Qingtang had received the watch and lighter, she began explaining how to use them. After listening, Mu Qingtang realized, this will certainly make it much more convenient to check the time my brother often goes out for work, and these 2 items will be very useful for him. Thank you. This watch is exquisitely crafted, and the lighter you mentioned is quite similar to our fire sticks, but it looks much more functional. These 2 items must be quite valuable, right? 5 million is indeed quite valuable. Jiang Yuntan smiled. The bracelet you exchanged with me is also quite precious. It wouldn't be fair to let you be at a loss. Mu Qingtang looked at the 2 items in her hands and asked, do you have more of these items? I would like to exchange for more. I have plenty of items in my private collection. Let's see if there's anything else you desire. Jiang Yuntan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but think of the delicious delicacies of ancient times. She boldly stated, I can help you find more of these 2 items, but the craftsmanship might not be as exquisite as these 2. After all, these are the ones I carefully selected, but I can guarantee that the items I provide will serve the same function. As long as they serve the same function, that's good enough, Mu Qingtang replied. Jiang Yuntan nodded. I'm quite interested in the meals and snacks of your ancient world. Could you prepare more food for me in larger quantities and varieties? Of course, Mu Qingtang agreed without a second thought. Let's leave it at that for now. It's getting late on my end, so I'll rest. Jiang Yuntan continued. Once I find the watch and lighter, I will contact you. All right. After Jiang Yuntan ended her video call with her, she washed up briefly and lay down on her bed like a boneless figure. Although it was only the first day since her arrival in the apocalypse, she felt as if she had been here for a long time. They were on the highest floor of the hotel, and there was no immediate concern about zombies breaking through the windows. Jiang Yuntan told Jin Bao to keep an eye on the situation tonight, reminding him to alert her if there was any danger. Jin Bao replied, You really are quite demanding. If I get bitten by a zombie, you won't have a host anymore, Jiang Yuntan retorted confidently. Jin Bao replied, Hurry up and sleep. Jin Bao said crossly. All right, Jiang Yuntan responded, showing no shame in dominating Jin Bao. At 7 in the morning, Jiang Yuntan sat up immediately upon hearing her phone alarm. She had a restless night, her mind filled with everything related to the apocalypse. She was also worried about waking up late and delaying everyone's time to gather supplies. It was already the 6th day of the apocalypse, and there was no water left in the hotel. Moreover, they had no idea if the hotel's water had been contaminated by zombies. Fortunately, there was still water in the drinking machine of the presidential suite, and Jiang Yuntan quickly washed up with it. Although water resources were precious in the apocalypse with the dimensional system in place, she wasn't concerned about running out of water. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuntan felt a bit lighter in her mood. She rummaged through her suitcase and finally found a pair of apricot-colored 3/4 wide leg pants among a pile of skirts. She also pulled out a black short-sleeved top that revealed her back, showcasing her butterfly bones. After some thought, Jiang Yuntan silently put on the sun protective shirt she had worn yesterday. Today, when she went out, she had to find some convenient clothes to wear. She couldn't wear skirts every day while fighting zombies. The original owner's suitcase was mostly filled with sexy clothing. She didn't mind it, it was just that such clothes were inconvenient for escaping. Jiang Yuntan tied her hair into a bun, then opened the door to her room. At that moment, Shen Hegwai and the others were already in the living room of the suite. The other 3 girls were also dressed in pants and normal shoes. Lin Tingxue was surprised by her outfit. In the previous days, Jiang Yuntan had worn skirts even when going out. Someone else who shared the same thought was Xia Chujing. Xia Chujing looked her up and down and remarked, "Wow, the young lady actually isn't wearing a skirt today. Truly a rare sight." Jiang Yuntan didn't waste any words and immediately slapped her, saying, "If your mouth can't stay shut, I don't mind helping you swell it up. I'm wearing my own clothes, do I need your meddling?" Seeing this, Shun Hegwai's expression remained unchanged, revealing no emotion. However, Lin Xian frowned. Upon seeing Xia Chujing look at him for help, he felt a bit displeased. Xia Chujing was quite pretty and was willing to lower herself before Jiang Yuntan. Before the apocalypse, she had already been his person. In these past few days, they had all been living together. Observing their usual intimacy without avoiding others, Lin Xian felt that Jiang Yuntan must know that Xia Chujing was his. Now this arrogant young lady Jiang Yuntan had directly slapped Xia Chujing. Wasn't she undermining his authority? Lin Xian spoke up. "Jiang Yuntan, is it really too much to hit someone right off the bat? Who let her talk nonsense about me? If you're capable, tell her to stop running her mouth. If you can't keep your own dog leashed, running out to bark and then getting hit, do you think you can just ask for justice?" Jiang Yuntan scoffed, speaking confidently. Seeing her like this, Lin Xian rubbed his temples and looked at Shun Hegwai, saying, "Aren't you going to do something about it?" Shun Hegwai replied calmly, "If I could manage it, would I have waited until now?" Lin Xian felt that Jiang Yuntan's current behavior was indulged by the Shin family. However, Shin Hegwai's next words choked back the retort Lin Xian was about to say, which he then willingly swallowed. Shin Hegwai said calmly, "If you have any objections, we can act separately to avoid further quarrels among them." "That won't do. Didn't we agree to go back to Beijing together? We've known each other for quite some time. Shin, you wouldn't suddenly change your mind, would you?" Lin Xian said anxiously. What a joke. There were 3 of them, while Shin Hegwai had 6. Moreover, Shin Hegwai not only had abilities, but also a gun. Shin Hegwai remained nonchalant, saying, "I can't control her. What can I do? If you want to continue following us, you'll have to tolerate her temper." Hearing this, Jiang Yuntan casually lifted her chin. In Lin Tingxu's eyes, it looked very much like a display of arrogance. Lin Xian felt aggrieved, but had no way to protest. He could only turn to Xia Chujing and warn, "From now on, manage yourself well, and don't say things you shouldn't. Otherwise, you can choose to leave the group." Xia Chujing looked aggrieved, but upon seeing Lin Xian's eyes filled with restrained anger, she silently swallowed her grievances. She always understood that Lin Xian was not a good person when it came to his own interests. Besides, with Shun Hegwai having awakened his abilities, he was already in a foul mood. Realizing too late, Xia Chujing instinctively swallowed hard and said, "I understand. I won't speak out of turn anymore." Jiang Yuntan was not surprised by this situation. At this stage, Shin Hegwai was still quite indulgent towards the original owner. Moreover, since she claimed to have awakened spatial abilities, Shin Hegwai would likely stand by her side no matter what. Besides, she was not hitting his main character. "Let's get ready to leave," Shin Hegwai said as he stood up. Seeing this, Yuku and the others also got up, taking their things and heading towards the door. As Jiang Yuntan lagged behind, just as she was about to leave, Shin Hegwai suddenly grabbed her wrist. Jiang Yuntan looked at him in confusion. The man spoke in a low voice, "For the time being, you need to behave yourself. We are far from Haishur and have no idea what the situation in Beijing is. If the old man loses to the Lin family, when we go back, you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of them, do you? Don't forget, the Lin family is no simple matter. I've heard that they had evaluated several food suppliers before the apocalypse, intending to invest in a large supermarket. Now this decision from the Lin family seems a bit sudden. They might have already known about the apocalypse." Jiang Yuntan replied softly, "If they don't trouble me, I won't go out of my way to hit them. As long as you're aware of it, that's good enough." Shin Hegwai didn't offer any further advice. "Let's go, or remember to stay behind me." "Okay," Jiang Yuntan replied. They descended the stairs from the 18th floor, encountering numerous zombie corpses along the way, the entire corridor filled with a foul odor. As they went down, they encountered both zombies and humans. However, with a few men clearing the path ahead, Jiang Yuntan had little opportunity to take action. She held a hollow iron rod, keeping her distance from Lin Tingxue, while Qi Ruoxue stayed close to her. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, they encountered a group of people who proposed to collaborate with them to find supplies. Shin Hegwai refused and turned to lead them to the underground parking lot, taking out the car keys to unlock their vehicle. Shin Hegwai's vehicle was a black Cullinan, and it seemed that his car had been modified, making it difficult to be easy. Yu Ku and Lin Xian's vehicles were also impressive, who compared to randomly finding a car on the street, the safety of their vehicles was clearly more assured. Shin Hegwai said to Jiang Yuntan, "You sit in the back." "Oh," Jiang Yuntan replied without asking anything, directly opening the door and sitting down. As soon as she got in the car, the zombies in the parking lot, hearing the sound, staggered over. After Shin Hegwai and Xue Zhao dealt with the three zombies next to the car, they took their respective seats in the front. The same went for Yu Ku and Lin Xian. They got into their cars only after eliminating the zombies. The three vehicles drove towards a nearby supermarket, the sounds of their engines attracting numerous zombies, but they had no intention of stopping to fight. The urgent matter was to gather enough supplies. Jiang Yuntan pursed her lips and finally spoke, "My ability has upgraded. Now, I can store 5 cubic meters of items." So soon. Did that crystal core have such a significant effect? Shin Hegwai couldn't quite believe that a crystal core could allow an ability user to upgrade so quickly. Without needing to ask, he understood that the 5 cubic meters she mentioned meant she could store that amount. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said it in front of Xue Zhao. Jiang Yunnan shook her head. "No, after I absorbed the crystal core, I practiced all night, continuously taking things in and out of the space until I fell asleep from exhaustion. When I woke up this morning, I discovered that my ability had upgraded. Although it was a fabrication, the fact that continuous practice could help upgrade one's abilities was true." After hearing her words, Shin Hegwai appeared contemplative, and several golden dart-like objects formed in his palm. He opened the car window, and the darts shot out, striking the foreheads of several zombies beside the car. Jiang Yuntan. Is this the strength from his time in the army? It seems that Shin Hegwai is indeed a powerful ally. No wonder he can be the male lead. Jiang Yuntan didn't think too much as she gazed through the car window at the city that had fallen into disarray in just a few days. The once clean and tidy streets were now cluttered with cars parked haphazardly in the middle of the road, making their journey more difficult. There were also crashed cars scattered on the road, faint signs of the chaos that had ensued. Various items were strewn about, suggesting that people had come out to search for supplies, but could not return. After about 40 minutes, they finally stopped at a large supermarket nearby. The first floor was filled with various jewelry and beauty products. The second floor was a large supermarket. The third and fourth floors had various dining establishments, and the fifth and sixth floors were dedicated to clothing, bags, and shoes, with entertainment facilities above. "We should head directly to the second floor first," Shin Hegwai said through the walkie-talkie. However, as soon as their vehicle stopped, zombies drawn by the noise swarmed over. Bloody, decayed faces pressed against the car, banging against the windows. As soon as the zombies moved away from the window, a blurred human face was left behind on the glass. "Jiang Yuntan," Shin Hegwai said in a deep voice. "Yuntan, don't get out yet." After saying that, he suddenly opened the car door, pushing aside the zombie leaning against it, and swiftly dispatched the zombie on his right. Xue Zhao did the same and got out of the car. Seeing them take care of the zombies beside the vehicle, Jiang Yuntan quietly picked up a steel pipe and opened the door to step out. Watching a zombie charging towards her, Jiang Yuntan swiftly dodged to the side and struck hard at the back of the zombie. She saw the zombie's head tilt awkwardly, but it didn't fall off yet. Seizing the moment while it was still off balance, she struck twice more before the head finally came off. Shen Heguai, initially a bit worried, felt somewhat relieved upon seeing this, but still moved closer to her direction in case something unexpected happened and he couldn't save her in time. He would keep an eye on her safety, but he wouldn't put her completely in a protective bubble. Of course, if she wanted to stay in a relatively safe place, he wouldn't say anything. Safely bringing her back to the capital city was not only an obligation to the old man, but also his responsibility towards his sister Jiang Yuntan. Jiang Yuntan sighed in relief after killing a zombie. She had been just a fragile university student before and had never done anything like this. Now, she could only see the act of killing zombies as leveling up in a game. After all, she only had one life. If it was gone, it was truly gone, so she had to be very cautious. Noticing that zombies had a charging process, she would dodge to the side just before they lunged at her, seizing the opportunity to strike at the back of their necks and kill them. Before long, she had killed 3 zombies using this method. However, she understood that this tactic could only be used when there were few zombies around. Otherwise, she would be overwhelmed by zombies in no time. She still needed to practice more aiming to strike down zombies with a single blow like Shen Heguai and the others. However, after becoming an ability user, even if it was just a speed mutation, she felt that her physical condition had improved significantly. She didn't mind this ability. When escaping, she could run very fast. Shen Heguai also noticed her speed was extraordinary, but said nothing about it. As they fought, zombies were drawn in from the surroundings. Shen Heguai decisively stated, "Don't get entangled. Let's head inside to find supplies." Just as they were about to enter the building, they saw a group of people approaching in the distance, followed by zombies. The group waved to them for help upon seeing them. Shen Heguai ignored them, instructing Yuku and the others to lock the car before turning to enter the building. Inside the building, there were still many zombies. Shen Heguai and the others fought their way while locating the stairs heading towards the large supermarket on the second floor. Fortunately, there were no special zombies here, and the group quickly found the stairs leading to the second floor. The apocalypse had erupted at midnight, so the zombies in the supermarket were presumably drawn in later. While there weren't zombies everywhere, there were still quite a few. Once they reached the second floor, Shen Heguai suggested splitting up to gather the food they needed. Then he took Jiang Yuntan and Shui Zhao with him. Yuku and the others understood that he wanted to hide Jiang Yuntan's storage, so they helped provide cover. Jiang Yuntan followed Shen Heguai's lead, first arriving at the area with bulk bread and candy, allowing her to gather supplies. She didn't hesitate, collecting a row of bread in front of her. Most of these breads had a shelf life of about 6 months. Although some had been taken, the supermarket was large, and there were still plenty of items left. She also grabbed a considerable amount of candy and biscuits nearby, while Shen Heguai and Shui Zhao guarded her on either side as she collected items. Jiang Yuntan's movements were swift and decisive as she rummaged through the space. Shen Heguai and Shui Zhao stood beside her, dealing with the zombies that charged towards them. With only a few of them, it was impossible to clear all the zombies in such a large supermarket and gather supply. Moreover, with so many supplies here, they couldn't possibly take everything with them. Originally, it was thought that based on Jiang Yuntan's character, they would have to wait a little longer. However, in less than 3 minutes, Jiang Yuntan urged them, saying, "Let's go, what else do we need to collect? We should move on to the next place." Hearing this, Shen Heguai glanced at the layout of the supermarket and said, "Stay close to me, Shui Zhao, cover the rear." He then forged ahead, taking down one zombie with each slash of his knife. Jiang Yuntan took up the iron rod for self-defense. When they reached the shelf stocked with chocolates, Shen Heguai said, "Let's take half of these, we need some space for other items." Jiang Yuntan nodded, understanding his intention, and quickly began to pack the chocolates into the space. Shen Heguai, having pulled a shopping cart from somewhere, filled it with a third of the chocolates. The 3 of them worked in perfect harmony, gathering a considerable amount of instant noodles, self-heating pots, milk, yogurt, and bottled water, and they cleared the shelves of all the jerky. In the end, they also packed 20 bags of 5 kilograms of premium rice into her space. Along the way, Jiang Yuntan also grabbed a good amount of snacks, including spicy strips, potato chips, candied fruit, and coffee, putting everything she could reach into her space. During the process, she spotted lighters and sanitary napkins, which she also added. Shen Heguai was not surprised to see her grabbing these seemingly non-filling items. She was someone who wouldn't deprive herself, and since the space was hers, she could store whatever she wanted. They weren't unable to pick things up themselves. The space was merely their last line of defense for the team. They had gathered a lot, leaving only 3 cubic meters in her space. Just then, Jiang Yuntan noticed a small door. In another world, she had seen staff moving goods through these small doors. Jiang Yuntan called out, "Wait a moment." Shen Heguai swiftly dealt with a zombie and turned to her, asking, "What's wrong?" "This should be a warehouse. I want to check it out," Jiang Yuntan replied. Shen Heguai estimated that her space was likely running low and asked, "What are you hoping to find that you can't find here?" "I just want to take a look," Jiang Yuntan emphasized. Shen Heguai sighed internally. "You have 10 minutes. "All right," Jiang Yuntan nodded. Shen Heguai motioned for her to step aside and pushed open the warehouse door. Just as the door swung open, a zombie lunged at them. With a swift swing of his knife, Shun Hage dispatched the zombie, but in the next moment, he caught sight of another zombie lunging towards Jiang Yuntan. His heart sank. After all, they had taken Jiang Yuntan out before, and she not only caused trouble, but could only wait for others to rescue her. Although she had killed zombies at the supermarket entrance, just now his impression of her had not changed instantly. Meanwhile, Xue Zhao stood at the warehouse door watching, and she had to fend for herself. Jiang Yuntan noticed, and swiftly dodged to the back of the zombie, striking it hard on the back of its neck, then delivered 2 more blows, causing the zombie to crash to the ground. Shin Hegui's eyes flashed with curiosity as he asked, "You not only awakened spatial abilities. Your speed seems to have improved significantly as well." "It seems so. I thought it was a change brought about by the abilities," Jiang Yuntan casually replied. More zombies approached, and they had no time for further discussion. After taking down 3 more zombies, they noticed that no more were coming. Shin Hegue said in a deep voice, 10 minutes, hurry and grab what you want." "Okay." Jiang Yuntan immediately rushed towards the boxes, first testing whether she could fit the boxes into her dimensional systems showcase. To her delight, she found that it was possible. Her eyes brightened instantly. She looked at the rows of boxes before her, unable to tell exactly what they contained, but she could roughly tell they were food. Starting from the 3rd row of boxes, she began to gather the boxes behind, stopping only when she reached the limit of 909 edenine, then moved to the front to symbolically collect 1 box into the warehouse. This was mainly for Shun Hegue to see. The supermarket's warehouse was large, and the goods were well organized. By not collecting the first 2 rows of boxes from the outside, no one would know the boxes behind were empty. She had to thank the supermarket staff for their neat arrangement. Following this method, Jiang Yuntan filled the 999 limit in the 4 showcase compartments with boxes of various sizes. Just as she was thinking, Jin Bao suddenly burst out. "Oh, what have you done? Why did I receive a notification of Jiang Yuntan replied innocently, "I didn't do anything, I just put some goods on the shelves." Jin Bao, seeing this, shouted even louder. "Look at the chaotic things you've put up, but what's in those boxes? Did you treat the showcase as a warehouse? There are so many different items in the boxes that the system can't keep track of them all." Jiang Yuntan replied, without flinching, "If the system can hold it, doesn't that mean there's no problem? You can take an average value for pricing. You guys from the dimensional system are quite capable. You should know about the blind box concept, right? These boxes the buyers can't see inside, isn't that just for the thrill? You can label it as a blind box on the product description, and who knows, people might actually be interested." Jiang Yuntan kindly suggested. She didn't care, since the items were packed and there was no way she would take them out. Jin Bao took a moment before saying, "I'll go consult the main system about this." Meanwhile, Shun Hegue was already urging her. Jiang Yuntan hurried over, and Shun Hegue, noticing she had packed quite a lot, asked, "There can't be much space left now, right? There's still 2 cubic meters of space." Jiang Yuntan gauged his temperament and replied directly, "I still want to grab some clothes and gold jewelry." Shun Hegue questioned, puzzled. "Yes," Jiang Yuntan nodded without hesitation, "you heard me right. Shun Hegue, we need to send this troublesome person back to the capital. Let the old man worry about it." He took a deep breath and said, "Let's first get the items down." So the 2 of them regrouped, with Xue Zhao finding that Yuku and the others had also come over. The 6 of them each pushed a shopping cart downstairs, and fortunately the elevator down from the supermarket was flat. As they reached the elevator entrance, they encountered Lin Xian and his companions, who were also pushing shopping carts over. A group of people cautiously descended the stairs, keeping an eye on one another. Below, the zombies, having caught the scent of the living, staggered towards them. Shun Hegue wielded his metal-based ability to fling a flying knife. Yuka handed the shopping cart in his hands to Jiang Yufeng and went over to help. As they approached the entrance of the building, they saw a group of people guarding their cart. Some of them sat directly on the ground to rest, appearing quite young, with only 2 older individuals among them. When they saw Shun Hegue emerge with so many items, their eyes widened in surprise. After Shun Hegue and the others exited, they closed the door of the building temporarily, sealing the zombies inside. The onlookers stared at their pile of supplies, some of them showing signs of restlessness. Shun Hegue pulled out his gun and coldly stated, "It's best not to have any thoughts about things that don't belong to you." Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yuntan felt the intense gazes from those people weakly diminish. Shun Hegue, gun in hand, instructed them to open the trunk and place the items inside. At that moment, the leader of the group approached. "Hello, I am Rinzai, a physical education teacher from Heisha University. I came here looking for supplies. Seeing that you have just come out with supplies, you must possess some strength. I wonder if you still plan to go back inside. If you do, we can collaborate," Rinzai suggested. "Let's discuss it." Shun Hegue did not refuse outright. After all, he had an ancestor beside him who wanted to go upstairs to retrieve clothes. The more people who entered the building, the better they could divert the attention of the zombies. "All right." Rinzai nodded, a smile breaking through his rugged features. Seeing that they had settled down, Shun Hegue turned to help carry the items. Teacher Rin, earlier we were chased by zombies, and when we sought help from them, they didn't intervene. Why now do we want to? A male college student beside him was about to speak when he was interrupted by Rin Zhe. Luo, you stop talking nonsense. If you had to save unrelated people, would you? Luo Yu fell silent at the words. Under normal circumstances, he would have saved them. But in this apocalypse, he wasn't even sure he could save himself. Meanwhile, Shen Hegui informed Yuku of Jiang Yuntan's desire to go upstairs to fetch clothes. After thinking for a couple of seconds, Yuku replied, if she wants to go, let her go. You can't protect her anyway. As it is the early days of the apocalypse, many items have yet to be ruined by zombies. I might as well grab some clothes too. Fine, prepare yourself. After receiving a definite reply, Shen Hegui turned to discuss the matter with Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. We won't go for clothes anymore, but we want to get food. Shen Hegui glanced at Rin Zhe and his group, then said, they also plan to get food, so you might consider going. In any case, we are going upstairs. Lin Xian replied, his mood not high. Lin Tingxue, overhearing their conversation, clenched her fists. She guessed that it was Jiang Yuntan wanting to fetch clothes, otherwise Shen Hegui wouldn't have made a special trip. Jiang Yuntan could be quite persistent, as she didn't believe Shen Hegui could keep his temper in check throughout the entire journey back to Jing City. Xia Chujing was dissatisfied with Shen Hegui's decision to split their actions. Just as she was about to say something, she was shot a glare by Lin Tingxue. Lin Tingxue warned the person who had once shared a dormitory with her, don't speak carelessly. If our two groups can't move together because of you, you'll be on your own. Xia Chujing looked at Lin Tingxue's altered expression, alarmed, and quickly shut her mouth. Jiang Yuntan was focused on conversing with Jin Bao, and naturally did not notice the disputes among them. Jin Bao finally returned, sounding somewhat resigned as he reported, the main system reluctantly agreed to your suggestion. His tone carried a hint of grievance. Originally, the transactions in the dimensional market system were fair, just, and transparent. Now the customers don't even know what they are buying. Jiang Yuntan brushed off his sarcastic remarks, saying, perhaps some people would enjoy this kind of gameplay. She opened the dimensional showcase and noticed that the description inside had changed to, dear customer, this is a blind box gift pack that may contain various items. Do you want to experience excitement and surprises? If so, buy one. It was unclear how the system calculated it, but each blind box was worth 50 dimensional coins. Jin Bao remarked, are you sure someone would actually buy this thing? Everyone buys items from the showcase after reading the descriptions, ensuring fairness and honesty. 50 dimensional coins could buy quite a few things. Who would buy a product of unknown origin? The main system actually finds your approach interesting. I'll be interested to see how many blind boxes you sell. Jiang Yuntan silently thought to herself, it would be better if they didn't sell at all, as she never intended to sell them. Even if they sold, converting it to points wouldn't be a loss for her. Last night, while browsing through the system's showcase, she noticed that food was also being sold. When the time came, she could directly buy whatever she wanted. Seeing that she had remained silent while he rambled on, Jin Bao's voice unconsciously softened. You're not losing your confidence, are you? Don't be discouraged. The main system said you have ideas, so there's a chance you might actually sell something. Jiang Yuntan. She sighed and said, there's nothing I can do. I am currently broke and can only collect items to list as many products as possible. Only by using this blind box method can I list more items and gain more points in dimensional coins. Hearing her words, Jin Bao couldn't help but feel guilty. He thought to himself, how could he have said that the boss collected a bunch of random items? She just wanted to level up and earn money. What was wrong with that? Jiang Yuntan saw Shen Hegui approaching and said, I can't talk to you anymore. I need to go collect supplies. Shen Hegui gently said, get ready. We will go to the 5th or 6th floor. Once we gather everything, we will come down immediately. Try to be quick. Okay. Jiang Yuntan nodded. Don't worry. I won't be picky or try on clothes when I'm up there. Shen Hegui looked at her strangely, feeling as if she could read his mind. Qi Ruoxue and Jiang Yufeng stayed behind to watch their cart, while Shen Hegui and Jiang Yuntan along with 2 others went to the 4th floor to retrieve clothing. Soon Jiang Yuntan and the others climbed the stairs. In the corridor between the 2nd and 3rd floors, there were only 8 zombies combined, and going up to the 5th floor they encountered only 3. Yuka couldn't help but exclaim, fortunately the apocalypse began in the middle of the night. If it had been daytime, we probably wouldn't have made it up here. As they stepped onto the 5th floor, a profound silence enveloped the area, as if no living creature existed within. Jiang Yuntan's heart instantly raced, and she treaded lightly. Given the circumstances, it was evident that something unusual was afoot here. Shen Hegui, Yuku, and Xue Zhao exchanged glances, silently understanding each other's thoughts as they proceeded with heightened caution. The environment on the 5th floor was somewhat dim, illuminated only by the light filtering through the windows. Perhaps due to the apocalypse striking at midnight, most of the shops were locked up. Jiang Yuntan approached the nearest women's clothing store, eyeing the lock on the door. She gestured for Shen Hegui to come over and whispered, can you use your special ability to fill the keyhole and unlock this door? Shun Hague glanced at her and complied with her request. In no time the lock clicked open. Why does it feel like her previous cleverness has returned with the onset of the apocalypse? Could it be that her university friend had led her astray? Jiang Yuntan had no time to consider his thoughts. She dashed inside and began grabbing clothes, stuffing them into her spatial pouch. Otherwise, placing them one by one in the display window would be too wasteful. Yuku observed for a moment and thought about fetching some for Chi Roshue as well. He found several bags at the front desk and began to fill them. Unexpectedly, the distinguished young master of the Yu family also had a day where he personally packed clothes. However, the thrill of this zero-cost shopping experience was truly delightful. Jiang Yuntan noticed a faint outline of a door on the wall, nearly blending in with the wall itself, leaving only 3 lines outlining its shape. She speculated that this might be a storage room. Pushing the door open, she discovered numerous boxes inside. Unable to contain her excitement, she hurriedly entered, and while Yuku and the others were unaware, began to stash the boxes into her spatial pouch. Afterward, she stepped out to see Yuku standing at the entrance of the storage room. He curiously asked what's inside. It's a storage room. Jiang Yuntan stepped aside to let him see. Regardless, she had taken the boxes, but she hadn't collected the individual pieces of clothing already unpacked inside the storage room. Thus, the storage room was not empty. Jiang Yuntan walked over to Shun Hague and said, "I want to check out other stores as well." "Sure, let's go." Shun Hague agreed without objection. He feared that if he refused her, she might create a scene outside, which would be far more dangerous than visiting a few more stores. Considering that there might be people in the unlocked shops, they avoided encounters while grabbing clothes. After wandering the 5th floor for 40 minutes, Jiang Yuntan had collected not only women's clothing, but also a good number of men's clothes, as well as underwear, socks, and shoes. These boxes occupied a separate section in her spatial pouch, but she only managed to fit 460 of them despite their sizable dimensions. She estimated that the boxes contained identical clothing, but it didn't matter in this apocalypse. Who cared if they wore the same outfits? Jiang Yuntan noticed the probing gaze of Shun Hague upon her, but she paid it no mind, maintaining her calm and assertive demeanor. She hadn't made a scene to draw trouble for him. He could consider himself lucky. Since arriving in the apocalypse, she felt that her mental state had become increasingly beautiful. Seeing that they had gathered enough, Jiang Yuntan said to Shun Hague, "Let's head down." "All right," Shun Hague replied softly, sounding as if he had just sighed in relief. Yuko also let out a long breath, his hands laden with several bags containing both his and Chi Ruoshui's clothing. Even Shun Hague and Shui Zhao were holding numerous bags. The group retraced their steps, but just 2 corners away from the staircase, a group of about 6 people, both men and women, rushed out. Noticing that some of them were wearing the same clothes, it was likely that they were employees of the store. The reason they hadn't left was probably that they stayed behind to tidy things up after closing. Jiang Yuntan looked at these individuals, silently relieved that they hadn't taken anything from the unlocked shops earlier. Yuka stepped back in fright and took a deep breath, asking, "What do you want? How did you get up here?" A woman dressed in purple approached. Yuku replied in confusion, "Of course we walked up here. How else could we have come? Step aside, we need to go down." "You probably can't go down," the woman in purple remarked. "Huh." Yuka looked at the frail-looking individuals, puzzled. "Are you trying to keep us here?" They hurriedly explained, "No, we intended to leave after discovering this world had changed. However, when we reached the staircase, we were blocked by a green vine. We had considered breaking through the net formed by the green vine, but that vine can kill people." One person's voice. The woman in purple also spoke with fear. "Yes, we originally had 13 people, but now only 6 of us are left. The others have likely been consumed by that green vine." Upon hearing their words, Jiang Yuntan speculated that the green vine they mentioned must be a mutated plant. Shun Hague calmly asked, "So why are you blocking us? Given that you've taken so much, could you possibly take us with you when you leave?" The woman in purple raised her delicate face and inquired. She continued, "We saw you conjuring knives out of thin air, so you must have awakened some special abilities, right?" Yuka burst out laughing. "Did we take your stuff? Why are you shouting? When we were gathering items, we didn't see you at all." Jiang Yuntan seized on the important point in her words. "After the apocalypse descended, you haven't left this place, right? How do you know about the ability users? Could it be that one of you is also an ability user?" The woman in purple averted her gaze. "No, I just saw it and casually mentioned it." Shun Hague coldly stated, "If you want us to help you, you'd better clarify the situation." At that moment, a baby-faced girl stepped forward. "Because one of us could manipulate Earth, he later attempted to kill that green vine, but the vine crushed his skull on the spot and drained him dry." Jiang Yuntan's first reaction was that the green vine sought the ability core from the Earth-type ability user. The baby-faced girl continued, "That green vine gradually dragged our people away, and by the time we realized it, they had been drained of blood. It has sealed off the stairway, likely intending to keep us around as a source of blood. No wonder it was so easy for us to come up, and the atmosphere here feels so eerie," Yuku remarked, shuddering at the goosebumps that erupted on his skin. As he spoke, Shun Hague sent several golden flying knives toward the baby-faced girl. The girl with the doll-like face thought that by telling them these things they would feel deceived and would want to take her away. Watching the knife flying towards her with a cold glint, she was utterly terrified and screamed, "Oh, it's over." The others also looked at Shun Hugwai with tense expressions, and some even took a step aside ready to run at any moment. The girl with the doll-like face suddenly closed her eyes waiting for the pain to come, but felt nothing. This was supposed to be a very funny scene, but Jiang Yuntan and the others couldn't laugh, because they saw a green vine reaching towards the back of the doll-faced girl's head. Yuka shouted, "The green vine is right behind you, hurry and run." In an instant the few people reacted. At that moment several green vines extended towards them, and Shun Hugwai quickly manifested a sharp knife using his powers. Jiang Yuntan looked at the spreading green nearby, and felt a headache. Even if Shun Hugwai cut off its branches it seemed unable to stop it. On the contrary, the speed at which the green vine attacked them increased. She pretended to take a few lighters from her pocket, handing one to Shui Zhao and Yuka respectively. Then she tore 2 pieces of clothing from a nearby store, tied them to an iron rod, lit them, and made a simple torch. Then she waved the torch at the approaching vines. Indeed, when the green vine was burned it retreated from her. Seeing this, Yuku and Shui Zhao immediately understood her intention and fashioned their own torches in a... The people who had just run away saw this, and the doll-faced girl and a boy with a buzz cut came out to help. Jiang Yuntan tossed them a lighter, while keeping an eye on the green vine to avoid getting hurt. As long as there was fire the green vine would avoid it. It seemed it was afraid of fire. Indeed, how could the green vine not be afraid of fire? Yuku and Shui Zhao each held a torch in their hands, giving Shun Hugwai a chance to catch his breath and make 2 torches as well. They walked towards the stairway, only to find that the entrance was completely blocked by a net woven by the green vine. Shun Hugwai grabbed 2 pieces of clothing, lit them, and threw them at the stairway. Soon the green vine at the stairway caught fire. However, 2 pieces of clothing were still too few. Even though some were burned, new green vines quickly filled in. Seeing this, Jiang Yuntan pulled the doll-faced girl and asked, "Where are the roots of the green vine? You must know which store has the green vine since you've been working here for so long." The doll-faced girl, sweating anxiously, suddenly said, "I know where it is, follow me." Then Jiang Yuntan and the others followed her, holding their torches. The green vine, afraid of the fire in their hands, could only follow them at a distance. The woman in purple and several others were still hesitating whether to help, when suddenly someone among them let out a desperate scream. Jiang Yuntan and the others looked towards the source of the scream and saw a person being drained by the green vine, its emerald green branches turning blood red, as if human blood was slowly flowing in the blood vessels. In no time the person who was struggling fell to the ground motionless. The remaining 3, seeing this, immediately rushed towards Jiang Yuntan's direction, fearing they would be drained by the green vine if they were left alone. "Let's go," Jiang Yuntan said to the doll-faced girl. "If we wait any longer someone else might get hurt." The doll-faced girl understood the seriousness of the situation. Cautiously holding their torches they circled to the side of the stairway and discovered a shop filled with green vines, the vines crawling all over the walls. And the pot of green vine was placed on the cash register inside the shop. "What should we do?" Yuka looked at the overflowing green vines, feeling a headache. "Burn it," Shun Hugwai said, already throwing the torch into the shop occupied by the green vines. The shop already had clothes, and he threw it accurately on top of them. The fire quickly ignited inside the shop, and the green vine avoided that area. But the mutated green vine was enraged by them, frantically waving its vines, and even grabbed the arm of the woman in purple, preparing to stab its vine into her flesh. Shun Hugwai severed it with a swift slash, and said, "You should know where the fire extinguishers are in the building. If you don't want to die here, go and find a fire extinguisher." The doll-faced girl helped the purple-clad woman who had collapsed on the ground, saying, "Well, go right now." After they left, Shun Hugwai and Yuku ignited nearby clothing and threw them into the shop. Jiang Yuntan remembered that when she was gathering supplies in the supermarket, she had collected some liquor which was stacked in boxes in the display window. Fortunately, the boxes were labeled, and she found a box of white liquor to take to the warehouse. In the next second, 10 jars of white liquor, each about the size of 2 palms, appeared on the ground, and Shun Hugwai and others immediately understood her intention and poured the liquor inside. A raging fire erupted in the shop, and the green vine could no longer concern itself with them frantically crawling around as it was burned by the flames. However, its roots were still in the pot, struggling, yet unable to escape. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Yuntan went to the nearby shop and quickly gathered dozens of boxes, stopping only after accumulating 500. The green vine no longer attacked them, but Shun Hugwai and the others did not remain idle, keeping an eye on the fire to prevent it from spreading to other shops and burning the entire 5th floor. If the 5th floor burned down, the floors below would be lost as well. When the green vine was nearly burned, the doll-faced girl and her companions returned, each carrying a fire extinguisher. The green vine had fallen silent, and even the pot that contained it had turned black. Jiang Yuntan, who was not very skilled at using a fire extinguisher, could only watch as Shun Hugwai and the others used the extinguishers to put out the fire. After the fire was extinguished, layers of ash settled in the shop. The woman in purple relaxed her entire body and said, "It's dead, let's hurry and leave." After she finished speaking, no one moved, so she had to pull the doll-faced girl. The doll-faced girl asked, "Aren't you guys leaving? You go down first, and we will see if it will catch fire again," Jiang Yuntan said, noticing their worried expressions. She added, "There are still others downstairs." The doll-faced girl also realized that Jiang Yuntan did not want to have too much contact with them and followed the woman in purple. After they left, Jiang Yuntan covered her nose and walked into the shop. Shun Hugwai and Yuku exchanged glances, recalling the crystal nucleus inside the head of the powerful. Jiang Yuntan took a dagger from her space and began to dig into the pot containing the green vine. Finally, she cut through its roots and found they were still green. It seemed that the previous fire had not killed the green vine completely. Damn, Yuka couldn't help but curse it didn't burn to death. If we had just left, would it have grown back? Jiang Yuntan used a knife to cut through its stem, extracting a green crystal nucleus the size of a peanut, saying it shouldn't be able to grow anymore now. She looked at the translucent green crystal nucleus in front of her, noticing that it was not as cloudy as the last one, resembling a perfect natural gem. Shun Higa glanced at it and said, "You keep it. We should head down." Jiang Yuntan looked at him in confusion. In the original text, Shun Higu always gave the wood-type crystal nuclei to Lin Tingxue. "What's wrong?" Shun Higu asked upon seeing her expression. Jiang Yuntan replied, "Lin Tingxue is a wood-type ability user. This crystal nucleus looks to be wood-type as well." Shun Higu frowned slightly. "Are you going to give it to her?" Yuka's eyes widened. "No way, sis. Why are you suddenly being so charitable? What do I want to give it to her for? I'm not." Jiang Yuntan said this while putting the crystal nucleus into her space. The next moment, she lifted her foot and walked towards the staircase, saying, "Let's go." If they didn't leave, those three would probably keep asking her. She just wanted to test their attitude towards Lin Tingxue. Clearly, they did not consider Lin Tingxue as one of their own. After all, they had not fought side by side yet. As for whether these changes she made would affect the fate of the male and female leads getting together in the future, that was none of her concern. She had a system, but she was not here to follow the plot. Moreover, she was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge for the original owner. By then, the female lead might be gone who would care about the official pairing of the male and female leads. Shun Higu found her a bit strange, but did not ask further, carrying the items and following along. By the time they reached the first floor, they found Lin Xian and the others already waiting by the car. The girls with doll-like faces were also standing next to their car, holding a bag of items. Lin Xian walked over and asked, "Are you guys all right? We were about to go up to check since you took so long." Just as they were about to head up, they came down and said they encountered a murderous green vine. "It's fine, we've dealt with it," Shun Higu replied in a deep voice, placing the bag of clothes he was holding into the car. Lin Tingxue heard that they had encountered a mutated plant that was burned. If they didn't know there was a crystal nucleus inside the mutated plant, then the nucleus should still be there. After Shun Higu finished packing, Lin Xian asked again, "Can we go look for medicines now?" "Wait a bit, we still need to go back inside," Shun Higu said calmly. "What else do you need to get? Didn't you already pack quite a lot?" Lin Xian replied, somewhat dissatisfied. He was bringing two girls along and didn't have the abilities like Shun Higu. Moreover, Lin Tingxue's abilities weren't much help. There were quite a few zombies on the first and second floors, and with more flooding in from outside, it was a bit challenging for him. Noticing Lin Xian's impatient gaze, Jiang Yuntan stepped up and said, "I want to get some jewelry. Do you have a problem with that?" "Of course I do." Lin Xian said, "Can't you see what time it is? Is there any use in getting those things?" "Of course there is. Haven't you heard that gold is valuable in chaotic times?" Jiang Yuntan replied bluntly, "Besides, I didn't ask you to come with us. Why are you so anxious?" Lin Xian looked at Shun Higu in frustration and confusion. Did the Shun family usually mistreat her? How could she still be thinking about getting jewelry at a time like this? Has she never seen nice things? Shun Higu, what could he do? He didn't hide his annoyance as he rubbed his forehead. "Let her get it. If we don't go along with her, I don't know what will happen." Lin Xian. Lin Tingxue said at that moment, "It's fine. If Yuntan wants to get it, just let her go. Don't girls like these things?" "Thank you for your understanding, big sister," Jiang Yuntan said with a smile. Lin Tingxue's face flashed with embarrassment as she complained, "Yuntan, I was trying to help you, but why are you speaking to me with sarcasm? You even called me big sister when we're only a year apart." Jiang Yuntan chuckled lightly. "Oh, you know we're only a year. Then why do you call me little girl? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were much older." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Tingxue to respond, she tugged at Shun Higu's sleeve and walked into the mall. Lin Tingxue glanced at Xia Chujing beside her. "Weren't you the one who scolded her the most before? Why aren't you saying anything this time?" Xia Chujing touched her still painful face. "Didn't you tell me not to speak recklessly?" Lin Tingxue. Thinking of the mutated plant crystal nucleus on the 5th floor, she said to Lin Xian, brother, since they have already cleared the upper floors, why don't we go up and get some clothes? We need to return to Jing City later, and it's inconvenient to find clothes on the road. We don't have enough clothes to change into now. Lin Xian thought for a moment and agreed. On the 1st floor, Shen Higu was clearing zombies with a large knife. Shui Zhao had switched shifts with Jiang Yufeng, so Yuku and Jiang Yufeng also came in to help. Shen Higu and the others didn't ask Jiang Yuntan what she wanted, letting her choose for herself. After all, this area was relatively open and they could see her with just a glance. Looking at the jewelry inside the counter, Jiang Yuntan found a large bag from the cash register area, directly taking them out and putting them in, repeating this action continuously. Lin Tingxue, who was about to go upstairs, saw this scene and a mocking smile appeared on her face. As expected, Jiang Yunnan was a fool. How could she be so happy grabbing a bunch of jewelry at a time like this? During their second trip to the supermarket, she saw the warehouse, which was still full of items practically over. Jiang Yuntan definitely didn't have space. She was really foolish, not realizing she had treasures on her. She had to retrieve that blood jade bracelet as soon as possible. After sweeping through, Jiang Yuntan found the gold shop storeroom and found quite a bit of gold, taking everything without hesitation. While packing the bag, she opened her contact list, found Mu Qingtong, and placed many gold accessories at the trading window between the two. She kept collecting while repeating this action. Thus her bag had jewelry, while the trading window between the two was even fuller. Yuku sighed, sister, this skill of finding storerooms, I don't know where it came from, but she always finds the right one. You should kill more zombies. Shen Higu said, swinging his knife to decapitate a zombie, its head rolling near Yuke's feet. Yuka jumped back, that almost got on my shoes. Just as she was receiving the 4th gold shop's items, the storeroom door behind her suddenly swung open and a zombie lunged at her. Shen Higu saw this and had already conjured a flying knife with his supernatural ability. Unexpectedly, the next second, a picture frame and a lamp appeared out of thin air above the zombie's head and crashed down heavily, causing the zombie to fall quickly. Jiang Yuntan had just finished at this counter. As she turned to head to the warehouse, she casually struck the zombie with an iron rod to ensure it was completely dead. Afterwards, she moved the picture frame and lamp to a dead corner. If she hadn't walked over, they wouldn't have been seen. Only then did she head towards the storeroom of the shop. Seeing this, Shen Higu smiled. He knew that the daughter raised by Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang would not laugh. Moreover, she had grown up under the care of the old man. A few days ago, she must have been frightened by the sudden changes, but now she was doing quite well. Decisive yet cautious. However, if she remained afraid of facing the apocalypse, they wouldn't force her to confront it, but if that were the case, she would forever be protected and unable to engage with the outside world. After confirming she was fine, Shen Higu continued to clear the zombies on the 1st floor. They weren't collecting supplies anymore, but it was still a good opportunity for practice. He realized that the more frequently he used his powers, the more proficient he became, and it seemed that his abilities were also improving. Upon entering the warehouse of the gold shop, Jiang Yuntan finally understood why a zombie had rushed out earlier. Judging by its clothing, it must have been the shop manager who stayed behind to count the new stock that had just arrived. Inside were boxes of jewelry. Jiang Yuntan opened one to take a look. They were all neatly packaged in boxes, and she had no idea what they were for. Seeing they were boxed, she directly collected them into the display case. On the side table, there were also cut pieces of gold that someone must have brought for recycling. She tossed these directly into the transaction interface with Mu Qingtang. Jin Bao questioned, isn't she a dignified princess? She shouldn't lack for these things. Why give her these? Since when did gold become trash? Where can I find such trash? You tell me, and I'll go pick some up. Jiang Yuntan dodged the question, not wanting Jin Bao to know what she was planning. Otherwise, if it stopped her, wouldn't her efforts have been in vain? Soon she finished collecting everything in the warehouse, not even missing the spray gun used for melting gold. After exiting, Jiang Yuntan directly darted into a nearby watch shop, quickly taking one off the shelf and placing it in the transaction interface with Mu Qingtang. However, after collecting 3 or 4 counters, she turned back into the storeroom and took all the stock. As for the items on the counters, she couldn't take too many. Otherwise, she couldn't explain the capacity of her space. Moreover, while gold was fine, it was visually appealing, and she might be able to exchange it for supplies later. Thus, she had to give up on the items on the counters and could only take those that were not displayed in the storeroom. Shen Higu found it strange that she entered the watch shop and asked, aren't you going to take the gold? I want it, but I also want to take some watches. Otherwise, I won't know if my phone will work in the future, and I'll have to use a watch to check the time. Jiang Yuntan said without a blush or a heartbeat. Shen Higu. It seemed quite reasonable, but he already had a watch. Yuka, hearing this, also stopped to browse in the store, planning to pick a watch for himself. Just as Jiang Yuntan was about to walk out, she spotted several delicate ladies' watches, all priced over $1 million. Without hesitation, she bought out all the watches in that counter right in front of them. These exquisite pieces were suitable for gifting to a princess. Moreover, she had matters to attend to and wanted to ask for help. Watching Jiang Yuntan dash into the adjacent jewelry store, Yuka questioned, isn't our sister's space only 1 cubic meter? How can she fit so many things? Shin Hague succinctly explained, I gave her the crystal core I got yesterday. Then she practiced all night and collapsed from exhaustion only to discover the next day that her space had upgraded. To avoid raising their suspicions, Shun Hague honestly said her space upgraded to 10 cubic meters, but she said she wants to use half for her own things, and I have no objections. Yuka nodded. The space is hers after all. Being able to let us use half is already good. Even if her space upgraded, if she didn't tell them, they wouldn't know. Yuka couldn't help but exclaim, is it really this powerful after upgrading? It expanded tenfold all at once. He glanced at Shun Hague. Since your sister has upgraded, when will you be able to upgrade? You aren't falling behind your sister, are you? After all, you awakened your powers earlier than her. Shun Hague. He only learned today that the more one used their powers, especially by depleting them each time, the faster their abilities would grow. Previously, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to cope with sudden situations if he ran out of powers, so he had been very restrained. Shin Hague changed the subject. Have you picked one? Now that there are no zombies, let's help her collect some things. Otherwise, when those people come down, we won't be able to take them openly. It is the early days of the apocalypse, and as for spatial abilities, they have only seen Jiang Yuntan with it. If others get any ideas, she would be in great danger. Alright, that's good. Yuka picked a dark gold and red watch from the counter, just like his flamboyant character. The two began to help her collect the gold and jade from the counter. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufeng chose a low-profile watch and stood to the side with a weapon, keeping watch for any zombies that might appear or any that might come down from upstairs. Seeing them come to help, Jiang Yuntan was somewhat surprised, but taking advantage of their distraction, she quickly dashed into 2 cosmetic and skincare shops to collect their stock. She stuffed them all into the display case, blending in among the boxes. She could see the labels or brand names on the boxes, so she knew what was inside. Just as they had collected more than half of the first floor, sounds came from upstairs. Shun Hague and Yuka tacitly placed the bags at her feet, urging her to pack quickly. Jiang Yuntan was no fool. She stored the 2 bags in her space, leaving only the bag in her hands unpacked. After all, she had been busy for so long that if her hands were empty, it would easily raise suspicions from Lin Tingxue and the others. Let's go. Shun Hague lifted the large bag of gold jewelry from her hand. Indeed, it was quite heavy. He just didn't know what she intended to do with these items. With so many things piled together, it was hard to say what it would turn into. With someone helping to carry things, Jiang Yuntan was not shy. They had just taken a few steps when Lin Tingxue and the others appeared at the staircase. Lin Tingxue cast a dim glance at them, surprised by their keen perception as they attempted to check for any crystal cores, and actually found one. She had hoped to find something valuable, but upon inspection, only the severed root remained. If she could obtain that wood-type crystal core, it would likely enhance her abilities. What a pity. It seems she would have to stay close to Shun Hagui to gain more opportunities. After all, in her previous life, when Shun Hagui returned to the capital, he was already quite powerful. However, since they hadn't acted together completely, she was unaware of what transpired later. Jiang Yuntan noticed Lin Tingxue's gaze, but pretended not to see, following behind Shun Hagui as they walked out. As they passed by Lin Tingxue and the others, she observed Lin Tingxue scanning the already empty counters. Jiang Yuntan deliberately remarked, what's the matter? You were just mocking me for taking gold, and now you're not getting envious seeing me with it. Oh, Lin Tingxue, are you wanting to learn from me? You looked down on me just now, and now you wish to emulate me. Such a slap in the face. I think you should stop looking down on me and focus on your own shortcomings instead. Lin Tingxue clenched her fists, feeling that the person before her was incredibly infuriating. She bit down on her lip, controlling her emotions. You're overthinking it. I just wanted to see what garbage you picked up. Someone actually calls gold garbage. If gold is garbage, then what are you? Merely the dung of livestock. Jiang Yuntan chuckled lightly. If gold is garbage, then why are you wearing gold earrings? It was only then that Lin Tingxue suddenly remembered she was adorned with a pair of gold studs. In an instant, her expression turned unpleasant. Yuntan, let's go. Shun Hagui's deep voice came from the front. Jiang Yuntan, hearing this, hurriedly followed suit. She was intentionally provoking Lin Tingxue to deter her from inspecting the shops on the first floor. It was one thing for one store to be out of stock, but for every single store to be empty was a bit much. As she left, she glanced back at the shops that had yet to be cleared. What a pity. Because Shun Hagui and the others were present, she didn't dare to clear everything boldly. However, her 10-cubic storage was nearly full. When she collected items earlier, she had tidied up a bit. Now, after all was said and done, only 2 cubic units remained. Nevertheless, she had gathered quite a bit this time, so there was no need to lament over what she didn't acquire. Her safety was far more important. Looking at the mutated pothos, she felt it would be difficult to handle alone. Why wasn't she transported to an apocalyptic world without zombies and mutated plants? In that case, she could thrive solely with the dimensional mall system. Lin Tingxue caught a glimpse of Jiang Yuntan's reluctant expression and smiled eerily. Why would she bother with someone so shallow? Someone as spoiled as Jiang Yuntan wouldn't survive long in the apocalypse without the protection of Shun Heguai and Shun's father. As long as she made Shun Heguai dislike Jiang Yuntan and then earn his favor, surely this arrogant and spoiled individual would soon find herself unprotected. Xia Chujing cast a reluctant glance at the jewelry stores. She had initially wanted to take something too. However, since Lin Tingxue had already spoken about Jiang Yuntan going after, that would be a slap in Lin Tingxue's face. Thus, she begrudgingly followed behind Lin Tingxue. Shun Heguai placed the bag of gold in the back seat of the car, which now had only half of its space remaining. Lin Xian and the others also arrived at their vehicle, placing the clothes they had brought down from upstairs inside. He approached and asked, "So can we go look for medicines now? It seems we don't have many medicines left, and returning to the capital will take several days." This is still during the pre-apocalypse period, and after the apocalypse, they would have to fight through hordes of zombies to get there. "We need to prepare more medicine." Shun Heguai nodded, stating they would rest in the car for half an hour, have lunch, and then head to the nearby pharmacy. Lin Xian sighed in relief. He was genuinely worried Jiang Yuntan would cause trouble again, while Shun Heguai indulged her. If that happened, he would have to find medicines himself. Otherwise, he couldn't let Jiang Yuntan drag him down. Just as they were about to get in the car, those who had gone upstairs to fetch supplies rushed down in panic. They were being chased by zombies shouting for help. Shun Heguai glanced at Jiang Yuntan, instructing her and Xue Zhao to get in the car. He then opened the passenger door and sat down. Yu Ku and Lin Xian understood at this point that he didn't want to deal with this trouble and hurriedly got in the vehicle. Shun Heguai spoke through the intercom, "We'll head straight to the pharmacy, we want rest here." The woman in the purple dress and the girl with the doll-like face were stunned when they saw Shun Heguai and the others get in the car directly. They hurriedly quickened their pace toward the entrance. In a moment of quick thinking, the girl with the doll-like face managed to close the door at the entrance of the building, temporarily blocking the zombies. Fortunately, zombies couldn't open doors. They all breathed a sigh of relief as they relaxed their grip. The plastic bags full of food fell to the ground. Now, instead of 5 people who had gone to gather supplies, only 4 remained. When they turned to look again, all they could see were the backs of Jiang Yuntan and her 3 vehicles. The woman in the purple dress said incredulously, "They didn't come with us to the 2nd floor to gather supplies, leaving us to face all those zombies alone, and now they don't even come to our aid. They aren't obligated to save us, are they?" The girl with the doll-like face panted. "But they helped us on the 5th floor. Everyone hasn't seen other living people for days. They saved us. I thought they would take us with them when they left." The girl with the doll-like face. In the cars, everyone inside began to eat something to fill their stomachs. Shun Heguai noticed Xue Zhao was driving and handed him a bread. Xue Zhao laughed. "I never thought I'd see the day when the president would serve me." Shun Heguai. Jiang Yuntan was somewhat surprised to hear him say that. In her memory, Xue Zhao was a man of few words and many actions, yet here, he was saying such things. She thought to herself, biting into the bread, while taking out 3 bottles of yogurt from her space and handing one to each of the 2. After Shun Heguai took it, he said, "Lin Xian and the others don't know you have a space. If you want to keep it hidden, remember not to use it in their presence. And don't take out anything we haven't collected yet in front of them. If you're that worried about me being exposed, why not just take care of them directly?" Jiang Yuntan said, making a gesture across her throat. Shun Heguai was both angry and amused, retorting, "Am I the king of hell?" Jiang Yuntan said with a cheerful smile, "Of course not. I was just joking, don't take it to heart." Yet her inner voice whispered, "Aren't you the dreaded living king of hell?" in the later stages. However, she still retained some conscience. She wouldn't be foolish enough to say these things in front of Shun Heguai. Shun Heguai chuckled helplessly and asked, "You just took so many things, your space should be full by now, right?" "Not at all," Jiang Yuntan replied candidly. "My." Shun Heguai looked puzzled, and even Xue Zhao glanced back at her. She had just run around so many shops, and now she claimed it wasn't full. "The things we got from the supermarket and the 5th floor, I organized them again and cleared out 2 cubic meters. Besides, there were gaps between the items, right? I stuffed the jewelry and watches into those gaps, so they naturally didn't take up space." Shun Heguai. Xue Zhao. It sounded quite reasonable. Shun Heguai casually remarked, "You've become quite the penny pincher now." Jiang Yuntan rolled her eyes at him. "I don't want to suffer, but I'm not stupid, okay?" Upon hearing this, Shun Heguai's cold face broke into a smile. "Yes, you're not stupid. Wait, we need to go to the pharmacy. Can you free up half a cubic meter for us to store things?" Shun Heguai asked in a negotiating tone. He estimated that they had packed quite a lot from the supermarket and the clothing section on the 5th floor, and she probably had already used up the 5 cubic meters she temporarily set aside for the team. Jiang Yuntan lifted her chin proudly and said, "Considering the nonsense you all just pulled with me, I'll leave the remaining 2 cubic meters. No, I'll only keep half a cubic meter and let you all use the rest." "All right," Shun Heguai immediately agreed, fearing she might change her mind later. It seemed she was aware that her earlier antics about taking the watches were frivolous, and she had a clear understanding of herself. However, as long as she was satisfied with this request, she wouldn't cause any more trouble, which was a good thing. Shui Zhao, who was driving, couldn't help but smile at their conversation. I must say, although taking golden watches was a bit troublesome, it didn't seem that bad after all. Moreover, these items weren't entirely useless, at least the watches could tell time. The gold could possibly be used for bartering later. Most importantly, they had found several spray guns which, if utilized properly, could serve as excellent weapons. As the car drove along the road, Jiang Yuntan noticed that the number of zombies on the street was visibly increasing. Many people could be seen peeking out from the windows of nearby buildings, seemingly checking the situation outside. Those with a sense of crisis were also coming out at this time to scavenge for supplies. They saw many people running around with bags in hand. Some even failed to escape in time or weren't aware of their surroundings, getting bitten by zombies that suddenly appeared from other places. Those with good luck might escape, while those with bad luck could only be devoured by the zombies. Jiang Yuntan silently observed these scenes, feeling very fortunate to have a golden finger. Although this golden finger could currently only serve as a storage function and hadn't provided her with any powerful weapons, yet it was still quite good. Seeing her lost in thought, Shun Hagui assumed she was too frightened to speak and said, "If it makes you uncomfortable, just don't look. There's nothing we can do. Oh, everyone has their fate." Fine," Jiang Yuntan replied softly. Since she's here, she might as well accept it. After all, there was no turning back. Fortunately, she had no family in her original world and seemed to have little attachment. But at that moment she called out to Jin Bao in her mind, asking, "Do you know why I ended up in this world?" Jin Bao replied without hesitation, "I don't know. How would I know? I didn't even know you before you awakened." Jiang Yuntan sighed helplessly. "Oh, you still claim to be a super powerful system, yet you don't know this." Jin Bao said gloomily, Weren't you the one who stayed up late and collapsed?" "Blame who?" "Jiang Yuntan. You've changed." Jin Bao, "Now you talk to me in such a sarcastic tone." Jin Bao replied, "I can't help it. I learned this from my boss." Jiang Yuntan, "But thinking about it, this kind of life doesn't seem too bad. She has strong support and safety is temporarily guaranteed. She could also experience the joy of getting things for free, taking whatever she wanted without worrying about the price. Most importantly, she didn't have to work like a horse anymore and could trade with people from different dimensions. Life was becoming quite colorful." Jiang Yuntan quickly comforted herself. Their car also stopped in front of a large pharmacy with a sign stating it was open 24 hours. Jiang Yuntan glanced inside, where 6 or 7 zombies were wandering about. But the most pressing concern was the swarm of zombies that surged around them after they parked. It seemed that next to this street was a night market where many people were having late-night snacks when the apocalypse broke out. Because of the large crowd, many had turned into zombies. Shun Hagui and Shui Zhao got out of the car as they had done before, immediately ready to fight. Jiang Yuntan stayed quietly in the car, seeing at least 20 zombies outside. There was nothing she could do. Although she had awakened her speed mutation, she was still fragile. She wondered if she could awaken other abilities, otherwise she wouldn't be able to connect with higher-level dimensions. For instance, it would be great to trade for a laser gun in a starry dimension. Jin Bao also mentioned there was a cultivation dimension where she could exchange for some pills to enhance her strength. Seeing that she didn't recklessly get out of the car, Shun Hagui felt relieved as he dealt with the zombies in front of him. However, after they dealt with one wave, another wave rushed in from not far away. Shun Hagui frowned and shouted, "Leave half of the people here to deal with the zombies and the other half go into the pharmacy to fetch supplies. Make it quick." After all, their most urgent task was to get the supplies, not to kill zombies. Soon they quickly formed their team. Shun Hagui, Shui Zhao, and Lin Xian stayed behind to fight the zombies, while Yu Ku and Zhang Yufeng took 4 girls to fetch the supplies and deal with the zombies inside the pharmacy. Just as they finished dealing with the zombies inside, the door to the small storeroom opened, revealing what appeared to be a couple. The man was slightly chubby, while the woman looked several years younger than the male shopkeeper. Seeing Jiang Yuntan and the others packing things, the male shopkeeper said confidently, "This store is mine. You can't take my things. If you want to take my medicine, you must guarantee our safety and provide us with good food and drinks," the male shopkeeper said, his voice involuntarily weakening. In the past few days they had considered escaping, but once they opened the warehouse door and saw those man-eating monsters, they were frozen in place. Unexpectedly, they had waited for someone who could save them. Jiang Yuntan listened to their words, unable to help but feel a sense of disdain for their shamelessness. Yuka mocked, "We haven't taken anything yet, and you're already making demands." He glanced at Shun Higu, who was still fighting the zombies outside, and pointed at the zombie they had just killed, saying, "Why don't you say that we saved you? You should let us choose what we want as a reward for saving your lives." The landlady suddenly spoke up, "Since you all kindly saved us, what's wrong with taking us along? Since you came here for medicine, it indicates that you definitely need our medicine to survive. No matter how you look at it now, medicine is precious. Isn't it our responsibility to ensure your safety after taking our medicine?" Yuka laughed in anger. "Do you think we are easy targets?" "What? After helping you kill these zombies and allowing you to escape, not only are you not grateful, but you also want to repay kindness with enmity. Who told you to come in and kill these zombies? You did it on your own, we didn't ask you to. The male owner said confidently, puffing out his chest. Yuka truly couldn't understand what confidence he had, just as he was torn about whether to collect medicine here. Jiang Yuntan spoke up, since they don't need our help and don't want others to touch their pharmacy, let's forget it. After all, this is their property. Yuka looked at her in confusion. This young lady was actually speaking up for those two. But in the next moment, Jiang Yuntan's words made him instantly understand. They don't want to lose even a bit from their shop, so we can just return what we should return intact. Jiang Yuntan said lazily. Yuka nodded and said to the others, let's go out first and discuss with brother. Lin Tingxue did not quite understand why they had to reason like that. But seeing Yuku and Jiang Yuntan walk out, she had no choice but to follow them. The male boss and landlady did not catch their implied meanings, and were waiting for Yuku and the others to compromise and take them along. After all, they had dealt with the zombies in their shop. They couldn't have done it for nothing, right? But soon they were shocked by Yuke's words. Just as they reached the door, Yuku shouted to Shun Higu, Brother Shin, send over 6 zombies and return them to the owner and his wife. Shin Higu understood upon hearing this. They were probably encountering some trouble. He exchanged glances with Shui Zhao and sent over a few zombies. Not too many, just 6. Then they began to retreat towards their vehicle. Seeing this, Yuku had Jiang Yufeng protect the few girls, including Jiang Yuntan, to leave first. After that, he led the zombies to the entrance of the pharmacy, and after guiding them inside, he seized the opportunity to slip away. After days of training, although he couldn't kill several zombies at once, he was more than capable of leading a few zombies. The male boss and landlady were taken aback by the scene. They wanted to follow Yuku out, but as the zombies caught their scent, they suddenly lunged at them, frightening them into not daring to move. The male boss hurriedly shouted, come back quickly, can I let you take my medicine? But he only heard Yuka casually leave a remark, you can keep it for yourselves. The male boss and landlady saw the zombies closing in on them. Terrified, they crawled back into the storeroom. In the vehicle, Shin Higu took a sip of water and asked what had just happened. Jiang Yuntan directly recounted. Shun Higu had no objections and simply said, in the future, let's look for stores without living people. For places like this, we don't need to entangle ourselves, it's not worth it. Well, Jiang Yuntan replied, actually, if they hadn't pushed their luck and insisted on bringing those 2 burdens along, while requiring good treatment, they wouldn't have wanted to return the zombies to those 2 in the first place. As for what would happen to those 2, in the end, it wasn't her concern. Shun Higu communicated through the intercom, telling them to check a small pharmacy by the street. Lin Xian's confused voice came through the intercom. We could have just taken them directly from there, why bother to expend more effort? If those 2 are unwilling to give, we could just teach them a lesson. After all, it's the end of the world now, and many things have become ownerless. Shun Higu calmly replied, you're not wrong, but if they insist on not giving, being forceful to snatch it will inevitably lead to entanglement. If it really gets tangled up and the situation becomes chaotic, who knows what will happen? We can't just eliminate the owners because we want to collect medicine, right? Lin Xian had only one thought, why not? But he still didn't say it in front of everyone, as it would make him seem too cold. Shun Higu continued, we weren't on site at that time, but we must trust the choices made by our teammates. Yuku and the others chose not to collect supplies there for a reason. Yuku added, those 2 are just rascals, entangling with them for too long brings no benefit. Besides, there are many pharmacies, we can just switch to another one. Alright then. Lin Xian's voice contained some inexplicable frustration. Just because Yuku and Shun Higu had a better relationship and were united, he felt he had no voice. Once back in the capital, he would definitely form his own team. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Tingxue. If his sister could awaken her abilities, being siblings, he couldn't believe he had no powers. Soon the group found a pharmacy on a street with fewer zombies. While they were collecting medicine, Jiang Yuntan was pulled by Yuku into a nearby tobacco shop. Yuku said, sometimes tobacco can be valuable hard currency. Sister, take some and store it, you might find it useful later for negotiation. And alcohol is also a great accelerant. Jiang Yuntan saw a lighter placed beside her and nodded. However, they didn't take much tobacco and alcohol, only filling half a cubic meter, leaving some space for the medicine. Once they exited the tobacco shop, Jiang Yuntan heard Shin Higu calling her, waving at her. After she walked over, Shin Higu said, there are some birds' nests and rose tea here, didn't you want them? By the way, there's more in their storeroom, come with me to take a look and take what you want. Jiang Yuntan instantly understood his meaning and followed him into the storeroom. Upon hearing this, Yuku also came over to help cover, saying, oh, what good bird's nest could there be here? I'm here to take a look too. With that, he stood firmly at the doorway, thwarting Lin Xian and the others' intentions to enter. Seeing this, Shun Higu quickly pointed out the medicine he had just selected for Jiang Yuntan, who cooperatively began to collect it. In addition to various anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, cold medicines, and painkillers, they also selected some medicines for treating bruises and injuries, along with a considerable amount of bandages. They didn't even forget the small items like cotton swabs, adhesive bandages, and thermometers. Afterwards, Jiang Yuntan left carrying a box of instant bird's nest and 2 cans of rose tea. Even Yu Ku and Shun Hegui each carried 2 boxes of bird's nest to the car. Lin Tingxue observed this and felt a wave of frustration wash over her. How did they become more indulgent towards Jiang Yuntan? Was it just to keep her obedient and avoid trouble? However, it seemed that Jiang Yuntan hadn't caused much trouble in the past few days. But with Shun Hegui and the others coddling her like this, she probably wouldn't last long in the apocalypse. Who knows when she might provoke a powerful enemy. But she couldn't let Jiang Yuntan acknowledge the ownership of that bracelet. Otherwise, Jiang Yuntan would not be easy to deal with. Moreover, if it were known that she had a bracelet space, Shin's father would likely treat her like a precious gem. Shun Hegui had always listened to Shun's father, otherwise he wouldn't have kept Jiang Yuntan by his side despite not liking her. She had to find an opportunity to get that blood jade bracelet into her hands, lest the treasure be tarnished while in the hands of someone as spoiled and brainless as Jiang Yuntan. Jiang Yuntan, however, did not care about her thoughts. After placing the items in the car with them, they went back to the pharmacy for another round of medicine. The car was stuffed to the brim, and the trunk had no space left. The back seat, originally spacious enough for 3, could now only accommodate Jiang Yuntan alone with a box of mineral water, even at her feet. The front passenger seat was the same, piled high with items underfoot. For the first time, Jiang Yuntan found the expensive Cullinan to be so down to earth. After picking up the medicines, it was almost time. They also noticed that as night approached, the zombies became more active, and their sensitivity was significantly higher than during the day. The group drove towards the hotel, not stopping for either zombies or people they encountered along the way. If they encountered zombies, they would simply run them over. If it were people, they'd take a slight detour. There were indeed people who saw their car and wanted to stop them, but upon noticing that the car's speed did not decrease at all, they hesitated. As they passed a residential area near the hotel, Jiang Yuntan saw what seemed to be military vehicles outside the community. Shun Hegui lowered the window a bit, and the sound of a loudspeaker reached Jiang Yuntan's ears. Attention residents, the official government has established the Haiqing base. Residents wishing to head to the Haiqing base should gather their belongings and come down within half an hour. 10 minutes have already passed, and you now have 20 minutes remaining. It turned out that the city government had already established the Haiqing base. It seemed that the base was not abandoning the military and civilians to fend for themselves. They had already sent people to rescue survivors. As their car passed, they could still hear people shouting from upstairs, expressing their fear of the zombies in the corridor and asking the base personnel to come up and rescue them. It was unclear whether the base personnel had heard them. They did not respond to such questions. They just kept repeating the earlier message. It seemed they were indeed there to rescue, but they were not there to play the role of parents going door to door to escort. Seeing her interest, Shun Hegui said, "A few days ago, when we were out gathering supplies, we also encountered some officials once. But at that time, they were also out collecting supplies." Jiang Yuntan was somewhat curious. "Did you never think about going to the Haiqing base to take a look?" Shun Hegui retorted, "Do you want to go?" Jiang Yuntan shook her head. "We're all going back. What do we need to go to the Haiqing base for? When we return to Jing City, we will also see the base there." It's good if you don't want to go," Shun Hegui continued. "Although the current Haiqing base is officially established, it is mixed with many entrepreneurs from before the apocalypse. It looks quite safe now, but in the early days of the apocalypse, it was a time of power shifts, and no one knew which side would develop better. Therefore, the internal struggles within the base were inevitable. That's why I said you should avoid conflicts with Lin Tingxue. It's pretty much for this reason. If when we return the old man finds himself at a disadvantage against those political figures from the Lin family, you will be the one to suffer," Shun Hegui said earnestly. After he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that these words should have been spoken by his father. Jiang Yuntan understood his concerns. It was about not cutting off one's own retreat. She thought for a moment and asked, "But based on my current relationship with Lin Tingxue, if I avoid conflicts with her, would she forget the grievances between us?" Since she cannot forget when we return to Jing City, and she finds out that the Lin family is even more powerful, she will still make things difficult for me. The result will be that I tolerated her all the way, and when we return to Jing City, I will still have to face her harassment. If that's the case, why should I suffer for myself? Otherwise, if I really follow what you say, I would be at a loss." Shun Hegui was silent for a moment before saying, "You have a point." Then he said solemnly, "Do as you wish, just don't put yourself in a dangerous situation. If you disturb others, you can't come to disturb him again." After hearing the conversation between the two, Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. "See, even President Shun can't do anything about Miss Jiang." He said softly, "I think Miss Jiang makes a good point." Shun Hegui shot him a sideways glance, and indeed saw Jiang Yuntan's lips curling up in a proud smile. through the rearview mirror. After about 45 minutes, the group finally drove to the vicinity of the hotel. However, they did not drive back to the parking lot. Instead, they parked the car in a concealed corner. They could see the situation of the car through the windows of the hotel. Before Shin Hegui could speak, Xue Zhao took the initiative to say, "President Shin, I'll stay behind to watch the car. If anything happens, I'll flash the double lights for you." Jiang Yuntan also said he wanted to stay to keep an eye on things with Xue Zhao. Shin Hegui nodded and handed his handgun to Jiang Yuntan. Then he took a gun from Jiang Yuntan's hands to give to Xue Zhao. "Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Yuntan's refined face bore a faint smile. "No problem, after all I can't cook. You all need to make the supplies we have into rice balls or something." Shin Hegui patted his shoulder, knowing that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. They had not yet taken all their belongings from upstairs. "If anything happens, remember to send word. Oh, we will come down as soon as possible. Jiang Yuntan lifted his eyes and nodded. On this side, 2 vehicles had been designated to stay and watch over the supplies. However, none of Lin Xian's trio spoke a word. Shin Hegui glanced at Lin Xian and directly asked, "Does anyone want to stay behind?" Lin Xian hesitated, saying, "We have 2 girls here. If I stay, I won't feel at ease for them." Shin Hegui understood his implication and simply replied, "You all can arrange it as you see fit." If someone were to come and tamper with their vehicles at night, Xue Zhao and Jiang Yuntan would certainly prioritize their own supplies. As for Lin Xian and the others, they would have to leave it to fate. Seeing that Lin Xian had not responded, he swallowed his suggestion to ask Xue Zhao and Jiang Yuntan to keep an eye on things, and instead said, "If something happens, if Yufeng warns us, we will definitely come down right away." Shin Hegui nodded and said nothing more. After they got out of the car, Xue Zhao and Jiang Yuntan locked the doors, and a black cover rose over the windshield, rendering the interior of the vehicle invisible from the outside. The vehicle had crashed into numerous zombies and had been on the run for several days. Now it truly resembled a car abandoned in the apocalypse. Seeing them like this, Lin Xian followed suit. Jiang Yuntan walked alongside Qi Ruoxue, intentionally or unintentionally distancing themselves from Lin Tingxue. The journey back to the hotel was not peaceful. With a group of them walking together, the scent of the living was too strong, and zombies turned to head in their direction. Once they finally entered the hotel, the number of zombies decreased significantly. The group crawled up the stairs to the 16th floor, only to find the carpet at the stairway entrance askew. Clearly the carpet had been fine when they left. Shin Hegui gestured for them to be cautious. Jiang Yuntan observed the different footprints on the ground and speculated that someone must have come up while they were away. Near the suite's entrance, they saw 2 people guarding the door. Before Shin Hegui fully revealed himself, he used his ability to form a knife and ended their lives. Jiang Yuntan glanced at this scene. A swift kill, it showed a deep familiarity with human anatomy. The group moved quietly towards the door, hearing various voices discussing inside. "I said before the apocalypse, someone from that group of rich kids bought a ton of food, right? Otherwise, how could we eat such expensive steak and foie gras here now? Isn't that right? I saw them collecting a lot of supplies outside before. Indeed, their supplies could last us for several days, and they're all high-quality items. So what if some of them are ability users? Our brother Lai is also an ability user, and his powers are much stronger than theirs." Jiang Yuntan looked up and accidentally made eye contact with Shin Hegui. An ability user stronger than Shin Hegui. The elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was likely that the person had awakened fire abilities. The chatter continued from within. "But why haven't they returned for so long? Did they just leave like this? That can't be. They still have so many supplies here, and even their luggage is still here. There's no way they would leave without these things. I remember there are a few wealthy young ladies in that group. When they return, we will be fortunate. In the time before the apocalypse, they would have been top tier. Seeing them would have made us bow and scrape. Now it should be their turn to curry favor with us men. That arrogant woman is the one who looks down on everyone the most, but is also the prettiest. She must be left for Brother Lai so he can teach her a lesson." When they first checked in, Brother Lai kindly went to help her with her luggage, yet she actually found him distasteful and scolded him. Yes, Brother Lai definitely needs to teach her a lesson so she knows to respect men. In the next moment, a voice filled with hatred rang out. "That damn woman, I will definitely make her pay." Jiang Yuntan suddenly recalled this person from her memory. This so-called Brother Lai had a somewhat androgynous appearance with features that were quite decent. While helping the original owner with her luggage, he continually tried to please the female lead, saying things to win over young girls. In short, he wanted to ingratiate himself with a rich woman and live off her. The original owner found his strange expressions to be an eyesore and initially wanted to scold him, but because Shin Hegui was present, she merely asked the manager to come and switch helpers for her. Now he seemed to have developed a grudge against the suddenly influential Brother Lai. Lin Tingxue, hearing these remarks from behind, sneered inwardly. She had said that Jiang Yuntan would dig her own grave by offending some people for no reason. Suddenly a strong idea surged in her mind, wanting to create a stir and let the people inside discover Jiang Yuntan's presence. Ideally, she would push Jiang Yuntan out for them to see. But the moment this thought arose, she immediately dismissed it. It was too obvious. She couldn't act against Jiang Yuntan in front of Shen Hegui. Shen Hegui silently signaled a word to Jiang Yuntan. She reached into her sun protection shirt and pulled out a gun from a small waist bag. Normally, she wouldn't keep a gun here. It was prepared specifically to avoid exposing herself in front of Lin Tingxue and the others. Before the others could react, Jiang Yuntan aimed the handgun into the room, targeting the group of people clustered together, and fired 6 shots in quick succession. The sound of screams erupted, and Jiang Yuntan knew she had surely hit someone. Taking advantage of the moment when the people inside had not yet reacted, Shen Hegui and the other 3 men rushed in with their weapons and began to pummel the people inside. Lin Tingxue gritted her teeth randomly, selected a person, and bound his hands and feet with vines, then approached with an iron rod to strike. It's frustrating. She clearly hoped Jiang Yuntan would get into trouble, but now for the sake of pretense, she had to help Jiang Yuntan teach these people who coveted her a lesson. With a gun in hand, no one dared to approach Jiang Yuntan. Suddenly various small fireballs appeared in the room, and everyone fought while dodging. Jiang Yuntan feared that everything would catch fire, as they still needed to stay here for the night. So she handed the gun to Qi Ruoxue. She remembered there were fire extinguishers in the hallway and went out to grab one. Qi Ruoxue assessed the situation and dared not fire recklessly, fearing hitting their own people. But suddenly the man known as Brother Lai conjured numerous small fireballs and sent them flying towards Yuko. Yuke's hair and clothes caught fire. This scene seen through her eyes filled her with a red blaze. Especially when she saw Yuko unable to extinguish the flames on her body, and her palm burned red as the fire continued to spread. In her urgency, she felt a surge of energy within her. Qi Ruoxue's gaze was fixed on the flames engulfing Yuko, and she instinctively raised her hand. Suddenly several water spheres gently struck Yuko, extinguishing the fire on him. Seeing that he was unharmed, Yuko quickly reacted and charged towards the remaining security guards. Perhaps sensing his injury, his methods became increasingly ruthless. Seeing that his men had mostly been dealt with, and only 2 remained, like guess hard-hardened. He had just awakened, his abilities altered his fate, and reached the pinnacle of life. He could not fall here. As he was about to condense a fireball in his palm again, he had his hands severed by Shen Hegui. The next moment, Yuke's iron rod struck fiercely against his head. Lai Ge fainted immediately. However, Yuko did not spare him, allowing Shen Hegui to behead Lai Ge. The group looked at the 9 security guards lying on the ground along with the 2 outside, and could not help but frown. No wonder they dared to come and pry open their door. 11 men were enough to form a squad. The people were dealt with, but the fireballs that Lai Ge had thrown around earlier were still burning. Shen Hegui looked at them and thought of the fire extinguisher in the hallway, planning to retrieve it. However, before he could act, he saw Jiang Yuntan standing at the door with 2 fire extinguishers. Shen Hegui quickly went over to take them, and then he and Yuko used the extinguishers to put out the fire raging inside the room. After seeing that they were unharmed, Qi Ruoxue had already slumped down, sitting on the floor. Yuko hurried over to lift her up and seated her on the sofa. Noticing the burnt skin revealed through the holes in his clothing, Qi Ruoxue asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. How about you? Have you awakened your abilities?" Yuko asked with concern. "Yes, it seems to be water-type abilities," Qi Ruoxue replied, wanting to try conjuring some water for Yuko to see, but she couldn't produce any and ended up with a headache. Jiang Yuntan noticed her distressed expression and said, "Sister Ruoxue has awakened her abilities. That's wonderful. But it seems like you are showing symptoms of overexertion, or just rest well." Right, Ruoxue, make sure to rest well," Yuko said. "Are you sure you don't want to take care of those burns on you?" Qi Ruoxue was still somewhat worried. After spending a year with him, she knew how much this young master could not tolerate pain. Usually if he got burned while taking a bowl from the microwave, he would howl in pain. "Wait a moment, I'll just apply some burn ointment, and I'll be fine." Yuko pressed down on her shoulder. "You just focus on resting. You don't need to worry about anything else." Although these were very touching words, Qi Ruoxue couldn't feel moved looking at his singed hair. Yuko noticed her gaze was a bit strange and asked, "What's wrong? Is there another part that feels uncomfortable?" Jiang Yuntan smiled faintly. "Brother, Yuko, why don't you go look in the mirror and see your hair?" With a heart full of confusion, Yuko walked towards a mirror in the living room. Then he shouted in disbelief, "On my once thick hair." He looked at his hair in the mirror, which was uneven and had burn marks, and blinked hard, feeling like he was hallucinating. Yuko felt like crying, but was quickly pulled by Shen Hegui to help clean up the security guards. Those guards were tossed out of the window by the 3 men working together. Jiang Yuntan discovered that 3 of them were actually killed by her random gunfire. Downstairs, Zhang Yufeng and Xue Zhao heard the gunshots from above and felt that something must have happened. Wondering whether to go up and help, especially since they had worked hard all day and their supplies were up there, they planned to send someone up to take a look when they suddenly saw several figures in security uniforms falling from the sky. That direction seemed to be the presidential suite they were staying in. The two looked up and saw Shin Hagwai, and confirming that they were fine, the two observed their surroundings and found no living souls before returning to their upstairs. After the group had cleaned the room, it was finally less of an eyesore. The supplies they had collected had been mostly ruined by the group of security guards, and the packaging of the Rieditoet food was now scattered across the table in the living room. They took a quick glance in the kitchen and found traces of cooking. Fortunately, they had not used up all the ingredients, so they began to cook with the remaining ingredients. Feeling tired from the day, Jiang Yuntan and the others prepared a preserved meat rice dish. Luckily, there were 2 rice cookers in the kitchen, and they quickly divided one between their 2 teams. Jiang Yuntan carried the rice cooker filled with the cooked, preserved meat rice to the study to eat with them. After finishing their meal, Chi Ruoxue regained her spirits, and along with Jiang Yuntan prepared the remaining ingredients into cooked food. Jiang Yuntan directly shared the news that her space could preserve food, and everyone was very happy. This meant they could have warm meals from time to time. Initially planning to make enough rice balls for 2 days, they now decided to use up all the rice and flour they had collected over the past few days. Although they called it rice balls, it was actually just cooking rice with various ingredients, shaping them into fist-sized portions, putting them in plastic bags, and storing them in her space. Jiang Yuntan was watching Chi Ruoxue knead the dough while also paying attention to the situation in the rice. In the previously quiet space, Yuke's somewhat trembling voice broke the silence. Brother Shin, you better hold steady. It's just a simple haircut. I shouldn't end up disfigured, right? Shut up, Shin Hagwai said in a deep voice. Jiang Yuntan thought for a moment and pulled out some burn and anti-inflammatory medicine from her space, placing it beside them. Upon seeing this, Yuku was touched and said, "Thank you, sister. I thought we hadn't collected any burn ointment." Jiang Yuntan said softly, "But it seems we only have 3 tubes. We can collect more next time." Perhaps they would encounter fire-type ability users again. Soon Yuke's hair was shaved off. Although he now had a bald head, his good looks shone through, making him appear. Shin Hagwai and Yuka took over the cooking duties from them, allowing them to rest first. "Do you know how to cook?" Chi Ruoxue asked with some doubt. "What is Lin Tingxue planning at the door of her room? Is she trying to sneak away to steal the blood jade bracelet?" No wonder she found it strange when she read that post-apocalyptic tale about Lin Tingxue stealing the bracelet. It turns out she is reborn and probably remembered that it was a treasure in her past life, which is why she wants to steal it. But how did Lin Tingxue find out about it? How can someone who steals a token given to someone by their elder become the female lead? She thought the same when it would make sense if the bracelet were unclaimed or not valued by the original owner. But this is a treasured item of the original owner. Yet even so, some readers below praised Lin Tingxue for her discerning eye for treasure, claiming she had acquired the golden finger. Jiang Yuntan suddenly spoke up, "What are you doing at my door?" Lin Tingxue froze and turned to see Jiang Yuntan staring at her from a distance of 2 or 3 meters. She pinched her palm and forced herself to appear calm as she said, "I was just thinking about what happened between us these past few days. Yuntan, do you have any misunderstanding about me? I was panicked during the zombie incident and just grabbed your hand." As she spoke, Lin Tingxue offered a beautifully packaged box of chocolates. "I remember you used to love this brand of. After seeing it today, I specifically brought you a box. We still need to go back to the capital together, so I hope you won't hold a grudge about what happened before. The zombie incident was an accident." She had intended to shift all responsibility onto Jiang Yuntan, so she hinted that Xia Chujing should say that. She had thought that once Jiang Yuntan woke up, there would be a huge uproar, allowing her to position herself as the victim. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yuntan's words had given Shin Hagwai a loophole. She also feared that Jiang Yuntan would purposefully expose her for grabbing her. However, if Jiang Yuntan said so, she could also claim that Jiang Yuntan had pushed her. In short, Jiang Yuntan was not following the script she had arranged, and the incident where they both got scratched by zombies turned into a murky affair. Jiang Yuntan looked at her with a swirling gaze and chuckled softly. "Come on, our relationship isn't that good, and it certainly isn't good enough for you to bring me my favorite chocolate. I wouldn't dare take this box of chocolate. I fear you might poison me. Besides, there's no one else in the living room. You're acting, but no one is watching. Step aside, don't block my room. And what are you doing standing at my door? If you keep this up, I might think you're here to harm me." As Jiang Yuntan spoke, she walked toward her room. Lin Tingxue bit her lip and said pitifully, "I'm not. Why are you making such wild guesses about me?" Jiang Yuntan took out her keys, looking at her warily. "Why did you suddenly look at my wrist? You're not still coveting the jade bracelet Uncle Shin gave me, are you? Is that why you've been lingering at my door, trying to steal my bracelet?" No wonder Xia Chujing nonsensically said, "I should give you the bracelet as an apology. It seems you've long coveted my bracelet, which is why you had Xia Chujing say that." "Xia Chujing is your lackey. She only said that under your instruction." Lin Tingxue's mind raced with alarms. How did Jiang Yuntan become so clever regarding this matter? She could only weakly argue, "I didn't. It's really not as you think." Jiang Yuntan coldly replied, "Step aside, I don't want to see you. You don't think that by taking the bracelet Uncle Shun would recognize you as a daughter-in-law, do you? Ridiculous." It's not. Before Lin Tingxue could finish, Jiang Yuntan opened the door right in front of her. Once she entered the room, she slammed the door shut. Lin Tingxue faced a wall of rejection and was even scolded, yet she felt no unhappiness. She looked smugly at the door, thinking Jiang Yuntan was extremely foolish. Jiang Yuntan was entirely focused on winning Shen's approval to marry Shen Hegui. She even thought that Lin Tingxue wanted the blood jade bracelet merely because it symbolized being the daughter-in-law of the Shen family. Who is truly ridiculous? Can a bracelet decide with whom Shen Hegui will be together? After Jiang Yuntan entered, she locked the door. It seems Lin Tingxue won't give up until she gets that bracelet. Trying to steal? Don't even mention the blood jade bracelet, as she wouldn't give Lin Tingxue that red agate bracelet either. Jiang Yuntan looked at herself, having run around all day covered in traces of zombies after killing some. She changed her clothes and decided to take a shower, but the water in the bathroom was already used up. She directly took 2 barrels of water from her space and washed herself clean from head to toe. After all, she knew that water resources might be scarce in the apocalypse, so she collected a lot of bottled water when she saw it in the warehouse. In the short term, she wouldn't lack water. After using 2 barrels, her space freed up some room. Wearing her pajamas, Jiang Yuntan glanced at her merchandise display. Among them, 4 boxes were filled with 999 units, which she had collected from the supermarket where another box contained only 640 units, of which 500 were clothing items, 42 boxes of gold and jade jewelry, 28 boxes of watches, and 72 boxes of cosmetics and skincare products. Indeed, large shopping malls have more stock. Although these were calculated by the box, their sizes varied. Jiang Yuntan curiously asked Jin Bao why differently sized items could be placed in the same display. Jin Bao paused for a few seconds and replied, "If you planted a field of watermelons, can you guarantee every single watermelon will grow the same?" Jiang Yuntan: "You make a very good point. Your system is truly considerate and humanized. Why does it feel like you're being sarcastic? You must be mistaken. This setting is good for me. How could I possibly be sarcastic? Jin Bao, don't be like those artificial intelligences that learn everything. How could that kind of system compare to me?" Jiang Yuntan firmly stated, "Of course not." Since the system itself has such a rule, she felt relieved. She nestled on the sofa first, sending a message to Mu Qingtong, waiting for the other's response to proceed with the transaction. She glanced over at the other displays. That set of diamond jewelry and evening gown was still there, so she silently took them down. These 2 items were so valuable that they would be hard to find after the apocalypse, let alone custom-made. When she first came here, she was a bit flustered, which is why she wanted to put these 2 items up to see if she could sell them. After all, there was indeed nothing valuable beside her yesterday. As for the decorative frames and lamps in the display case, earlier she had smashed them while collecting gold, leaving those display cases empty. Moreover, her perfume and cosmetics in the display case had sold out, earning her 5 points and 25 dimensional currencies. Thus, she currently had 17 points and 45 dimensional coins. Jiang Yuntan suddenly thought of something and asked Jin Bao, "Can I actively modify the prices on the dimensional?" "No," Jin Bao replied promptly. "Our dimensional system is very fair without deception. If you want to negotiate prices, you can only do so through the contacts with other dimensional merchants." "All right," Jiang Yuntan said, not too disappointed. In fact, the system's functionality was already quite good for her. Besides, Jin Bao did not force her to do anything. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Jin Bao say, "Boss, you should work hard to earn more points and level up quickly." Jiang Yuntan: She retorted, "Do you think I don't want to level up quickly? I'm running for my life every day, and just checking back at night is already quite good. Moreover, I do want to sell things. But looking at what I have, and then at the distinctive items from other dimensional merchants like spiritual fruits, pills, and flying cars, I even came across a starship yesterday." Jin Bao sensed her mood was average, and fearing she might lose motivation, encouraged her, "It's okay, you just got this system yesterday, and you are already a level 1 dimensional merchant, which is quite good. I've heard from other systems that some people have had the dimensional system for half a year and haven't even reached level 1. Jiang Yuntan: She really did not want to engage with that. Just then Mu Qingtang sent her a message and initiated a video call. Jiang Yuntan accepted. On their trading interface, only she had placed items up for sale. Most of it consisted of gold, jade, and jewelry, along with 100 watches and 200 lighters. In fact, she still had both items, but she did not want to reveal everything at once. In business, sometimes it's about maintaining a steady flow. Jiang Yuntan knew that she had never seen such a simple lighter, so she demonstrated it and said, "This is a relatively simple design lighter, quite different from the one I gave you last time. Although it doesn't look very exquisite, its function is no different. The difference might just be that the lighter she gave her yesterday had better wind resistance and consumed less fuel. But the batch she found for Mu Qingtang was also wind resistant, yet it was so cheap. Oh, what more could she ask for? It's fine as long as it works." Mu Qingtang replied, "Do you have anything you want? Let's not rush. I have a small request. Oh, I wonder if the princess could help me with something." Jiang Yuntan asked, "What is it? Go ahead." Mu Qingtang did not immediately agree, not out of concern, but because she feared agreeing too quickly and then being unable to fulfill Jiang Yuntan's request. I heard that in your world gold and silver jewelry can be exchanged for dimensional currency. I've found some gold and silver jewelry these past few days. Could you help me convert it into dimensional currency? If possible, I can give you a 10% commission on the exchange dimensional currency. I thought it would be something significant, but it's just a small matter. Of course, you can send me as much as you want along with those watches and lighters. Mu Qingtang readily agreed. Jiang Yuntan confirmed on their trading interface. Seeing the items filled with watches and lighters, Mu Qingtang's eyes brightened, and she asked, what else do you want? When you help me exchange for dimensional currency, you've already agreed to a 10% commission. So what would you like me to trade these watches and lighters for? I would like your meals. Could you prepare an extra portion for me for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Then every day buy some items from my display case until you have purchased 100 times. Is that it? Mu Qingtang was somewhat surprised. Yes, I don't want to cook, so I only want daily meals and some fruit. To avoid wasting your daily transaction counts, you can provide me with 7 days worth of meals at once. Mu Qingtang did not expect her request to be so simple and asked, how long do you want me to provide for you? Half a year. I should be able to find someone to cook or learn to cook by then. Jiang Yuntan replied calmly. It wasn't that she couldn't cook, she just didn't want to reveal the food shortage in her world to Mu Qingtang. After all, having watches and lighters in ancient times was far more convenient than using fire sticks. All right, no problem. Mu Qingtang agreed immediately. Listening to Jiang Yuntan, Mu Qingtang felt that Jiang Yuntan had not eaten much today, so she placed some lotus pastries, a pot of clear tea, and a freshly cut sweet melon on the trading interface. Did you not eat much today? I have some snacks and tea here, you should eat a bit. It will also take time to exchange those gold and silver jewelry. Okay, thank you, princess. Jiang Yuntan said with a smile, not being polite with her. No need to be polite. Mu Qingtang waved her hand. Initially, she thought Jiang Yuntan would only ask her to help exchange some gold and silver jewelry. But after accepting the items Jiang Yuntan sent her, the thick layer of gold jewelry and numerous jade ornaments directly dazzled her eyes. Mu Qingtang's expression was somewhat indescribable. I thought you were very poor. It seems I misunderstood. Before today, I was indeed very poor. Jiang Yuntan stated plainly. Mu Qingtang. She first took out the watches and lighters that she had traded with Jiang Yuntan. At this moment, Jiang Yuntan suddenly said, inside those watches there is a wooden box that is a gift for you. You can open it to take a look. Mu Qingtang opened it and found a small and exquisite watch inside, but the strap was actually made of. The gold strap was composed of several similarly sized peony-shaped components with a round, smooth golden bead in the center. Mu Qingtang's eyes lit up. It's really special and beautiful. Thank you. She tried it on and found it was no different from the bracelet she usually wore. Previously, she thought watches did not look good on her wrist, but now she no longer had to worry about that. You're welcome, I'm glad you like it. Jiang Yuntan smiled, recalling how generous the princess had been when they'll help you convert your items into dimensional currency right away. Earlier, Mu Qingtang had mentioned the exchange rate. 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1 dimensional currency, while 1 tael of gold can be exchanged for 10 dimensional currencies. The purchasing power of 1 tael of silver is said to be equivalent to about 1,000 yuan today. Thus, if Mu Qingtang were not a princess, it would be quite difficult for her to spend money in the dimensional system. 1 tael of gold equals 50 grams. She was also unsure how much gold she had looted, so she looked forward to how many points she could exchange with Mu Qingtang. Mu Qingtang counted and said, the total amount of gold you gave me is 312 taels, which can be exchanged for a total of 3,120 dimensional currencies. I will transfer it all to you. Jiang Yuntan quickly stopped her, saying, No, we agreed that you would take a 10% commission. If you don't take it, I will feel embarrassed to ask you for help in exchanging dimensional currencies in the future. I still have some gold. Can you help me exchange it all for dimensional currencies? However, today's transaction limit has been reached, so can I initiate another transaction with you after we pass the midnight hour? Jiang Yuntan asked. Mu Qingtang looked at the gift Jiang Yuntan had given her and nodded. Since you said that, I won't be polite with you anymore. I can continue to help you exchange for dimensional currencies. It won't be too much trouble, and I can earn some money. I have no reason to refuse. The more dimensional currencies she earned, the more she could buy from the system mall. After all, although she was a princess, she couldn't keep spending real gold and silver. If she spent too much, she worried she wouldn't be able to explain herself if her father or mother asked about it. By the way, the emeralds you sent me cannot be directly exchanged for dimensional currencies. Later, I will have someone take them to the pawn shop to exchange for gold and then help you with the conversion. Do you think that will work? Mu Qingtang said suddenly. Of course, that would be great, thank you. Jiang Yuntan's face was full of smiles. That's wonderful. She finally felt the thrill of becoming wealthy overnight. Soon, Mu Qingtang transferred 90% of the dimensional currencies to her, totaling 2,808 dimensional currencies. What a lucky number, as she was all about making money. With only a few minutes left until midnight, Jiang Yuntan recalled the agreement she had just made with Mu Qingtang. She needed to buy enough items to reach 100. She was doing this not for anything else, but to quickly level up. Thinking of the supplies she had collected, she took out 2 large boxes from the 72 boxes of cosmetics in the display case, opened them up, and found they were all small boxes of foundation. However, these foundations were all packaged as gifts with not only the full-size products but also samples, and even included 2 beauty sponges. Everything was complete. She was worried that if guests like the princess bought them, they wouldn't be able to use them. After opening the 2 large boxes of foundation, they occupied an entire display case, totaling 120 units. The selling price remained at 5-dimensional currencies, likely because these items were not easily restockable in the short term. She then listed 100 lighters at a price of 1-dimensional currency each. After completing these tasks, she said to Mu Qingtang, "I have listed some lighters and foundations in the display case. The function of the foundation is similar to that of the powder you use, but I believe this foundation will work better than your powder, at least it won't cake up. However, once this foundation is applied, it may make your face feel a bit moist. You can use your powder to lightly cover it again. The combination will allow your makeup to be more solid." Jiang Yuntan said, then casually opened a bottle to demonstrate for her. After thinking about it, she realized it wasn't right. If the princess bought the foundation and couldn't remove it with plain water, what would happen? So she began searching through the display case of cosmetics and finally found a box of makeup remover wipes, which she also put up for sale. A pack of makeup remover wipes also cost 1-dimensional currency, with a total of 250 packs. Why did this quantity feel like it was mocking her? However, this was surprisingly placed in the display case with the foundation. It seemed the system automatically categorized the foundation and makeup remover wipes into the same category. Mu Qingtang, looking at her fair complexion, appeared flawless and would not have any caking problems. Suddenly, she became interested in this foundation. In front of her, Jiang Yuntan opened a pack of makeup remover wipes and wiped off the foundation on her face before saying, "However, this foundation can only be removed with these wipes. Plain water won't do the trick." Mu Qingtang watched this scene, feeling amazed. She nodded, and before midnight quickly used her 10 purchase opportunities for the day. Jiang Yuntan saw her dimensional currency increase to 27, having gained 30 dimensional currencies. Mu Qingtang purchased 5 bottles of foundation and 5 packs of makeup remover wipes. After she finished shopping, she suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, "Oh, you also listed lighters." "I didn't." Jiang Yuntan nodded calmly. "Mainly because I was worried you wouldn't know what to buy. These lighters are just right. I didn't expect the lighters to only cost 1-dimensional currency. If you have more in the future, feel free to come and trade with me more often." Mu Qingtang smiled, showing no signs of displeasure. It seemed she didn't mind at all that Jiang Yuntan hadn't mentioned the value of the lighters. After all, if it weren't for Jiang Yuntan, she wouldn't have known about such things. "Okay." Jiang Yuntan smiled, understanding her meaning. She suddenly thought of something and reminded her, "I have 5 display cases filled with mystery boxes. You mustn't buy those. Because my warehouse doesn't have enough space to hold them, and since the display cases can stack items, that's why I placed those things inside. At that time I thought no one would buy this kind of thing, as no one knows what is inside. 50-dimensional currencies aren't cheap, so I wanted to warn you in advance to avoid you purchasing something you might regret." She was bold enough to say this because she guessed that Jin Bao was probably not around. She had also noticed that sometimes Jin Bao would disconnect, likely running off to do something else. Mu Qingtang's phoenix eyes sparkled, "So the dimensional display cases can be used like this. It should be possible, I suppose." Jiang Yuntan pursed her lips, feeling a bit shy as she said, "After all, I've already done it this way." She noticed the light in Mu Qingtang's eyes becoming more pronounced. Jiang Yuntan thought, "Oh no, it seems I've led the princess astray." After they chatted for a while, it was already midnight. Jiang Yuntan didn't stand on ceremony, sending the remaining 42 boxes of gold jewelry to her. The 42 boxes contained pre-packaged items, so the gold shouldn't take up much space. Mu Qingtang looked at the 42 boxes on the transaction interface, her eyes twitching. How could she have thought Jiang Yuntan looked like a person without money? Fortunately, she would be recycling the gold for the system and wouldn't have to take out each piece of jewelry one by one. Jiang Yuntan received the dimensional currency transferred by Mu Qingtang, and upon seeing the balance of 36,583 in her account, instinctively opened her mouth wide. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. Haha, I can buy so many things now." She suddenly felt that life was filled with hope. Mu Qingtang somewhat understood her feelings, but not entirely. After all, the money in her account had several more digits than Jiang Yuntan's. She reminded, "I see you still have quite a few jade jewelry pieces, and even some gemstones. I'll have someone pawn them for you tomorrow and exchange them for gold. You should be able to get a good amount of dimensional currency." All right, my dear princess," Qinghe Jiang Yuntan said with a smile. The genuine smile on her beautiful face, radiant like a lotus flower, captivated onlookers. Mu Qingtang raised her wrist, showcasing the peony-patterned watch. No need to thank me again, I really like this watch you gave me. Jiang Yuntan smiled back, as long as you like it. It's getting late, you should rest early. Once I exchange the dimensional currency, I'll transfer it to you directly. Mu Qing. Okay. As a result, she discovered that after Mu Qingtang ended the video call, she didn't forget to buy 10 lighters to help her boost her sales. She already had 37 points. By the latest in 7 days, she could upgrade to a level 2 dimensional merchant and enjoy 100 cubic space. Truly a steady happiness. After closing the video call, with Mu Qingtang, Jiang Yuntan planned to make some purchases. She looked at the 10 shops displayed in front of her and noticed there seemed to be some overlapping dimensions. However, it appeared that they should be from different worlds. After browsing for a while, she felt she didn't need much. In the end, she bought a set of toiletries which included toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, shampoo, and body wash. She also bought a fried chicken bucket and a bag of barbecue. Jiang Yuntan looked at the fried chicken and barbecue appearing in the warehouse, fell silent for a moment, and took out a chicken wing to eat. They say one shouldn't casually browse shopping apps at night. Just as she was about to exit, she discovered that the shop where she bought the toiletries had posted an expandable automatic integrated washing machine. She glanced at the description and found that this washing machine could not only spin dry, but also dry the clothes on its own, and it was divided into sections for underwear, shoes, clothing, and light-colored garments. No detergent was needed, and she could choose her favorite scent to infuse into the clothes. It required no added water as it came with water beads, and the washing machine itself was filled with a large box of them. Most importantly, this washing machine could expand and contract, shrinking down to the size of a palm, allowing it to operate within the warehouse. Indeed, it was high-tech. It was simply too suitable for her, but this washing machine cost 500 dimensional. She recalled that there were still many new clothes in her warehouse and showcase, and without thinking too much, she purchased the washing machine. Although those clothes were said to be new, they still needed to be washed before wearing. Along with the fried chicken she bought, she spent a total of 563 dimensional currency tonight, leaving her with 36,020. While munching on a chicken wing, Jiang Yuntan thought to herself, fortunately, she found such a way to generate income. She casually tossed a few sets of clothes into the washing machine, so she could wear them the next morning. Suddenly, the voice of Jin Bao echoed in her head. Oh, it's late at night, how did you get fried chicken? Where did it come from? I want some too. Jiang Yuntan calmly replied, I bought it, you can't eat it anyway. If you want some, I still have more in my warehouse you can take. Who says I can't eat? If you agree, I can convert the physical items into virtual ones, and then I can eat them. Jiang Yuntan was somewhat curious. She wanted to see, alright then go ahead and eat. If I want to eat, I can just buy more. It was too late, and she didn't want to eat too many fried things. Okay. Jin Bao quickly bit into the aromatic chicken leg, but suddenly realized, and asked, wait, did you strike? Jin Bao checked her points and dimensional currency, suddenly screaming, what did you do to have so much dimensional currency? You're a bit loud, you're disturbing your boss, Jiang Yuntan replied calmly. Don't worry about where my money came from, I'm just rich now. How can I not care? You must have done something big behind my back. Jin Bao said, checking her transaction record. After a long silence, Jin Bao finally spoke. You actually had other dimensional merchants help you sell gold. What do you mean by sell? This is clearly a legitimate transaction process, Jiang Yuntan stated calmly. Isn't it your own rule that the dimension where Mu Qingtang can exchange gold and silver for dimensional currency? Isn't it encouraged for dimensional merchants to engage in linked trades with each other? Isn't the transfer function between friends in the contact list something you set up? A series of questions left Jin Bao speechless. Jin Bao. It seems so. Jiang Yuntan smiled. Then that settles it. And besides, I made money and earned points, which is a good thing for you too. I've leveled up, you should be able to level up too, right? Yes. Jin Bao had to admit that its host was quite clever. This was also why it had been encouraging her to trade and accumulate points to level up. Jiang Yuntan yawned. It's getting late. I'm going to sleep now. By the way, since I prepared supper for you, please help me keep watch tonight. Remember to wake me if there's any danger. You wouldn't want to see your money-making boss get hurt, would you? Oh, and by the way, please wake me up at 7 tomorrow morning. Thank you, dear Jin Bao. Jin Bao looked at the bucket of fried chicken in its hands, suddenly regretting learning this world's common knowledge. Thus it wouldn't know the phrase, eating soft food makes one soft-hearted. After a good night's sleep, Jiang Yuntan dreamed of lying on soft silk with the entire bed made of gold adorned with many large gemstones. Upon waking, Jiang Yuntan washed up and changed into a purple short top, paired with a matching sun protective shirt, black cargo pants, and sports shoes. It was early May and the weather was still somewhat hot. The midday sun was scorching. After thinking for a moment, she decided to apply sunscreen. Before opening the door, Jiang Yuntan put on the red agate bracelet from her space, looking for an opportunity to sever Lin Tingshui's thoughts. Remembering that Youku had already shaved his head, Jiang Yuntan rummaged through her space and found him a dark red. Then she pulled her suitcase and walked out. Youku and Shi Ruoshui were already there. The two signaled her to go to the study to find Shen Higu. After she finished gathering these items, Shen Higui asked, how much space do you have left in your storage? We need to clear some space for gasoline. Otherwise I worry there won't be a place to refuel on the way back. Jiang Yuntan replied honestly, I used 2 buckets of water to wash up last night along with what we used for cooking. I organized it a bit, and now there are still 3 cubic meters left. Shun Hegui thought for a moment, and said, can we use this 3 cubic meters to store gasoline for the team? After all, at this early stage of the apocalypse, gasoline is still relatively easy to find. It may not be the case later on. If you're willing, we can share a larger portion of any future rewards similar to crystal cores with you. Later I will discuss this with Yuku and the others. Jiang Yuntan was somewhat surprised as she thought Shun Hegui was only consulting her and asking for her willingness. She did not expect that he would offer a benefit indicating that he truly respected the original owner. I wonder how the original owner ended up growing up in such a manner under the guidance of Shun Hegui and Shun Fu's style of conduct. Jiang Yuntan felt a bit tempted, but she did not agree immediately. After hesitating for a moment, she said, all right then. Shun Hegui noticed her reaction and a faint smile appeared on his stern face. Jiang Yuntan felt as if his expression conveyed a sense of relief, as if his own child had finally become sensible. It seemed a bit strange to her. Shun Hegui thought for a moment and said, let's go, it's getting late, we should head down. After Jiang Yuntan stepped outside, she saw Lin Tingshua's gaze directed towards her, then landing on Shun Hegui. Although in the original text Lin Tingxue was with Shun Hegui, however now they were not showing any sparks. In the original book, it seemed that the original owner had issues with Lin Tingxue due to her closeness to Shun Hegui. Thus the original owner began to have grievances against Lin Tingxue, targeting her and creating trouble. However, considering the original owner's behavior of pushing Lin Tingxue in front of zombies from Lin Tingshua's perspective, it was quite malicious. Yet Lin Tingxue countered, making the original owner's actions appear not so heinous, but rather foolish. To help his fiancée clean up the mess, Shun Hegui apologized to Lin Tingxue and offered many gifts as compensation. But Lin Tingxue always acted very graciously, saying she did not take it to heart. As time went by, the two gradually became familiar with each other. Moreover, they fought side by side to return to the capital city, even developing a bond through life and death situations, which naturally led to feelings for each other. From her current identity, she certainly did not wish for Lin Tingxue to be with Shun Hegui, because Lin Tingxue harbored hostility toward her unless she cut off contact with the Shun family after returning, otherwise future days would surely be tumultuous. However, by that time she estimated she would be able to protect herself. She decided that now she already had dimensional currency, and she would visit the 10-dimensional shops that appeared every day to see if there was anything suitable for her. As they stepped out of the presidential suite, Jiang Yuntan immediately regained her focus. It was too early to discuss anything. Anyway, judging by Shun Hegui's demeanor, he seemed quite wary of Lin Tingxue and Lin Xian, the two siblings. The group descended from the upper floor, cautiously encountering numerous zombies along the way, all of which were dealt with without exception. She noticed that now in front of Shun Hegui and the others, these low-level zombies seemed like they were serving themselves up as food, each one taken down with a single strike. When they reached the place where they parked last night, they found Xue Zhao and Zhang Yufeng had already raised the cover curtain in front of the vehicle. Shun Hegui approached and knocked on the car window, and Xue Zhao opened the car door. The group knew that today they needed to find a gas station, fill up the gas tank, and take a few bottles of gasoline before they could set off back to the capital city. Thus, each of the three vehicles cleared out a bit of space in their trunks. Chi Ruoxue proactively said, my water system ability can provide some water every day, so everyone doesn't need to conserve as much as before. In that case, we can clear out some space for gasoline as well. Jiang Yufeng was somewhat surprised. You awakened your water system ability. Chi Ruoxue nodded. Yes, when I returned last night, I encountered a group of people, one of whom was a fire system ability user who set Yuzong on fire, and I managed to extinguish the flames. Suddenly, I felt an additional surge of energy within myself, and then I awakened. At that moment, Lin Tingxue suddenly interjected. It seems that when people encounter crises, they can also trigger their potential and awaken their abilities. Jiang Yufeng did not respond to her, nor look at her, merely maintaining a slight smile as he gazed at Yuku, who was leaning on Chi Ruoxue, and said, I didn't expect that in the apocalypse our renowned Yuzong is living off his girlfriend's support. Chi Ruoxue felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. She had majored in literature in college and interned at Yuke's company, ultimately getting to know him through a twist of fate. At that time, she had no idea about Yuke's true identity, thinking he was just a somewhat wealthy young man, and they ended up together unintentionally. Unexpectedly, on her first day as the president's secretary, she saw Yuko. Later, she asked him if he had known all along, to which Yuko explained he only found out the day before. Afterward, she did not change jobs. In the company, she acted as if she were not familiar with Yuko, treating him completely as her superior. Thus, only Yuke's good friends knew about their relationship. Yuko appeared calm, saying, so what? What's wrong with me living off my girlfriend? Fortunately, Ruashue saved me yesterday. Otherwise, I would have probably lost a layer of skin today. One should repay a life-saving grace with their body. His tone carried a hint of pride. Jiang Yuntan chuckled. You're quite proud of yourself. Of course you wanted to live off someone, but couldn't find anyone to do so. I had advised you to find a girlfriend long ago, but you didn't listen. Now you're envious, aren't you? Yuka said. Jiang Yuntan remained in his elegant demeanor. Even if there really is someone, maybe when the apocalypse hits, she might turn into a zombie. Don't say I have to live off her, but it's already good if she doesn't eat me. He had come to the capital city as a specially appointed lawyer for the Shun family to help oversee contracts. Since he came with Shun Hague, he only brought one assistant. However, unfortunately, his assistant turned in. Yuka chuckled awkwardly. You have a point. With a bang, the trunk door was closed. Shun Hague had just dealt with the surrounding zombies and was about to get into the car when he turned around and saw Jiang Yuntan focused on a certain direction. He walked over and said, Yuntan, what are you looking at? Let's go. Jiang Yuntan pointed at a few figures not far away and said, those people who were thrown down from the building last night have turned into zombies. Shun Hague glanced in the direction she pointed. From a distance, he noticed that the heads of those zombies seemed somewhat flattened, yet they still staggered about. Even if they still had a breath left, it was impossible for them to survive after falling from such a height. Yuka, having overheard their conversation, walked over and cursed. What nonsense. They're already dead. How could they turn into zombies? Yufeng, come with me, and let's deal with them together. Shun Hague hesitated for a moment before decisively speaking. I want to see what's going on, Jiang Yuntan said, noticing Shun Hegue's disapproving look. Just don't stray too far from us, Shun Hague replied after a couple of glances. I want joke with my own safety, Jiang Yuntan assured. Lin Tingxue saw that they were originally going to get in the car, but turned back towards the hotel. Feeling a bit strange, she was about to follow when Lin Xian called out to her. Sister, I want to go see what's happening. What's there to see? This isn't a peaceful era, zombies are everywhere. You might run into a powerful one, why stir up trouble? Lin Xian said with a tone of admonishment. If you encounter danger, this brother without any abilities can't save you. Just stay in the car. Whatever happens, we'll find out when they return. Only Lin Tingxue possessed abilities among them. Now Shun Hague has 3 ability users with him. If anything happens to Lin Tingxue without any ability users left, I wonder if Shun Hague would still be willing to leave with them. Hearing his concern for her, Lin Tingxue had no choice but to give up. Meanwhile, Shun Hague and Jiang Yuntan were approaching the hotel building when several zombies charged at them. Shun Hague did not hold back and directly transformed his abilities into a flying knife the size of a bowl, swiftly severing their necks. Jiang Yuntan swung a metal rod, striking the neck of a nearby zombie, bending it, and then snapping it, causing the zombie to collapse. For some reason, she thought that this zombie's bones seemed a bit harder than before. Shun Hague and Jiang Yuntan shielded her, allowing Jiang Yuntan to observe the individuals thrown from the building yesterday. Some of them had been decapitated by Shun Hague, while others had been hit by bullets. Those who had their heads severed did not turn into zombies. However, there were those whose heads had been largely chewed off by zombies with only the mouth to neck portion remaining, and they also did not become zombies. Yet others had their limbs gnawed almost completely off with their heads intact, but they still turned into zombies. One zombie, now legless, could only crawl on the ground, making a hissing sound as it approached them. In the next moment, it was slain by Shun Hague. Even one person's head had been crushed by a quarter, yet they still turned into a zombie and had just been dealt with by Jiang Yuntan. Shun Hague gazed at the individuals who had already died yesterday and now transformed into moving zombies, his expression inscrutable. If they hadn't happened to decapitate that Lai Gu yesterday, would they encounter a zombie with fire abilities today? Jiang Yuntan couldn't help but ask Shingu if those who fell from the building can turn into zombies, will those who have already died and still have their bodies also become zombies? It's hard to say, but it seems there isn't a lack of possibility. However, those who have lost their heads appear not to have turned into zombies. Shun Hague raised his hand to point. Jiang Yuntan followed his gesture, but immediately noticed Jiang Yuntan's contemplative expression. He casually asked, Yunnan, what are you thinking? Jiang Yuntan slowly replied, I'm thinking that since they can turn into zombies, do zombies also have abilities? In the future, as they continue to level up, might they regain the consciousness they had before becoming zombies? After all, didn't someone mention that the powerful zombie leveled up? When we observed its movements, it did seem more agile than ordinary zombies, and it appeared to understand our work. If their brains are still intact, could they really regain their former consciousness? If a zombie levels up to a higher tier and regains its consciousness, would it seek revenge on its enemies? Jiang Yuntan was momentarily taken aback by her reasoning. You make a valid point, but it's not impossible. From now on, whether human or zombie, always remember to decapitate, Shun Hague said, casting one last glance at the defeated zombies. Though it may seem extreme, it's better to eliminate future troubles. He then looked at Jiang Yuntan with admiration in his voice. Fortunately, you noticed these individuals this time. Otherwise, it would have been hard for us to discover this matter. And it's thanks to my good eyesight, Jiang Yuntan suddenly remembered. By the way, if we have a chance, we can find a few binoculars. No need, there are some in the car, Shin Hague explained. When we were looking for guns earlier, we also found binoculars and took them along. Alright, let's head back. Also, don't speak of this matter for now. You phone when you get in the car, mention this to Yuku. We need to inform Shuizhao. I'm worried Jiang Yuntan might not understand my implications, he continued directly. If one day we find ourselves unable to handle the situation, this would be a backup plan for us. Jiang Yuntan thought to herself. That was quite straightforward. Seeing Shun Hague's gaze fall on her, she realized he was speaking directly to her. So she nodded. Soon the group arrived beside the vehicles, and each got into their respective cars. Before getting in, Jiang Yuntan pretended to take a rice ball from her backpack and handed it to Jiang Yufeng. Once she got in the car, she also gave one to Shuizhao. Lin Tingxue in the other car breathed a sigh of relief when she saw them return empty-handed. She had originally thought they discovered something valuable, but it turned out they hadn't. Shun Hague drove in front, heading towards the gas station in the direction of Jing City. Looking out of the car window at the scenery passing by, she could still see someone being chased by zombies. After about an hour, the three cars finally spotted a gas station. Jiang Yuntan, seated in the back row, took the binoculars to look ahead and saw a group of people inside the gas. There are about 16 or 17 people over there, mostly men, and they seem to be crowding around a bald man with a flower tattoo who is wearing a gold chain. They have parked several vehicles, one of which is a truck. However, it doesn't look like they are there to refuel. Rather, it seems like they intend to seize the gas station. Shun Hague watched her articulate the situation in front of them and instinctively glanced back at her. The woman appeared calm and composed, exuding an aura of clarity. It had been a long time since he had seen her like this. Could it really be due to the influence of her college classmates? He remembered she had a friend, and once he had stumbled upon that girl telling Yuntan in front of her to hold on to him tightly. She was warned not to let any other girls near him, lest those women threaten her position, ultimately leading to her being cast out of the Shin family and left with nothing. Later, he promised her that neither he nor his father would ever cast her out of their home, no matter what happened. However, she clearly did not believe him, continuing to act as she always had. As Shun Hague pondered, he picked up the intercom and informed the people in the other two cars of the situation, asking whether they intended to proceed or find another route. Lin Xian, hearing this, looked at the men across from them, who appeared fierce and intimidating, clearly not to be trusted. He glanced at the fuel gauge in his car, noting they could still travel over 200 kilometers. He said, although there are 9 of us, half are girls. We might be fine, but I'm concerned that Ting Shui and the others could suffer. Perhaps we should avoid them. The girls in their group don't seem to be in a good situation. Hearing this, Jiang Yuntan focused her binoculars on the 3 girls, whose vacant stares revealed their fear. Their bodies bore bruises and marks. She wasn't naive and could guess what they had endured. The apocalypse had just begun, and while some had not turned into zombies, they had become beasts. Shin Hague checked the fuel tank in the car, noting they could travel another 300 kilometers. He then asked Yuko, learning that their fuel would also last until the next gas station. After discussing, the 3 cars decided to steer clear of them. Their current goal was to return safely to the capital city as soon as possible. Thus, there was no need to provoke unnecessary trouble. Moreover, seeing how they treated the women in their group, it was unlikely they would be willing to talk things out. In the vehicle, Lin Tingxi's eyes were filled with anxiety after hearing their decision. She recalled that in her past life, Jiang Yuntan and the others had rescued Xiao Qingming near this gas station. Xiao Qingming, a soil-based ability user, was grateful for Jiang Yuntan's life-saving assistance, and enamored by her beauty, became her loyal follower, often sharing the treasures he found with her. But now that they had decided to avoid this place, how could that be? She was still hoping to seize that life-saving favor. Who wouldn't be tempted by a future powerful ability user? Moreover, Xiao Qingming had treated Jiang Yuntan well out of gratitude for saving his life. So if she was the one to save Xiao Qingming, wouldn't it be only natural for him to return those benefits to her? Seeing that they were about to leave the direction of the gas station, Lin Tingxue picked up the binoculars and glanced at the gas station, seeing several tormented women. She said with compassion, I see some women in there who are being tortured. Shouldn't we help them? As fellow women, I truly cannot bear to see them suffer such inhumane torment. If in the future any of us encounter similar situations, I would certainly hope someone would come to my rescue. At that moment, Lin Xian and Xia Chujing in the car were stunned after hearing her words. Lin Tingxue pressed the intercom as she spoke. Thus at that moment, Shun Hague and Yuke's group heard Lin Tingxue's words. The 3 cars fell into a deep silence. Jiang Yuntan rolled her eyes in exasperation, but chose not to say anything. She knew that someone as rational as Shun Hague would certainly not agree to Lin Tingxue's request. Furthermore, Lin Xian, being someone without abilities, would be even less likely to agree. Lin Xian was not someone without principles or boundaries when it came to doting on his sister. On the contrary, he was extremely afraid of death. He was the first to suggest avoiding the situation. Seeing that no one from Shun Hegwa's side spoke up, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, Tingxue, why don't you think about what you're saying? We go to save people. We might just be delivering ourselves to them. They outnumber us and might have awakened special abilities. Oh, why should we risk ourselves for people we don't even know? As Lin Xian spoke, his tone became increasingly impatient. If it weren't for her abilities, he would have directly told her to go save them if she wanted. Brother, but they really look very pitiful. Think about it, if we girls encounter such situations in the future, we would certainly hope someone would come to our rescue, right? Perhaps if we save them this time, next time, when we face such situations, someone will come to save us. Her words seemed reasonable, but they felt wrong to hear. Jiang Yuntan could no longer listen and couldn't help but interject. No, if you want to make a comparison, just use yourself as an example, but don't involve us. What do you mean we might encounter such situations? You want to encounter them, or we don't. I've seen people curse others, but never seen anyone curse themselves. Qi Ruoxue also chimed in. I don't quite understand what Miss Lin is saying either. If you can't bear to see it, you can go save them yourself. Oh, we just want to ensure our safety. As long as one isn't foolish, they can see that those people are not to be trifled with and have no morals. Since they haven't provoked them, why should they go stir the pot? Just as Lin Tingxue was about to stand on her moral high ground to condemn them, Shun Hegui spoke up. His voice was low as he said, we need to steer clear. If you want to save someone, you can go by yourself. If it were possible, he would wish to save everyone in this apocalypse. Perhaps many could be spared from disaster. Upon hearing this, the words Lin Tingxue had prepared were caught in her throat, unable to be spoken, yet she was unwilling to swallow them. Her expression was anxious. If they didn't go to this gas station, could she still rescue Qiao Qingming and make him useful to her? Perhaps Qiao Qingming was locked up in that gas station right now. Lin Xian, seeing her distressed expression, said with dissatisfaction, what are you doing? You weren't someone who would take risks for unrelated people before. Lin Tingxue lowered her gaze, concealing her expression, and said helplessly, I just feel sad seeing them treated so inhumanely. To shape her kind-hearted image, Lin Tingxue continuously held the walkie-talkie in her hand. These words also reached the ears of Shun Hegui and Yuku. Jiang Yuntan held the binoculars and turned to glance at the situation inside the gas station. The women there bore many marks of intimacy. They were either wearing short skirts or halter shorts. However, the men did not immediately assault them. Lin Tingxue merely cast a few glances and felt pity for how inhumanely they were being treated. No, she believed there was likely something Lin Tingxue desired inside the gas station. Otherwise, why would she insist on going there? Seeing Shun Hegui's disapproval and his displeased tone, Lin Tingxue silently refrained from repeating her previous comments. The three vehicles continued to drive towards the side road, intending to make a turn and leave. As they reached another intersection, they found the way ahead blocked by several vehicles, along with various tables, chairs, and sunshades piled up at the shop entrances, and many iron nails scattered on the ground. It was evident that someone had deliberately blocked this area. Through the gaps, they could see numerous zombies wandering on the other side of the obstacles. Clearly, it was unrealistic to think they could move all those obstacles aside. Shin Hegui looked at the map and said the closest route to Jing City is this one. If we detour well past through the city center and several bustling areas, even residential districts, and we will definitely encounter many zombies. There is a smaller road nearby, but it's blocked off here, and that small road might also be sealed off by them. Since this road is blocked, the only way to get through is to pass by the gas station. Thus it was clear who had sealed off. Jiang Yuntan listened and leaned forward to take a look at Shun Hegui's map. She discovered that the road they were on was close to the coast. At the same time, it also served as a main road in the city frequented by many transport vehicles. In fact, if one wanted to leave Haishur for other cities, this was the quickest and most convenient highway. Jiang Yuntan whispered, they can't be waiting there just to pick off passing people, can they? But why? Aren't there still many supplies in Haishur? With so many of them, they should be able to gather a lot if they wanted to collect supplies, right? Since they chose to be here, they must have ulterior motives, but what could those motives be? Just to rob passing vehicles? Most people leaving Haishur would bring ample supplies, but surely those supplies would be more than they could gather from the supermarkets and grain markets in the city. Shin Hegui spoke, we'll find out what they want soon enough. They probably see this place as far from the city center if they are not after wealth, then their intentions must be something far more unsettling. As they turned back onto the original road, the gas station finally came into their view. Jiang Yuntan raised the binoculars and happened to meet the gaze of one of the individuals there. It was unclear if he had noticed her, but she quietly shifted the binoculars away. She composed herself and said, it seems they have already guessed we would come back. They are over there waiting for us. Shin Hegui took the binoculars from her and said, don't shoot inside the gas station. We don't want to blow things up or it could lead to our downfall. I understand, Jiang Yuntan replied, while opening the dimensional shop window to refresh the 10-dimensional merchants that would appear today. This was the first time she felt that the individuals there were dangerous since arriving in the apocalypse. Even the fire element ability user from before hadn't given her this feeling. She trusted her instincts, so she sought to find something that could ensure her safety. Fortunately, she found a defensive talisman in one of the windows capable of withstanding one attack from a Foundation establishment cultivator. She thought to herself, even if there really were ability users among them, the apocalypse had only just begun for less than 10 days. No matter how much they leveled up, they couldn't have reached the strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator, right? After all, she had read in novels that Foundation establishment cultivators were quite formidable, able to fly with swords. A defensive talisman cost 1,000 dimensional coins, and there were 5 of them in the window. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuntan purchased all 5. Then she quietly placed one in her left pocket and another in her right pocket. After completing these actions, she finally sighed in relief. As for whether to share with Shun Hague and the others, no way. If she brought these out, how would she explain it? Besides, Shun Hague as the male lead could surely defeat that group. She managed to save her own life. How could that not count as helping Shun Hague? When the vehicles were less than 50 meters from the gas station, Shun Hague instructed everyone to stop. He said into the walkie-talkie, there should be more than the 10 or so people we see. Oh, let's not rush in. Let's observe the situation from here. We have been out for a while. You all should eat something first. If a fight breaks out later, it will be good to have some energy restored beforehand. Everyone felt that Shun Hegue's suggestion was reasonable and took out their food to eat. At the gas station, a group had already prepared for the arrival of the 3 vehicles. They had even set up roadblocks to stop them at the gas station. But why weren't the 3 vehicles moving? One man, thin as a bamboo pole, asked the heavily tattooed man beside him, Chang'e, why aren't they coming over? Chang'e shot him a fierce look. How would I know? They're probably scared. Just wait. Since they have come here, it means they intend to leave. If they want to leave, they can only pass through here unless they are willing to go through the city. Chang'e looked at the 3 luxury cars not far away, licking his lips, his eyes shining with excitement. Those rich people used to look down on us and treated us with disdain. Now it's time for them to experience the taste of being taught a lesson by those they despise. The previous people we tormented were too ordinary. Now we have some rich kids from affluent families. Their tender skin and flesh will surely be more delicious than those we caught before. At that moment, a short and stout man behind him said, I wonder if there are any wealthy young ladies inside. Oh, I've never had one before. A couple of days ago we caught a small star, but she was of ordinary origin. Chang'e gave him a deep look. The short and stout man immediately said, even if there are any, they will surely let you enjoy them first, boss. A group was already prepared to lure them in. However, unexpectedly, after more than 20 minutes, the 3 luxury cars remained motionless. Over here, Jiang Yuntan and the others have already eaten and drunk their fill. Jiang Yuntan noticed Shun Hegue's calm demeanor and asked, should we not go over? They seem to have no reaction at all. Are we going to remain at a stalemate here forever? Shun Hegue fiddled with his handgun, saying, don't worry, they will come to us. Right now they have their sights set on us. We shouldn't be the ones losing our patience first. He continued, we will need to rest on the way, so resting here in advance won't make much difference. It won't take much time. Shun Hegue didn't mind clarifying further. If we turn back, there are other routes we could take, but it would be a hassle. Now we just have to see if they are determined to feast upon us, the sheep in their eyes. Suddenly Shun Hegue seemed to recall something. I remember now, the leader is named Zhang Chong. Before the apocalypse, he was a psychopathic killer who enjoyed torturing and killing indiscriminately regardless of age or gender, and he particularly liked to consume children, even the afterbirth. Shui Zhao spoke up at this moment. Isn't that the one who brutally dissected pregnant women for their afterbirth? Yes. Shun Hegue spoke with a tone of caution. Turning to Jiang Yuntan, he said, if you're scared, just stay hidden. If a fight breaks out, I might not be able to look after you. Jiang Yuntan nodded, hurriedly, unable to understand why she, a fresh university graduate, found herself caught up in this chaos, while others were skilled agents or doctors with extraordinary abilities. As this thought arose, she suddenly recalled Jin Bao's words, who told you to stay up late reading novels? If she could go back, she would definitely ensure to sleep early and wake early, maintaining a regular schedule. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuntan quietly touched the defensive talisman in her pocket, feeling a bit more at ease. Shun Hegue informed the others in the 2 vehicles about Zhang Chong being a psychopathic killer. In Lin Xian's vehicle, the usually quiet Xia Chujing couldn't help but speak up. Shui, it's a good thing we didn't rashly listen to you and go save those people just now. That Zhang Chong is a psychopath. We might end up not only failing to rescue them, but also putting ourselves in danger. Lin Tingshu's expression stiffened. She had no idea who they were dealing with in her previous life, because she and Jiang Yuntan had not been caught by zombies before they left much earlier without encountering Zhang Chong and his group. All she knew was that when Jiang Yuntan and the others rested here later, she and Shun Hegue had gone to scout the surroundings, and then they brought back the injured Xiao Qingming. But this time it seemed many things were different. Facing Xia Chujing's accusations, Lin Tingshu showed no sign of guilt on her face. But don't we still have to pass in front of them? In the end, we still have to confront them. Xia Chujing noticed her expression wasn't good and fell silent. The two groups remained at an impasse, but Zhang Chang was becoming increasingly restless. A short stout man said, "Brother Chang, why don't we just go over? They aren't coming to us, and we can't just—" Zhang Chang glanced at him and replied, "Let me think. If they aren't coming, they probably guessed we are not to be tried." But as soon as he said this, Zhang Chang noticed the three vehicles were showing signs of starting up, and he quickly commanded, "Fatty, take some people and chase after them. Tell them they can trade supplies for gasoline with us." "Got it." The stout man immediately signaled a few others to ride their motorcycles and chase after them. Moments later, several motorcycles screeched to a halt in front of Shen Hegui's vehicle. Seeing this, Jiang Yuntan quietly moved back a bit. Well, Shen Hegui had indeed predicted this. If they saw the others trying to leave, those people would definitely not be able to sit still. It seemed the other side was determined to set their sights on them. Shen Hegui exchanged glances with Xue Zhao as they rolled down the windows. In the next second, Shen Hegui said to Jiang Yuntan, "Yuntan, see if you can hit one." "Okay." Jiang Yuntan instantly understood his meaning and rolled down her window halfway, just enough for her to fire a shot. The stout man, seeing a vehicle rolling down its window, thought they were going to negotiate and eagerly walked over, running his hand through his hair. In the next second, a bullet pierced through his forehead and his stout body collapsed with a thud. The other three companions also fell to the ground within 2 to 3 seconds. With no one to control the motorcycles, they toppled over, making a loud crash. Jiang Yuntan felt a surge of pride in her heart as she realized she could hit the target. It seemed she had a talent for shooting. Earlier, Shen Hegui had fired twice, and she and Xue Zhao each took a shot, successfully taking out their targets. "Not bad," Shen Hegui praised. Jiang Yuntan nodded in agreement. "I think it's quite good too." A hint of a smile unconsciously appeared on the man's cold face. Inside the gas station, those waiting to see the show, anticipating the stout man's trickery, were startled by upon seeing the stout man and his companions killed Zhang Chang, smashed the glass cup in his hand, shattering it into pieces on the ground. He viciously said, "How dare they?" Zhang Chang picked up a firearm beside him that was longer than his arm and walked towards Shen Hegui and the others, followed by a group of people that appeared to be no less than 15. Jiang Yuntan understood that some of those people had come out from indoors. Thus there were far more than the 10 or so they had seen earlier. Shen Hegui took the walkie-talkie and instructed Yu Ku and Lin Xian to get ready. Yu Ke's vehicle had 2 handguns that he had quietly given them before departure. While Lin Xian was not his responsibility, he didn't listen to him anyway. Who told them that Lin Xian wasn't there when they found the guns? Zhang Chang strode over aggressively, followed by a group of armed individuals. He knew some in the group were not entirely loyal to him. They were merely following him because he had awakened his abilities. Therefore, he dared not arm them with firearms, fearing they might turn on him one day. But he didn't believe those rich kids had many firearms to begin with. To prevent their escape, Zhang Chang directly aimed at Shen Hegui's vehicle and fired several shots at their tires, his single eyelid gleaming with excitement. But in the next second, his expression froze. The bullets he had fired suddenly hung in midair, and then to their astonished gaze flew back toward them. Seeing the bullet approaching his forehead, Zhang Chang hurriedly activated his ability, using lightning to knock the bullet down. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, several screams suddenly rang out beside him. Several of his brothers had fallen. The ability user. A thought emerged in Zhang Chang's mind. Before he could ponder for long, a multitude of bullets flew towards their direction. Zhang Chang couldn't bother with making threats. He picked up his gun and opened fire at them. He did not believe that the enemy's ability users could intercept all the bullets. However, unexpectedly, all the bullets fired were returned in the same bizarre manner as before shooting back. Zhang Chang looked at the dwindling bullets in his gun, turned and tossed it to the bespectacled man beside him. Then he gathered 2 balls of lightning in his hands and hurled them towards the 2 vehicles. Shen Hegui used 2 metal shields to block his lightning balls, resulting in a tremendous explosion upon impact. Yu Ku and the others also got out of the car to help, grabbing their weapons and charging towards Zhang Chang's subordinates. Jiang Yuntan, witnessing the collision of the 2 ability users, deeply felt the power of abilities once again. Shen Hegui and Xue Zhao advised her not to go down, so she simply shot at the enemies from the car window. But once Yu Ku and the others joined the fray, she put her gun away, worried about accidentally injuring her own people. Jiang Yuntan observed the confrontation between the 2 ability users, and then looked at the lightning balls flickering in Zhang Chang's hands. A thought suddenly sprang up in her mind. She leaned forward, grabbed the intercom from the passenger seat, and said, "Sister Ruoxue, can you hear me?" Chi Ruoxue, seeing the intercom light up, quickly took it and replied, "Yes, what is it?" Jiang Yuntan continued, "Water seems to conduct electricity. Sister Ruoxue, why don't you try using your ability to throw some water on that tattooed guy?" "Okay, I will try," Chi Ruoxue answered. Meanwhile, Shen Hegui was in a stalemate with Zhang Chang. Wherever Zhang Chang's lightning struck, his shield was right there to block it. Zhang Chang thought the other side could only keep defending, unaware that Shun Hugwai was studying his moves, not noticing that his subordinates were dwindling. Suddenly, as he was gathering his abilities, a puddle of water splashed through his hand, drenching the area around his. Zhang Chang's body convulsed as electricity spread from his hand throughout his body, causing his movements to slow and become stiff. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Hugwai swiftly delivered a fatal blow, severing his head. Indeed, the bones of ability users are harder than those of ordinary people. He exerted 3 times more strength than usual. When Zhang Chang's head rolled to the ground, his body continued to convulse for a while. The bespectacled man was momentarily stunned to see Zhang Chang dealt with so easily. The next moment he was struck unconscious by the swift Yukasun, ceasing to breathe. Once the electricity in Zhang Chang's body subsided, Shun Hugwai approached him and confirmed there was no more electrical current. Just as he hesitated, Lin Tingshu walked over. Shun Hugwai noticed, but said nothing, as he too was curious about what Lin Tingshu intended to do. Lin Tingshu took out a dagger and sliced open Zhang Chang's forehead, extracting a faint purple crystal core. It was only the size of a soybean, yet it glimmered in the sunlight, devoid of the murkiness typical of zombie crystal cores. Lin Tingshu pulled out a tissue from her pocket, placed the faint purple crystal core on it, and handed it to Shun Hugwai, saying, "I wanted to see if ability users also have cores like zombies, and I was surprised to find one here. This is your spoils of war. Naturally, it belongs to you," Lin Tingshu said with a smile that bloomed like a flower under the sunlight, as if a filter had been cast over her. Shun Hugwai gazed deeply at her and politely said, "Thank you." Yet that strange feeling in his heart resurfaced. Lin Tingshu seemed to know everything and appeared very familiar with these matters, as if she had done this a million times. Jiang Yuntan watched Lin Tingshu's actions from the side, and her mind began to calculate. What followed next left her utterly stunned. Lin Tingshu suggested, "It seems we need to behead these people, who otherwise I worry they might turn into zombies. Only by decapitating them can we avoid such a result." "Yes, thanks to Miss Lin's reminder," Shun Hugwai responded calmly, yet his heart was turbulent. This was something they had only discovered earlier that morning, yet Lin Tingshu seemed remarkably familiar with it. Yu Ku and the others were clever. They exchanged glances and tacitly refrained from asking why. It was Lin Xian who inquired, "Aren't they already dead? How could they turn into zombies?" "Recently deceased individuals aren't cold, yet there's a chance they could still become zombies," Lin Tingshu explained, not knowing how to clarify further, so she quickly fabricated an excuse. "This is something I observed one night when the apocalypse first descended. I couldn't sleep and took a telescope to observe everything I saw. However, I hadn't given it much thought until now that I actually remembered." Yuka said speechlessly, "Such an important matter, and you didn't mention it when we encountered those ability users last." Lin Tingshu bit her lip, explaining, "I thought you all were just going to dispose of them after beating them up, so I didn't take it to heart." Shun Hugwai interrupted their conversation, saying, "Since that's the case, let's take action." Thus the group divided their roles, swiftly executing their tasks to sever the enemies in half. Jiang Yuntan reflected on Lin Tingshu's earlier words, guessing that Lin Tingshu's remark about wanting to save people had caused a backlash, which was why she sought to express herself today, revealing these matters. She touched the red jade bracelet on her wrist, feeling a bit more at ease. Fortunately, she had prepared an extra layer of caution, since Lin Tingshu was reborn and knew that the blood jade bracelet was a treasure. However, judging by Lin Tingshu's demeanor, she likely did not know its exact nature. Therefore, she aimed to have Lin Tingshu shatter the blood jade bracelet before everyone's eyes, shattering Lin Tingshu's own expectations as well. She had previously wondered why the original host, as a tool for granting golden fingers, did not possess the blood jade bracelet as a family heirloom, but rather it belonged to the Shin family. It seemed that it was meant to make readers think Lin Tingshu's act of stealing the blood jade bracelet was not moral. After all, Lin Tingshu and Shun Hugwai had mutual affection and would eventually be together, so it was only natural for the Shun family's jade bracelet to be in Lin Tingshu's possession. Jiang Yuntan once again touched the jade bracelet on her hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizing her morals weren't that noble. In any case, since the blood jade bracelet was in her possession, now she would graciously accept it. After the group resolved the subsequent matters and ensured there were no loose ends, they headed in the direction of the gas. Soon the vehicle stopped at the gas station, and they noticed 8 or 9 men nervously staring at them, contemplating whether to charge directly or to talk things over. Unexpectedly, just as Shun Hugwai and the other men got out of the car, they charged at them with weapons. The few individuals were momentarily stunned. Some wielded wooden sticks, while others brandished daggers. But soon they realized that any metal objects they had not secured tightly slipped from their grasp, leaving only 3 of them with weapons. Jiang Yuntan could not help but fix her gaze on Shun Hugwai upon witnessing this scene. Were their weapons being controlled by Shun Hugwai's metal-based abilities? So this is how metal abilities can be utilized. The men panicked and were quickly subdued by Shun Hugwai and the others. 8 or 9 of them crouched on the ground, holding their heads, their mouths filled with pleas for mercy. We were forced to stay here by Zhang Chong. Their wrongdoings have little to do with us. We were coerced into participating in their activities. Yes, when they came looking for trouble, it was solely Zhang Chong's decision and had nothing to do with us. Like you, we were also detained here by them and forced to join their ranks. If we had refused, they would have killed us, so we could only endure humiliation and bear the burden of remaining here. We didn't intend to fight with you. We originally wanted to negotiate peacefully. The group spoke in a rush, hoping to persuade Shen Hegui and the others to let them go. Shen Hegui observed them. Xue Zhao and Jiang Yufeng entered the gas station to investigate, while Lin Tingxue, seemingly lost in thought, followed suit. Jiang Yuntan scanned the area and noticed there were no zombies nearby, likely having been cleared out by Zhang Chong and his men. She recalled the defense talisman in her pocket and walked towards several parked fuel tankers. Noticing her movements, Shen Hegui advised, "Be cautious. If anything happens, remember to shout for help." Jiang Yuntan nodded and turned to leave. As she approached, she discovered several zombie corpses lying about, presumably cleared by Zhang Chong's group. 2 fuel tankers were parked here alongside a large truck carrying barrels of gasoline. She roughly estimated that each barrel contained 200 liters, and there were about 50 barrels on the truck. Jiang Yuntan glanced at a nearby warehouse and noticed the door was merely wrapped in chains. Peering inside, she saw it housed no less than 100 barrels of gasoline. After confirming there were no zombies inside, she quickly unlocked the chains and entered. Then at the fastest speed, she gathered all the gasoline barrels. Upon exiting and noticing no one had approached, she also collected the gasoline barrels from the truck. Seeing the 250 barrels of gasoline in the spatial window, she smiled with satisfaction. Although the number didn't sound very appealing, she now had gasoline. With so many barrels in the warehouse, it seemed she had coincidentally caught them just after they had restocked, not to mention the 2 fuel tankers. Jiang Yuntan felt a bit uneasy and decided to store the truck that had been carrying the gasoline barrels into the spatial window as well. This was great. The spatial window had given the truck the same price as the gasoline barrels, 50 spatial coins each, which added up to quite a sum. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Jean Bao jumped out. "Oh, what random stuff have you stuffed into the window? Look at your spatial window. It has everything, yet it all seems quite impractical. You're a merchant from the apocalyptic realm, yet it feels like you're just picking up trash every day." Jiang Yuntan retorted, "Isn't gasoline useful as an energy source? If it weren't, why would it sell for 50 spatial coins instead of just 1? Jean Bao's voice immediately weakened, "But everyone else is selling specialties from their realms. Well, like the pastries and fabrics in Mu Qingtang's window, or even fruits and jewelry. Does our realm lack any of these?" Jiang Yuntan countered. Jean Bao fell silent for a moment before replying, "You do have a point." But it quickly recovered. "Fine, let's forget about the gasoline barrels, but why did you even include the truck? We don't even know how long it has been used. It could be a secondhand truck." Jiang Yuntan responded nonchalantly. "Perhaps someone will buy dozens of barrels of gasoline from me and need a vehicle to transport them." "All right, you make a valid argument." Jiang Yuntan detected a hint of helplessness in its tone, but she said quite sternly, "You have questioned my decisions several times already, and I hope you will refrain from doing so in the future. Since you chose me in the first place, you should trust my decisions. At the very least, the points and spatial coins in my account are genuine, and you must believe that I can effectively utilize the spatial system." As she spoke, Jiang Yuntan softened her tone. "In the future, when I have surplus apocalyptic realm specialties, I will definitely put them up for sale. Right now, our most crucial task is not to sell anything, but first to have something to sell and ensure we can actually sell it." Upon hearing her words, Jean Bao suddenly felt enlightened. It repeatedly agreed, "Boss, you're absolutely right." Jiang Yuntan smiled silently at its excited demeanor. "It's easy to coax a child. It's quite nice." Jiang Yuntan glanced at the seemingly flawless warehouse, clapped her hands, and turned to leave. As for the words she had just said to Jean Bao, they were merely to placate it. She secretly hoped no one would buy the supplies stored in her window. She needed to upgrade quickly. Once her space expanded, she wouldn't have to worry about insufficient room and occupying the window's position. She didn't want to collect the 2 fuel tankers. It was just that they had been standing in a position where they could see these tankers. If she took them, it would be hard to explain. Soon Jiang Yuntan returned to the spot where Shen Hegui was. At that moment, Lin Tingxue walked out with a disappointed expression, followed by Xue Zhao and Jiang Yufeng, who looked equally at a loss. Xue Zhao's expression was grim. "Mr. Shen, we should just kill them all. It's not that there's no food, but they have resorted to eating two-legged sheep, with even children among them. They not only abuse women, but have even spared no children." Hearing his words, Jiang Yuntan felt a wave of goosebumps rising on her skin. Such madness. The apocalypse had only just begun, and they were already committing such inhumane acts. Shen Hegui glanced at the men crouching on the ground, his voice deep as he stated, "Then let them go. Leaving them alive would only bring future troubles." As soon as he finished speaking, not long after, the men who had been crouching on the ground fell silent. Shinhague instructed, quickly load the gasoline and leave here. Also inform the people inside that Zhang Chong and his men are dead and they should hurry and leave. The stench of blood was strong. Who knows when the zombies would arrive? Jiang Yuntan noticed his careful consideration and chose not to say anything further. As capable as one may be, one can only take on tasks that match their abilities. Whether it is deemed selfish or not, she could only prioritize her own safety at this moment. It is often said in the apocalypse, the first to fall must be the saintly. This statement may be somewhat absolute, yet it holds a kernel of truth. When one's abilities are not sufficiently strong, it is best not to test human nature. Soon some of them went to look for any available barrels of gasoline, while others went to refuel the vehicle. Jiang Yuntan's car was being refueled by Shui Zhao, while she and Shun Hegui searched for barrels of gasoline or any containers that could hold gasoline. Shun Hegui walked over to her and asked, "How did it go? Did you find anything when you went over there?" Jiang Yuntan shook her head calmly. There were only 2 fuel tankers. The warehouse was empty. However, I can't say whether the fuel tankers have gasoline inside. I'm not familiar with this stuff, but their tires are indeed flattened. She certainly could not claim that they did have gasoline. In truth, she could have said it, as there were just a few barrels, as she had filled her remaining space with 2 cubic meters of barreled oil. She just needed to take a few barrels of gasoline out from her space. But who would believe that there were only a few barrels of gasoline in a warehouse? She certainly didn't believe it herself, and she didn't like leaving herself with any incriminating evidence or flaws, so she simply said there was none. There should be some, but we can't take it with us. Let's see if there are any ready-made barrels of gasoline first, Shinhagui said calmly. The 2 entered the gas station, observing that the once neatly arranged shelves had been moved with the items on the shelves taken down and set aside. Through the shelves, Jiang Yuntan and Shun Hegui spotted a woman isolated behind them, her exposed skin covered in bruises. Upon seeing them enter, her eyes filled with fear and wariness. Jiang Yuntan glanced around and found that apart from some food and supplies, there was nothing particularly noteworthy here. As for food in her space, whether in her own or in the vehicle, there was no room left. Thus neither of them had the desire to take food. What they were looking for now was only gasoline. After a round of searching, they discovered there were no gasoline barrels here and decided to check other places. As they passed by the women surrounded by shelves, Jiang Yuntan unconsciously stopped in her tracks. She said, "All the people outside have been dealt with. You can take the supplies here and leave quickly, or you won't know when the..." After saying that, she did not linger and pulled Shun Hegui along as they left. Upon reaching the next room, they found Lin Tingxue and Lin Xian already there, each holding 2 gasoline barrels. Jiang Yuntan took a look and saw that they were holding 50-liter barrels likely prepared by the staff and left here. Lin Tingxue spoke first. "There are about 10 more barrels inside. You can go get them." Shun Hegui acknowledged her with a nod, signaling Jiang Yuntan to follow him over. Lin Xian muttered in dissatisfaction, "Why did you say so much to them? I think these 4 barrels of gasoline won't be enough for us. I was planning to go back for another round later." Lin Tingxue replied, "Big brother, no matter how much we take, if they run out of gasoline later, we'll still have to stop and wait for them. And it's not like there won't be other gas stations ahead. Once we reach the next gas station and free up space in the vehicle, we can take more then. Besides, this gas station is so small, even if we don't say anything, they will look for it. It's better to do them a favor since there are empty barrels over there, and once they take theirs we can go fill up again." "All right then," Lin Xian said, letting out a sigh. But it seemed she had a point. He realized he had been too impatient lately. In the past, he would have understood such a simple reasoning. Jiang Yuntan and Shun Hegui looked at the visible barrels of oil in front of them, neither showing any intention to put the barrels into their space. Shun Hegui glanced around, suggesting she take the empty barrels stacked over there, intending to use the oil gun to fill them up and bring them along. Jiang Yuntan understood his meaning and filled about 10 empty barrels into her space, 1 50-liter barrel packing her remaining space to the brim. Then, under Shun Hegui's gesture, she took 2 empty barrels with one hand as she stepped outside. Once they reached the side of the vehicle, she handed the empty barrels to Yu Ku and the others, letting them fill them up with gasoline. This way they wouldn't have to take out the barrels from inside like Shun Hegui did, since they were quite heavy. Lin Tingxue could carry one with each hand, probably because her abilities had enhanced her physique. Or did Lin Tingxue train after her rebirth? If Lin Tingxue was reborn before the apocalypse, why did she come to Haishur with Lin Xian, knowing that it would arrive? Wouldn't it be safer to stay in the capital of Jing City? Unless Lin Tingxue had a compelling reason to come to Haishur. Jiang Yuntan pondered subconsciously, touching the red jade bracelet on her wrist. Was it because of this golden finger? Or was it to maintain the camaraderie of fighting alongside Shun Hegui? If Lin Tingxue was indeed reborn, then why wasn't it mentioned in the book? And what had happened in Lin Tingxue's previous life, before her rebirth? She always felt that if she understood these things, many questions would find their answers, yet now it remained a tangled fog. Lin Tingxue stood not far away, her gaze instinctively fixated on the warm, lustrous red bracelet on Jiang Yuntan's wrist. Blood jade bracelet. Why had Jiang Yuntan put it on again? Shen Hegui turned his head and just happened to notice her gaze. Following her line of sight, he saw Lin Tingxue staring at the bracelet on Yuntan's wrist. His brow furrowed slightly. It seemed that Lin Tingxue was genuinely interested in that bracelet. Jiang Yuntan felt the heat of Lin Tingxue's gaze on her, and upon realizing it was Lin Tingxue, she rolled her eyes directly in front of her. She acted as if she was oblivious to why Lin Tingxue was looking at her, merely displaying a strong dislike. Lin Tingxue was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Yuntan to notice her. However, after seeing Jiang Yuntan roll her eyes at her, a faint smile crept onto her lips. Shen Hegui's gaze deepened, and he discreetly averted his eyes. If it were before, he might have thought like others that Yuntan was being overly spoiled. But later he always felt something was off. It seemed Lin Tingxue had been intentionally provoking Yuntan, stirring up her animosity towards her. Lin Tingxue seemed to harbor many secrets. For instance, this thunder-type ability crystal core he held in his palm. Before long, Shen Hegui looked at the crystal core in his palm, which had turned to powder due to the loss of energy, and smiled silently. Lin Tingxue felt a bit guilty after being glared at by her, and thought about Xiao Qingming, considering wandering. By the time they filled the remaining empty oil barrels, Lin Tingxue and the others had not yet returned. Earlier they had parked their vehicle behind them to avoid drawing attention from Lin Tingxue and Lin Xian, but to their surprise they were all absent during refueling. But that's fine. Soon Jiang Yuntan would discover where they had gone. Lin Tingxue, Lin Xian, and Xia Chujing approached, carrying a pile of instant food and a kettle of hot water. Noticing their gaze, Lin Tingxue called out, "We found some self-heating pots and instant noodles inside. Let's eat something here before we set off. Oh, by the way, I brought some for all of you to share." Lin Xian frowned at her generous demeanor. If they had all eaten together before, it would have been one thing, but now they had already separated their meals. Before the apocalypse, he would have looked down on such things, but things were different now. Self-heating pots and instant noodles were rare commodities. Moreover, Tingxue had even boiled hot water for them. She had not been so considerate towards him, her brother, before. Jiang Yuntan, hearing this, felt somewhat speechless. Had Lin Tingxue forgotten that they had already eaten in the car? Although it had been about an hour and a half, it shouldn't make them hungry so quickly, right? She simply turned and got into the car, slamming the door shut with a bang. After all the gasoline they had prepared had already been stored away, she had no time to play along with Lin Tingxue. Yuke's gaze fell upon the steaming kettle in Lin Xian's hand, and he couldn't help but comment, "You dare to use that kettle that others have used. Aren't you worried they cooked something else in it before?" Lin Xian and the others fell silent. What could they have cooked? Just think about what Zhang Chong and the other. Though Lin Xian was clearly holding the kettle, he now found it hot to the touch. His hand slipped, and he immediately tossed the kettle away, splashing hot water onto the ground, creating a mist. In the next moment, Yuku continued, "As for these things, you can keep them. Oh, we can't fit them in our vehicle anymore. We just ate a little, so we aren't hungry now." He looked at the woman, elderly, and children following behind Lin Tingxue. Ultimately, he never voiced his desire for Lin Tingxue to give them those items. After all, they were the things that Lin Tingxue and her group had collected. However, with Jiang Yuntan being a space ability user, they had already stored quite a bit, enough to last half a month, plus what was in the vehicle, they could even last a month. Thus, they felt it unnecessary to compete with the elderly, weak, and women inside for supplies. Jiang Yuntan, hearing these words in the vehicle, wore a faint smile in her eyes. Without the original owner's arrogance, Lin Tingxue's considerate nature stood out. Now, in her eagerness to impress, Lin Tingxue instead revealed more flaws. Shen Hegui glanced at her with an indifferent expression, then said, "Let's go, it's time to hit the road. We should leave quickly. If we delay any longer, the zombies might come, drawn by the scent." They had already been there for over 2 hours, wasting quite a bit of time. Lin Tingxue and the others had no choice but to head towards their vehicle, leaving the instant noodles and self-heating pots they had just brought out in their own car. As Shen Hegui and Yuku were about to get into the car, the elderly, weak, and women who had been standing behind Lin Tingxue suddenly knelt down. "Are you leaving? Please, can you take us with you? If you don't take us, we won't survive in this apocalypse. They saved us just now and are so powerful, surely they will take us along. Everyone rest assured. Yes, benefactors, since you have killed Zhang Chong and the others, you would definitely want to take us along, right? When they were here, we didn't have to worry about zombies, and now that they are dead, we have no one to protect us. We can only..." At this moment, Jiang Yuntan was leaning against the half-open window, and after hearing these words, she sighed deeply in her heart. She had been struggling internally about whether to save others or not. After all, not saving sometimes leaves a burden in one's heart, and saving them could lead to such a situation. Not everyone has a sense of proportion, nor does everyone understand gratitude. After all, who wouldn't want a powerful person to act as both father and mother for them? She thought that until she had the ability to handle such entanglements properly, she definitely wouldn't intervene in these matters. Of course, reasonable people aren't entirely incapable of lending a helping hand. Yuku rolled his eyes dramatically in front of them. You should have said earlier that you wanted Zhang Chong and the others to stay and protect you. Had we known this, we wouldn't have killed Zhang Chong. If you want to be someone's reserve food and be treated like cattle, why not just let the zombies eat you instead? If it comes to that, you can continue to stay here and wait for another person like Zhang Chong to come and take you in, continuing your previous life. After hearing Yuku's words, those people turned pale. Before, they had lived in constant fear under Zhang Chong, afraid that they would be the next to be eaten or dragged out for a beating. Now thinking back, it sent chills down their spines. Especially when they were first captured, Zhang Chong had directly dragged a delicate man, setting him up while cooking hot pot right next to him, piece by piece torturing him to death while they were forced to watch. After that, they understood that Zhang Chong was truly ruthless. Seeing that they had fallen silent, Yuka sneered, "It seems you are quite aware of what your past life was like, and you know that us resolving the issue with those people is a good thing for you. Now it seems you are no different from Zhang Chong and the others, just a bunch of bloodsuckers." After saying this, Yuku turned to Shin Hague. "Brother Shin, we don't need to say much to them. Let's just leave." Shin Hague replied. Jiang Yuntan watched this scene, suddenly feeling that being an NPC in the background, enjoying a comfortable life with the golden finger, was quite good, and that she didn't need to step in to resolve troublesome entanglements. However, after witnessing Shin Hague using his metal abilities to confiscate the enemy's weapons and redirect the bullets, she felt an urgent need for her own ability. In the original story, the original owner seemed to have abilities, but they awakened rather late. In fact, the original owner's ability, Crystal Core, had been taken by Lin Tingxue, so the original owner should also possess wood abilities like Lin Tingxue. She thought that wood abilities were quite good. If metal abilities could control metals, then wood abilities should be able to control. From this perspective, there exists a deep-seated enmity between her and Lin Tingxue. She could find a way to deal with Lin Tingxue. Perhaps one day, she could refresh some powerful weapon in the dimension market. However, she currently has no idea what trump cards Lin Tingxue possesses, nor does she understand why Lin Tingxue was able to be reborn. If she acted rashly and killed Lin Tingxue, what would happen if Lin Tingxue were to be reborn again? If the roots are not removed, it will lead to great calamity. While there are still options available, she does not wish to engage in any unprepared actions. Moreover, Lin Tingxue's healing abilities have not yet been unleashed against them, and she is still unclear about the extent of those abilities. She does not want to push Lin Tingxue to the brink of desperation only for Lin Tingxue to heal herself with her abilities, rendering her efforts futile. Therefore, until she is fully prepared, she prefers to bide her time, striving to earn dimension currency, accumulate points to level up, and seek opportunities to obtain a special ability to deal with Lin Tingxue. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yuntan began browsing today's offerings from the 10-dimension merchants. But soon a sound outside the car window caught her attention. A woman with a pure appearance who seemed captivating even in the apocalypse stepped out and stood in front of Shin Higu, saying, "My name is Yu Sheng. I have special abilities. Can you take me with you?" Just as Lin Xian was about to get in the car, he paused upon hearing this. Yuka thought the woman in front of him looked somewhat familiar and suddenly exclaimed, "Were you a star before? You're the actress Yu Sheng, the one who can sing and dance." Jiang Yuntan, who was in the car, turned her curious gaze towards Yu Sheng upon hearing this. It seemed that the original owner's memories included her. With her pure looks and sweet smile, she was affectionately referred to by netizens as the little pear blossom of the entertainment industry. They had not noticed that there was such a person among that group. Lost in thought, Jiang Yuntan suddenly felt Shun Higu's gaze on her, seemingly filled with inquiry and scrutiny. She was somewhat puzzled and tilted her head silently, asking him what's wrong. Shun Higu did not make any gestures and instead shifted his gaze to Yu Sheng, asking, "What is your special ability?" "I have water-type abilities which I just awakened. I was worried that Zhang Chong and the others might want to test what it's like to consume the flesh of an ability user, so I kept quiet." Yu Sheng pressed her lips together. Seeing that Shun Higu showed no signs of response, she continued to explain, "I was out collecting supplies with my manager. We live nearby, and came to refuel when our car ran out of gas, but we ended up being trapped here. And my manager was subjected to cruel treatment a few days ago and sent to the hot pot." Yu Sheng's voice choked up as she spoke. Listening to her pitiful voice, Shin Higu's expression remained unchanged. He noticed that no one in the group suggested keeping Yu Sheng, which made him understand their stance on the matter. It wasn't a rejection, but rather a belief that having someone like Yu Sheng was inconsequential. Thus Shin Higu spoke gently, "Sorry, we already have a water-type ability user." Yu Sheng's face stiffened. She hadn't expected her reveal to be of no significance to them. She anxiously responded, "Even if you already have a water-type ability user, you can still have me join, right? A level 0 water-type ability user probably can't produce much water. If you have one more, won't you have more water to use?" Shin Higu shook his head, saying, "You can look for other teams." Besides, as an ability user, especially one with essential water abilities, many people will likely welcome you to their team. Yu Sheng's face turned pale, and she suddenly didn't know what to do. At that moment, Lin Xian walked over to Yu Sheng with a smile, saying, "Our team is short on a water-type ability user. Would you like to join us?" Yu Sheng looked at Lin Xian, who appeared before her thought for a moment, but couldn't recall any impressive actions he had taken earlier. She felt it was inappropriate to ask him if he had abilities in front of others. However, under the current circumstances, just being able to leave with them was good enough. Yu Sheng gritted her teeth, about to agree when a convoy of military vehicles appeared driving towards them. The words Yu Sheng was about to say halted abruptly. She asked, "Where are you all headed?" "To Jing City." Lin Xian's tone sounded somewhat reluctant. She had previously expressed her desire to join Shen Hege's team, but he had rejected her. Now that he took the initiative to invite her, she didn't immediately agree, and even wanted to negotiate terms with. Yu Sheng let out a small, surprised you all are going to such a far place. Sorry, I should have asked more clearly. I am originally from Haisher. I still want to stay in Haisher. She chose Shen Hege mainly because she had noticed his protective attitude towards the girls in their team. Especially when she had just expressed her desire to join Shen Hege, had clearly asked for the opinion of the woman in the car, yet that woman seemed not to understand his intention. But as for Lin Xian, she had better pass on that. If the military hadn't arrived, she might have joined Lin Xian and his group, since she would still be with Shen Hege. Now that the military was here, it was the most sensible decision for her, as an ability user, to go with the military. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xian nearly lost his composure. He had initially thought they could add another ability user to their team, but now that was no longer the case. Seeing Yuka living off others was quite irritating, yet he still desired her. Shen Hege watched as the military vehicles approached, knowing that someone was taking over this place. However, if they stayed, they might have to clarify some matters further. So he urged everyone to hurry and get in the car. After seeing the military convoy arrive, no one insisted on following Shen Hege's group anymore. Compared to Shen Hege, they felt that soldiers offered them more security and would not neglect them. Before leaving, Jiang Yuntan glanced back, sensing they were likely there to refuel, considering there were 2 fuel tankers. Fortunately, they left immediately, otherwise she would have been genuinely concerned if someone from the convoy discovered the 250 fuel barrels in the warehouse. As the vehicle sped down the street, Jiang Yuntan resumed browsing the dimension window. Unfortunately, she could only refresh 10 items a day, otherwise it almost felt like shopping on a platform. Meanwhile, Lin Tingxue was anxiously fuming, her lips almost blistering. Lin Tingxue's eyes were filled with unwillingness. She had just searched the gas station thoroughly, without finding a trace of Qiao Qingming. Where could he possibly be? After experiencing the earlier events, Shen Hege and Yuke's attitude towards her was so cold. Clearly, before she was pushed into the zombie's mouth by Jiang Yuntan, Shen Hege and Yuko already had issues with him. Unexpectedly, after just a few days without causing trouble, they seemed to have turned back into defenders of Jiang Yuntan. It was truly typical of people to forget past grievances. Especially, she couldn't understand how Qi Ruoxue, as a fellow woman, had no objections to their indulgence of Jiang Yuntan. Qi Ruoxue had awakened her abilities, yet she showed no temperament at all. Lin Tingxue thought resentfully, her gaze occasionally drifting to the street, searching to see if she could find any trace of Qiao Qingming. Inside the car, Lin Xian also appeared to be under a low-pressure mood. Xia Chujing felt the tension between the siblings and dared not breathe a word. She used to think they were gentle and polite, but now it seemed otherwise. Jiang Yuntan looked troubled as she stared at the items in the display window, a cloaking talisman that could conceal both form and scent for 15 minutes, priced at 800 dimensional coins. Looking at the description, she was quite tempted. However, this cloaking talisman, like the defensive talisman, was a one-time use item. Moreover, a single cloaking talisman could only be used for 15 minutes, and 800 was quite expensive for her at the moment. After all, she still had a defensive talisman on her. Even if a zombie wanted to attack her, she might not be injured. Thus, the functions of the cloaking and defensive talismans overlapped somewhat for her. Looking at her remaining 30,000 dimensional coins, Jiang Yuntan decided not to buy it for now. If she wanted to, she would have the chance again before the display window refreshed at midnight. She wanted to save some money to see if she could buy something akin to the legendary rejuvenation pill, which could remove impurities from her body and help her awaken her abilities sooner. Jiang Yuntan withdrew her thoughts from the dimensional system, and when she looked up, she saw Shen Hege reading a book. Even in the apocalypse, he was still reading. She bent down and tilted her head, discovering that he was actually reading an introduction to metallurgy, and beside him was another book titled Modern Metallurgical Processes. Jiang Yuntan was stunned. Wasn't Shen Hege previously enlisted and then entered the business world, mostly studying finance and economics? Why was he reading these now? Could it be that after awakening his metal ability, he also developed a talent for metal materials and metallurgy? She originally wanted to ask, but thought better of it and kept silent. Forget it, his business was none of her concern. After Shen Hege noticed her gaze, he initially thought she would ask, But to his surprise, she said nothing. How peculiar. In the past in such situations, she would have eagerly chased up to ask what he was doing. Now, however, she didn't, and he somewhat believed that she would treat him like an elder brother. The car navigated smoothly through various obstacles. This area was not the bustling city, so there weren't many zombies around. Suddenly Xue Zhao slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a halt. Jiang Yuntan felt her body lurch forward, not having reacted to what was happening, and her hands braced against the back of the seat in front of her. Fortunately, she wasn't knocked dizzy. What happened? Jiang Yuntan asked, looking up to see a tall. It was facing away from them, its fur a mix of black, gray, and white. Judging by the shape of its ears and tail combined with the color of its fur, it should be a husky about 4 to 5 meters in front of them. They had just made a sharp turn, so they hadn't noticed this towering husky. Its 2-meter height clearly indicated it. The sound of the mutated husky sniffing around reached their ears, signaling it was searching for something. Behind them, Yu Ku and Lin Xian's car saw their brake lights illuminate and also slammed on the brakes. What happened? Yu Ke's voice came through the intercom. Shen Higu kept his eyes fixed on the mutated husky ahead, noticing it was about to turn its head. He quickly spoke into the intercom, quick turnaround. Although Yu Ke didn't know what was going on, he immediately turned around. Lin Xian, seeing this, could only follow suit. At this moment, Jiang Yuntan, who was in the first car with Shen Higu, had already locked eyes with the face of the mutated husky as it turned. Its large blood-red eyes with fresh red remnants around its mouth no longer held the innocent clarity of a pet dog, but instead carried a bloodthirsty ferocity. This was more than just a mutation. Its blood-red gaze resembled that of a zombie. Could it have turned into a zombie dog? Upon seeing them, the zombie husky's eyes clearly brightened. In the next second, the 2-meter-tall husky charged towards them. Shen Higu rolled down the window and raised his hand, causing numerous blades of gold ability to fly towards the zombie husky. Looking at this monstrous creature, Shen Higu knew that his abilities likely couldn't kill it directly, considering its body was like a small truck. Moreover, this zombie husky appeared far more agile than a typical zombie. In just a second, it had closed half the distance to them, and he wondered what would happen if it crashed into their car. Shen Higu's abilities soon struck the zombie husky, which let out a furious roar. Following that, several of Jiang Yuntan's bullets hit it. The two managed to hold it off for a few seconds. Shen Higu seized the opportunity to control his abilities, smashing nearby cars into the zombie husky. Without turning his head, he said to Jiang Yuntan, "Be careful, and don't recklessly run out to show off. Otherwise, I really might not be able to look after you." He had promised his father to bring her back safely to the capital. Besides, as someone who grew up with her, he didn't want to see. Jiang Yuntan nodded understandingly. "Don't worry, I won't cause trouble." Shen Higu continued to control his abilities, smashing the wrecked cars into the zombie husky. At least it blocked its advance. The zombie husky was now using its head to shake off those cars. He instructed Xue Zhao to stop the car, then promptly got out and had Xue Zhao drive to a safe location. Jiang Yuntan watched him turn and leave, touching the defensive talisman in her pocket, but ultimately did not give it away. She couldn't explain herself. Jiang Yuntan pursed her lips and continued to search the dimensional system, and in the end, she actually found a rejuvenation pill. The rejuvenation pill could heal injuries and restore energy, but it cost 10,000 dimensional coins. Seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. If Shen Higu got injured, she would have a solution. After all, she wouldn't place all her hopes on Lin Tingshua's healing abilities. Whether for a safer return to the capital or for Shen's father, she did not want to see Shen Higu come to harm. After Xue Zhao parked the vehicle in a relatively safe spot, he got out with a gun to help. Yu Ku and Zhang Yufeng did the same. But seeing Lin Tingxua move, he also began to act. Over there, Shen Hugwai was already in a standoff with the zombie husky, leaving various wounds on its body from which dark red blood flowed. Shen Hugwai's clothes were also torn in several places, but not from the claws of the zombie husky, rather from debris thrown at him by the vehicle. Once Yu Ku and Xue Zhao arrived to assist, Shen Hugwai's pressure was visibly alleviated. Jiang Yuntan observed them working together seamlessly, as if they were seasoned fighters, pursing her lips. Neither of them possessed abilities, yet they were unafraid to confront the gigantic zombie husky, indicating their confidence in their own skills. After returning to the base in Jing City, she would have to find someone to teach her. Or perhaps there was something in the dimensional system that could instantly grant her exceptional skills. As she pondered, she took a moment to ask Jin Bao. Jin Bao replied, "Our system is a dimensional mall, not a whom." The boomerang of her previous sarcasm towards Jin Bao had come back to hit her. She watched intently as Shen Hugwai and the others fought the zombie husky, hoping to learn from their experience. She wanted to help, but as a level 0 speed mutant pretending to be a spatial ability user, she was out of her depth. Moreover, she was unfamiliar with Shen Hugwai and Yu Ke's combat styles. Rushing in would only hinder them. Perhaps they would have to worry about her as a spatial ability user, fearing that if she were to perish, the supplies they had gathered would be lost. Jiang Yuntan sighed, her desire to grow stronger reaching a peak. Although given her current status, as long as she didn't act recklessly, Shun Hugwai would surely protect her and bring her back to Jing City. Additionally, with the dimensional mall system, she could acquire various items, making it unlikely for her to perish easily. However, she did not want to rely on external forces, and her own abilities were the most reliable. Chi Ruoxue noticed her worried expression and said, "It's fine, we made it through safely, didn't we? Plus Mr. Shun is so capable he will definitely defeat it." Jiang Yuntan glanced at her, noticing that while she said this her voice trembled slightly. Clearly Chi Ruoxue was still quite concerned. Indeed, since the apocalypse began they had not encountered such a colossal creature. Jiang Yuntan's gaze returned to the battlefield where they were grappling with the zombie husky. Suddenly Lin Tingxue seized the opportunity, ensnaring the zombie husky's leg with vines just as it attempted to leap. The zombie husky fell to the ground. Seeing this, Shun Hugwai immediately jumped onto its back, using his abilities to form a golden chain around its neck, gripping it tightly. Once the zombie husky finally managed to free itself from the vines, it realized there was now a person on its back, and it tried to shake him off, but couldn't. As the zombie husky thrashed about wildly, Shun Hugwai focused his mind, drew out a pistol from his waist, and fired several shots at the husky's head. At the moment it threw its head back, a golden ability knife pierced its brow. Dark red blood flowed from its brow, staining its already blood-red eyes, and the zombie husky let out a low growl. Before long, the massive husky collapsed with a thud. Shun Hugwai did not withdraw his abilities. Instead, he continued to manipulate the ability knife, twisting it in its brow. After waiting for 2 minutes to ensure it had truly ceased to exist, he retracted his powers. Shun Hugwai let out a long breath and quickly found a translucent white crystal core the size of a fingernail inside the zombie husky's head. He looked at it, unsure of how to distribute it. Finally, he said, "This was taken down together, let's keep it with me for now. Once we collect enough crystal cores later we can divide them. After all, there's no way to split them now." As for the previously obtained crystal cores, Lin Xian and Lin Tingxue had not contributed much. But this time it was different. Lin Tingxue had no objections. She nodded and said, "Alright, that's fine." Lin Xian thought for a moment, but ultimately said nothing. Jiang Yuntan observed and felt that Lin Tingxue indeed had combat experience. For a moment, she felt unable to see through Lin Tingxue's true capabilities. After the few of them briefly tended to their wounds, they prepared to set off again. Now with the corpse of the zombie husky blocking their path, Jiang Yuntan and the others ultimately decided to go around it. Perhaps because there was a zombie husky here, they had not encountered many zombies on their way over. Seeing this situation, Shun Hugwai felt it should be relatively safe. Thus he informed the 2 vehicles behind them to stop and rest for half an hour before continuing. After all, they had just fought, and everyone was quite exhausted. Jiang Yuntan noticed that Shun Hugwai appeared to be overly exhausted, looking somewhat fatigued. However, she was also tactful enough not to say anything that might cause misunderstanding. Once the vehicle stopped, Jiang Yuntan realized they had parked in front of a coffee shop. Just in time, she wanted to grab some coffee to perk herself up. When the apocalypse arrived, it was in the middle of the night, so the coffee shop was locked. She walked over to Shun Hugwai, hoping he could use his powers to form a key to help her unlock the door. Shun Hugwai seemed to have little energy left, but still agreed to her request. However, just as he unlocked the door, his figure swayed, and the next second he collapsed. Jiang Yuntan instinctively caught him, with Shun Hugwai's weight nearly pressing down on her. The 2 were very close. She anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just run out of energy." Shun Hugwai pulled down the door handle and propped himself up, ensuring he did. Then he sat on the bench outside the coffee shop and called out, "Yuka, you go in with her." "Alright." Yuka hadn't even asked anything, yet his body instinctively reacted first. "Are you sure you're okay?" Jiang Yuntan bent down to look at him, reconfirming his condition. Shun Hugwai shook his head. "I'm fine, I just need to rest." Jiang Yuntan nodded, not asking further. Immediately, she went into the coffee shop accompanied by Yuko. She went straight to the counter wanting to grab some coffee beans, only to see an injured man lying on the ground surrounded by fallen dirt, as if he had just crawled out from the earth, contrasting sharply with the tidy coffee shop. Jiang Yuntan instinctively halted her steps. Seeing this, Yuko was about to ask her what was wrong, but upon spotting the man on the ground, he exclaimed in surprise, "Qiao Qingming." Jiang Yuntan looked at him with a puzzled expression. "What? Do you know each other?" "Yes. He is one of Brother Shin's partners. He came to Haiqing for a meeting and met him this time." Yuka squatted down and reached out to check Qiao Qingming's breath. Upon discovering that he was still breathing, the tension in his body relaxed. "He's still alive, he must have just fainted. Let me talk to Brother Shun and see what to do." After all, he was at least someone they knew. Qiao Qingming's condition looked bad, and since they were partners, it wouldn't be right to ignore him. Moreover, the dirt piles around Qiao Qingming seemed suspicious. Could he be an ability user? Otherwise, there was no explanation for this strange phenomenon. "Wait a moment," Jiang Yuntan said. "I need to grab something first." As she spoke, she placed some coffee beans into her space. She didn't choose, as she just took what looked good. Jiang Yuntan didn't take too much, as her space was practically full. Also, if she took too much and the shelf was empty, it would raise suspicion. Seeing her like this, Yuka couldn't help but chuckle. However, she didn't delay for long and had everything packed up and Yuka thought for a moment and decided to let her stay here while he went out to call for help. Jiang Yuntan's gaze fell on Xiao Qingming's face, and looking at the dirt on him, she felt that he must have used Earth-type abilities to surround himself before fainting. Earth-type ability users seemed quite useful. As she observed, Xiao Qingming's eyelids suddenly twitched. She silently stepped back, and the next moment, she saw him open his eyes. Jiang Yuntan quickly said, "I am a teammate of Shun Hegui. I happened to pass by here for a rest, and ran into you. Wait a moment, someone has already gone to call him. He'll be here soon." She needed to explain immediately, or else he might think she intended to harm him and act against her. After hearing her explanation, Xiao Qingming's tense fingers slowly relaxed. "Thank you," Xiao Qingming said weakly. "Your condition isn't good, it's best not to speak for now," Jiang Yuntan said, searching around, and found a bottle of mineral water on the counter. She took one and opened it. Seeing how weak Xiao Qingming looked, as if he might faint at any moment, she found a straw to insert into the bottle before handing it to him. Xiao Qingming's gaze remained on her, and he suddenly remembered that he had heard about a family friend of Shun Hegui's sister, and he had seen her photo on Shun Hegui's phone, which must be her. After giving him the water, Jiang Yuntan didn't keep staring at him, but began to observe the coffee shop instead. As she looked around, she searched her memories. She regretted not reading that apocalyptic novel properly. She thought the incident where Lin Tingxue stole the original owner's blood jade bracelet was too absurd. If it weren't for the fact that she shared the same name, she wouldn't have continued reading. Hence she skimmed through to the end of the original owner's story. As for Xiao Qingming, she only knew that he was one of Shun Hegui's teammates and had no other impressions of him. Soon Shun Hegui and Yuka appeared in her line of sight. They were followed by Lin Tingxue. Jiang Yuntan stepped aside to allow Shun Hegui to speak with Xiao Qingming. "Senior brother," Xiao Qingming called in a weak voice. "What happened? How did you end up here?" Shun Hegui frowned upon seeing him, looking ready to collapse. "I was originally out collecting supplies with others, thinking that the resources near the port would be plentiful and the population less dense, which should be much better than in the city center, so we came here. But I didn't expect that there would be a greatly enlarged husky here, and everyone else died. Only I luckily awakened my abilities and found an opportunity to attack it and escape from its sight. We found that zombies rely on smell and sound to identify. So after I ran into this coffee shop, I used my abilities to surround myself and prevent the scent from spreading. Not long after I fainted. I didn't expect my luck to be so good to run into you guys. Otherwise I was planning to bury myself using my abilities," Xiao Qingming said with a bitter smile. After he finished speaking, he suddenly reacted. "By the way, when you came over, did you encounter that zombie husky? Hurry and leave, it is terrifying. Its body can crush a person in an instant." "We encountered it, but we have dealt with it," Shun Hegui said in a deep voice. "Because of it, there aren't many zombies around here, so you can rest assured and heal your injuries. We have a first aid kit in our car. We'll take care of you first." "Thank you." Given his current state, Xiao Qingming didn't bother being polite. Shun Hegui turned and said, "Yuntan, can you go to the car and bring the first aid kit? Also grab some anti-inflammatory medicine." "Sure." Jiang Yuntan understood his intention and turned to leave. Xiao Qingming's eyes fell on her beautiful face, and he asked, "Is she the sister in your family?" "Yes," Shun Hegui replied. Xiao Qingming said, "When I first woke up and saw a stranger standing in front of me, I was on guard, but she directly said she knew you. Quite clever, no wonder she is your family." He and Shun Hegui had the same mentor, and they got to know each other through the mentor's introduction. In business matters, Shun Hegui had helped him quite a bit. Of course, he wouldn't let Shun Hegui suffer losses. When Jiang Yuntan stood in front of him, he genuinely worried she might act against him. In an apocalyptic world, one shouldn't test humanity. He thought no one would save you for no reason. Shun Hegui chuckled. "She is quite clever on ordinary days." Lin Tingxue stood 2 meters away looking at Xiao Qingming, who was half-laying on the ground, filled with regret. If she had entered before Jiang Yuntan, wouldn't she have been the one to save Xiao Qingming? She had been looking outside and didn't expect Xiao Qingming to be in this coffee shop. After all, who would have thought that a locked coffee shop would harbor an injured person? Lin Tingxue thought to herself and suddenly voiced her doubts. Wasn't the coffee shop's door closed? How did you get in? Although Xiao Qingming didn't know her, he recognized she came with Shun Hegui and replied, "I broke the back window and jumped in." Lin Tingxue instinctively looked back and indeed saw some broken glass. She pinched her palm, and a voice in her heart told her that Jiang Yuntan shouldn't bear the entire credit for saving Xiao Qingming. The life-saving grace of a loyal ability user could lead to many actions. Thus Lin Tingxue took a deep breath and said, "I am a wood-type ability user. After assisting in defeating the zombie husky, I discovered that my abilities seem to have grown somewhat. I feel that my abilities might have some healing effects, though I'm not sure if my feelings are correct. You seem to be quite injured. Oh, would you allow me to give it a try, eh? Lin Tingxue softly asked. Xiao Qingming, hearing about such a good fortune, did not immediately agree, but instead looked at Shun Hegui for guidance. Shun Hegui slightly lowered his gaze, and Xiao Qingming understood immediately. He forced a smile, weakly laughing. I appreciate your help. May I ask your name? My name is Lin Tingxue. The Lin family and the Shun family are friends as well, Lin Tingxue said, smiling sincerely. She had helped Xiao Qingming during his most difficult time. He would surely remember her kindness. Shun Hegui stepped aside, allowing Lin Tingxue to treat Xiao Qingming. When Jiang Yuntan entered with a medical kit, she saw Lin Tingxue's palm covered with a green light sphere resting on Xiao Qingming's wound. Before long, Xiao Qingming's wound unexpectedly healed. Jiang Yuntan quietly watched from the side, noticing that within the green sphere there were specks of white light. It seemed like the book mentioned that wood-type abilities also had healing properties, but not all wood-type ability users possess such capabilities. It's just like everyone awakening wood-type abilities, but to different extents. Therefore, the white dots within Lin Tingxue's green spheres should be healing-type abilities, right? She had hidden it quite well. Unexpectedly, it revealed itself at this moment. She couldn't help but think that the only variable allowing Lin Tingxue to show herself now was Xiao Qingming. So what exactly does Xiao Qingming possess that makes her do this? It was hard to comprehend. At this point, Lin Tingxue had already healed Xiao Qingming's injuries, leaving only one wound on his left hand, but she seemed to be unable to hold on any longer and collapsed. Lin Tingxue's voice sounded very soft as she awkwardly said, I'm sorry, and my current abilities can only help you to this extent. I've exhausted all my powers. It's fine, I'm very grateful to you. This is already quite good. At least I don't look like I'm about to die. Xiao Qingming smiled. Thank you today, Miss Lin. If there's a chance in the future, I will repay you. He felt that his superficial injuries had improved significantly, but his internal injuries had not changed much. If in the future Lin Tingxue's ability level rises, her power could indeed be quite useful. Shun Hegui turned his head and saw Jiang Yuntan standing behind. He waved his hand, signaling her to come over. Why didn't you say anything when you came? Isn't this the first time you've seen an ability that can heal? I just wanted to observe a little longer, Jiang Yuntan replied calmly. Lin Tingxue looked at her, waiting for her to question why she hadn't mentioned that her abilities could heal. However, she waited quite a while and didn't hear Jiang Yuntan ask. Lin Tingxue had to take the initiative and said, I only realized my wood-type abilities could heal after battling the zombie husky earlier. Oh, I didn't ask you, you don't have to tell me, Jiang Yuntan replied nonchalantly. Lin Tingxue. She smiled helplessly and then cautiously asked, I'm really out of strength. Yuntan, could you help me sit down over there? Jiang Yuntan looked at her with a puzzled expression. Do you really think our relationship is that good? What if I help you up and you can't steady yourself and fall down, then say I pushed you, eh? Lin Tingxue. She felt furious but still gritted her teeth and said, that won't happen, and how could you think that? I know we've had conflicts, but right now there's only you as a girl here, and I can't just let Shinzong help me up, right? If you can call him, then that's fine. Jiang Yuntan said coldly. In any case, this young lady will not serve you. As she spoke, she turned and went outside, calling out, Xia Chujing, your good friend, needs your care, hurry up. Lin Tingxue silently swallowed her words of seeking help from Shun Hegui after hearing her words. Coincidentally, Xia Chujing and the others were also coming in from outside. After all, although it was only May now, the weather during the noon period was still quite hot. After hearing Lin Tingxue's words, Xia Chujing walked over and helped her to sit down at a table in the cafe. Lin Tingxue felt helpless. Although she knew she had missed an opportunity, being able to gain Xiao Qingming's life-saving grace was already quite good. Xiao Qingming was also helped to sit on a small sofa by Shun Hegui, who then took out a medical kit to treat his left arm's wound. After finishing, Shun Hegui handed him some anti-inflammatory medicine and noticed that Jiang Yuntan had also brought some blood-replenishing medicine, so he simply gave them all to Xiao Qingming. Thank you, senior brother. I also feel my internal injuries are quite serious. Xiao Qingming's voice was neither too loud nor too soft as it reached Lin Tingxue's ears. From Jiang Yuntan's earlier attitude towards Lin Tingxue, he had already sensed their discord. Thus he mentally weighed things up. Rest well for a while and eat something, Shun Hegui said as he took out a rice ball and a can of meat for him. For now you can only eat this. It's already good to have this in the apocalypse. Xiao Qingming didn't stand on ceremony and began to eat. Lin Tingxue, hearing his words, felt a flash of discomfort on her face. She wanted to heal his internal injuries, but she currently had no way to do so. Jiang Yuntan watched them for a while and suddenly felt that the sky had darkened significantly. A sudden wind picked up outside, swirling the garbage on the ground, causing it to fly in the air. The sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning darting within, but making no sound. A sense of impending storm. Shun Hegui glanced at the sky, sensing his abilities stirring within him, and hurriedly instructed Shui Zhao and the others to bring the vehicle to the cafe entrance. They probably wouldn't be able to continue their journey today. Soon his thoughts were confirmed. Within 10 minutes, heavy rain poured down, thunder clapped continuously, and lightning lit up half the sky. The group had no choice but to rest in the cafe, but even with the doors and windows tightly shut, the wind and rain outside seemed ready to smash them open, and damp moisture filled the entire room. The cafe had a second floor. Jiang Yuntan went up to take a look and found that behind the cafe was the port, separated only by a street. Most importantly, there were many stacked containers at the port, though she couldn't tell what they contained. However, it is not the right time, yet she can only wait until dark to speak. Otherwise, if she suddenly disappears and is discovered by others, it would be difficult to explain. Worried about the invisibility talismans selling out, Jiang Yuntan directly bought 6 of them. Each lasts 15 minutes, totaling an hour and a half, which should be enough for her to collect the containers at the port and perhaps even have some left over. However, these 6 invisibility talismans cost her 4,800 dimension coins, leaving her with just over 20,000 dimension coins now. She still needs to work hard to earn money. Next time she encounters a gold shop, she will collect some more. However, they will be on the highway next, so it will probably be hard to find a gold shop. Jiang Yuntan looked around and found a pair of roller skates. After some thought, she stuffed them into her spatial. Looking towards the port, which is not closed, she certainly cannot rely on just her 2 legs to get there. Just as she finished stowing away the roller skates, Lin Tingshua's figure appeared at the stairway. Seeing that Jiang Yuntan still had the bracelet on her hand, Lin Tingxue sighed in relief. Because if she remembered correctly, after Jiang Yuntan had stopped showcasing the bracelet for a while, she seemed to have become stronger. The fact that the bracelet is still on her wrist indicates that she has not yet discovered its secret. Lin Tingxue silently prayed that Jiang Yuntan must not get hurt lest her blood drip onto the bracelet. Yuntan, why are you here all alone? Lin Tingxue asked proactively. Jiang Yuntan glanced at her indifferently. What does it matter to you? If you can come up, why can't I? Lin Tingxue replied. No, it's just that my clothes got dirty, so I wanted to come up and change. I saw everyone was down below, but didn't see you, so I asked. In the apocalypse, it's not very safe. It's better not to separate from everyone to avoid any accidents. Jiang Yuntan sneered. Not safe. If you think being alone is unsafe, then why did you come up here by yourself? Before Lin Tingxue could respond, Jiang Yuntan raised her chin and walked past her, no longer sparing her a glance. Lin Tingxue. After Jiang Yuntan went downstairs, she found that everyone had found their spots to rest. She glanced around and saw Shun Higu waving at her, signaling her to come over. Jiang Yuntan saw a steaming cup of latte on their table and walked over. To her surprise, they had even brewed coffee while she was just gone for a moment. Xiao Qingming looked much better now. Looking at the map Shun Higu had laid out on the table, he asked, "Are you all planning to return to Jing City?" "Yes." Shun Higu nodded slightly. Xiao Qingming replied, "But now there are so many zombies, and there might be animals like zombie huskies. The journey back to Jing City is long. Won't we encounter a lot of dangers?" Actually, we encountered a mutated pothose that could drain people's blood in the commercial building in the city, but today was the first time encountering such a large zombie animal. We know the road back to Jing City will be dangerous, but if we don't go back now, it will probably be even harder to return in the future. It's best to rush back to Jing City while there are no powerful mutated plants or zombies occupying the area. Whether it's the mutated pothose or the zombie husky, there are no other zombies around. Either those zombies are afraid of them, or they have dealt with those zombies already. Xiao Qingming had only encountered the zombie husky and was unaware of the mutated plants. Hearing this, his expression grew serious. If the pothose in the mall can mutate and drain blood, what about the plants outdoors and in the wild? Could they be even more severely mutated? Shun Higu leaned casually against the back of his chair and asked, "What about you? What are your plans for the future?" He knew Xiao Qingming had grown up in an orphanage without parents and had come to Haicheng primarily to develop his career. If Xiao Qingming was willing to return to Jing City with them, he would welcome him. After all, he had already felt the power of the ability user. He was not sure about the abilities of other types, but the metal ability could seize others' weapons, the wood ability could heal, and he had yet to see anything special about the water ability. However, this does not mean that the water ability is weak in attack, it just hasn't been fully explored yet. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qingming quickly gave his answer. "Senior brother, if you don't mind me joining, I would like to return to Jing City with you all. The teacher should also be in Jing City, it's just right to go back and see them. If you are willing to join us, I naturally..." Shun Higu said, extending his hand to him. Xiao Qingming shook it, saying, "I owe my life to you all, otherwise I might have died at the jaws of that zombie husky. Returning with you all means I don't have to worry about finding someone to repay my life-saving grace." Xiao Qingming joked. Hearing his words, Jiang Yuntan suddenly remembered that when they discovered the zombie husky, it seemed to be sniffing for something. Now that she thought about it, it couldn't have been looking for the hiding Xiao Qingming, could it? Thus, Xiao Qingming decided to return to Jing City with them. When Lin Tingxue came down, she heard the news and was not too surprised. Time passed second by second, and the wind and rain outside grew heavier. Even though it was only around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, it already looked like night. It made people vaguely feel that something significant was about to happen. Shunhigu simply let everyone find a place to rest, suggesting they wait for the storm to pass before continuing. Thinking about the zero-cost purchasing she might need to do tonight, Jiang Yuntan said directly, "I want to live alone." Shunhigu. Yuku and the others had seen this kind of situation often, while Qiao Qingming glanced at her, but didn't say anything. Shunhigu paused for a moment before calmly asking, "Where do you want to stay?" "There are hardly any places to stay in this cafe." Jiang Yuntan knew this very well. She purely wanted a private space to go out at night. So she directed her gaze towards the innermost small private rooms. Though they were called private rooms, they were only separated by wooden boards providing no sound insulation. She pointed in that direction, saying, "I'll just sleep in there. I don't want to sleep here in the seats." Shunhigu's expression remained unchanged. "All right, I'll check it out with you later." Fortunately, it was not a big deal. Lin Tingxuan knew that the layout upstairs was similar to downstairs, thought for a moment, and also said she wanted to stay in a small private room like Jiang Yuntan. As a result, the few boys simply gave those small private rooms to the girls. Inside the small private room, Shunhigue glanced around for a moment, then pulled out 2 sofa-like benches and pushed them together, awkwardly forming a semblance of a single bed. He looked around. The room had a floor-to-ceiling window, but with the curtains drawn, there was no need to face the terrifying weather outside. Shunhigue said, "You should tidy up a bit tonight. If anything happens, remember to call for help." Jiang Yuntan nodded at his attentiveness, saying, "I understand." One must admit Shunhigue was quite a capable brother. Although the previous actions of the original owner were quite annoying, Shunhigue, as a family member, did not truly despise her. In other words, it seemed that the family had caused trouble, and he could only follow behind to help clean up the mess. At this moment, the door to the small room was open. Qiao Qingming's figure appeared at the door as he knocked lightly. Seeing that he seemed to have something to say, Shunhigue glanced at Jiang Yuntan before addressing, "Qiao Qingming, come in and speak." After Qiao Qingming entered, he casually closed the door behind him. Qiao Qingming said softly, "There's a research institute not far from here. When I collaborated with them before, I heard they developed laser swords. Not to say they can cut through iron like mud, but ordinary flesh cannot withstand them. My visit here is not only to gather supplies, but also has this reason in mind. However, I heard those laser swords consume too much energy. If they use their own constructed batteries, a full charge only lasts a minute. But I also heard they have developed a new energy converter that can convert energy into the power for the laser swords. Now that there are superhumans, perhaps there could indeed be something in the apocalypse that can serve as energy for the laser swords." Shunhigue was not surprised by his thoughts. There have always been clever people in this world. He reached into his pocket and took out a crystal core the size of a fingernail, handing it to Qiao Qingming, saying, "This is the crystal core from that zombie husky. It contains a lot of energy and might serve as energy for the laser swords. If we really manage to get laser swords, the lethality of our team will increase significantly. For instance, with the green vines we encountered before, we could cut through them with knives, but they could easily entangle us. But the laser sword would be different. Once the mutated plants dared to entangle, they would certainly be severed." Jiang Yuntan listened from the side, extremely astonished. She knew that whether in her original world or in this one, the country was vigorously developing technology, and even robots could dance. It was not impossible for robots to go to battle. This was also why she had always wanted to return to Beijing with Shunhigue. Even if superhumans emerged in the apocalypse, the power of technology could not be underestimated. Zombies feel no pain when injured, but do robots. Perhaps when they returned to Beijing, she would see a group of robots going out to exterminate zombies. But she never expected there would be such a thing as a laser sword. Jiang Yunnan asked, "Are you talking about those kinds of laser swords that glow and fall apart with a touch?" Qiao Qingming nodded and thought for a moment before explaining, "Didn't videos of transforming light swords circulate online? Laser swords probably look like that. However, when it is not powered on, there is only a hilt." Jiang Yuntan was taken aback. This is really beyond my common sense. She knew the country's technology had developed significantly, but she never expected it to be this impressive. It felt somewhat unreal. Shunhigue noticed her dazed expression and smiled, saying, "What's wrong? Heaven has no idea how many times it has intervened. Isn't it a bit far-fetched for a laser sword to appear?" "Don't forget," Qingming said, "those laser swords currently lack suitable energy." Jiang Yuntan nodded, "But didn't you say we could try using the zombie crystal core?" "Yes, but we still don't know if it will work. Let's get it first, and then see," Shunhigue said solemnly. Qiao Qingming continued, "I don't know if there are still any living people at that research institute. Moreover, it seems they only made one batch. I don't know how many are in this batch." "No problem. Since we are nearby and passing through, we must go take a look." Shunhigue's calm eyes flashed with contemplation. "Okay," Qiao Qingming agreed. After discussing this matter, he left, and after Shunhigue reminded Jiang Yuntan a couple of times, he also exited. Jiang Yuntan looked at the small room in front of her, reached out, and pulled open the curtain in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, revealing the dark weather outside. Not only that, but the clouds above were very low, and it seemed there was a hint of moisture flowing within them, as if the dark clouds were cascading down like a waterfall, with lightning darting like dragons among the clouds. If she wanted to go out tonight, she would need to think of a way. In this kind of weather, they would definitely close all the doors and windows. The only possibility might be the broken glass from Xiao Qingming's knock. Looking at the makeshift bed formed in the room, Jiang Yuntan did not plan to put anything on it, as she would wait until it was time to sleep. She opened the dimensional marketplace system and found that Mu Qingtang had already sent her meals for the past 7 days, but her space was full. There was no choice. Jiang Yuntan attempted to reorganize the supplies in her space, moving some items stored in boxes to the dimensional showcase. After all, the showcase for clothes was not yet full. She glanced at the meals sent by Mu Qingtang, which included sweet and sour pork ribs, dompa pork pocket loin, 4 happiness balls, crab meat, lion's head, and steamed preserved meats, among many other dishes, including even a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. In addition to the dishes, there were various pastries and cut fruits. It was truly thoughtful. Jiang Yuntan looked at them and took a plate of osmanthus cake to eat. Before long, Mu Qingtang sent her a list detailing the money earned from pawning her remaining jade and jewelry. Converted, those items sold for 2,700 taels of gold, which was indeed somewhat unexpected. It seemed these jades were quite valuable in Mu Qingtang's dimension. Mu Qingtang directly transferred the corresponding dimensional currency to her, a total of 24300 dimensional coins. Adding the dimensional coins she now had a total of 50520 dimensional coins. Well, another wealthy day. Soon the time reached 6 in the evening, but the sky had completely darkened and the rain continued to fall outside. Tonight's meal was the rice they cooked at the restaurant last night. After eating, a group of people stayed together for nearly an hour, discussing matters for when the rain stopped. Once confirmed, they dispersed to rest. After returning to the small private room, Jiang Yuntan immediately searched her space for a raincoat, which she had dug out from the pile of supplies in the supermarket. She had a complete awareness of her space and system, knowing exactly what items were inside and where they were located. She put on an invisibility talisman she had bought earlier, quietly opened the door of the small private room, and walked out. Fortunately, she specifically chose the innermost small private room, which was a dead angle from the outside. As long as no one came looking for her, no one would notice her absence. Before leaving, Jiang Yuntan asked Jin Bao to keep an eye on the time and remind her when the invisibility talisman was about to expire, so she could apply a new one. Jin Bao understood she was going to stock up and dutifully agreed. As Jiang Yuntan stepped over the piece of glass broken by Xiao Qingming, the moment her head emerged, she felt large drops of rain falling on her head, as if something was suppressing her movements. Even during her most unfortunate times before entering the book, Jiang Yuntan had never faced such a harsh environment, let alone being completely immersed in it. It was raining now, and she had previously said that the roller skating vehicle would be of no use. She certainly didn't want to risk being electrocuted. After all, the roller skating vehicle was electric, and if it got wet in the rain and short-circuited, given the weather, there would be no chance of her returning. Jiang Yuntan activated her speed ability and ran under the heavy rain, feeling her footsteps growing heavy. However, her speed ability was indeed quite useful in just a short while she crossed a wide street. Jiang Yuntan noticed the rain drenching her because she was currently invisible, but the rain still left a gap. Moreover, this place was still too close to the coffee shop. It's possible that once the rain cleared, they would see many fewer containers here. Thus, Jiang Yuntan continued to run forward, and after running about 100 meters, she finally stopped. Throughout this entire process, she saw several zombies, but the zombies could not sense her presence and did not attack. Jiang Yuntan had no intention of causing trouble, so she directly ignored those zombies. Looking at the rows of containers, she didn't rush to collect, but first took a look at what was labeled on top. Food, medicines, clothing, outdoor survival equipment, aerial photography equipment, and even mountain bikes, kayaks, and more. Jiang Yuntan collected everything she found useful. Seeing thermal clothing, medical protective suits, and so on, Jiang Yuntan accepted them all. After about 40 minutes, when one-dimensional cabinet was filled to 909, Jiang Yuntan finally stopped collecting. During the collection process, she had been using her speed ability. When she was busy earlier, she didn't feel much, but now that she stopped, she felt extremely tired. Jiang Yuntan scanned her surroundings and found a place to shelter from the rain. Then she took out the bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall that Mu Qingtang had given her. The space had a preservation function, so the Buddha jumps over the wall was still warm, even slightly hot. The aroma of this dish was too fragrant, as she dared not eat it in the coffee shop. Upon opening it, she saw it was filled with abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin scallops, free-range chicken, mushrooms, and other ingredients, all smelling delightful. She first took a sip of the soup, and in the next moment her eyes sparkled with brilliance. It was incredibly delicious, easily the best stew she had ever tasted. Indeed, the exquisite meals of royal families were not unfounded. Mu Qingtang truly lived a wonderful life. Otherwise, how could she feel a connection with a stranger and casually gift a red jade bracelet? Jiang Yuntan didn't think much of it. Her attention was quickly drawn back to the Buddha jumps over the wall in front of her. After finishing the meal, she felt her body rapidly warming up. Although it was summer now, being drenched in the rain still made one feel chilly. Seeing that there were still many supplies at the port that she hadn't collected, Jiang Yuntan didn't feel regretful. After all, she had taken 999 items, all of which she deemed useful. One container was quite large, and she had collected enough. In any case, she still had the supplies she gathered from the supermarket earlier along with these, and with the dimensional system, no matter what, she wouldn't starve. What she had now was enough for her to eat for a lifetime, without any issues. As for the supplies at the port, it was possible that people from Haiqing base would come to collect them later. With so many people, no one would forget the supplies here. Compared to supplies, she now wanted more to become strong. Thinking this, Jiang Yuntan used her speed ability to return, and she noticed that her speed ability seemed to have enhanced quite a bit since she first came out, and her speed was also faster than before. She didn't want others to know about her speed ability for now. Although it seemed to have no killing power, she didn't think it was useless. This was a lifesaver. Of course, there was another saying in martial arts: speed was invincible. On her way back, Jiang Yuntan saw several zombies not far from the port looking up as if they were accepting the. She frowned. Behind those zombies were tall containers. If she weren't at their diagonal side, she wouldn't have seen. Could those zombies be evolving? The thought just crossed her mind when she suddenly remembered. The book said that after the apocalypse arrived, zombies and some mutated plants and animals would gradually evolve after 3 reigns. And now it was the first reign. After evolution, basically every zombie would develop a crystal core in their heads, and the proportion of ability zombies would increase. At the same time, the changes in mutated plants and animals would be even more significant than those in zombies. The virus in zombies was frightening, while mutated plants and animals were sometimes even more dangerous, as they might have developed some abilities. For example, non-toxic plants could mutate and become highly toxic. Jiang Yuntan thought about trying it, wondering what would happen if she encountered an attacking evolving zombie in the heavy rain. After all, she had a defensive talisman on her. Facing these early-stage apocalypse zombies, she would definitely be fine. But just as she raised her foot to walk that way, a purple-white lightning bolt struck down, directly decapitating that zombie. Jiang Yuntan's eyes widened in shock. No, weren't they evolving in the heavy rain? How could they suddenly be struck dead by lightning? But that's not right. Although there was lightning in the sky, it seemed to not have struck down. Could it be that someone was causing trouble? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Yuntan saw another bolt of lightning strike down, killing another zombie bathing in the rain. Where there is one, there are 3, 4, 5, and 6. By the time the 6th zombie fell, Jiang Yuntan finally saw clearly that someone was indeed causing trouble. The person was wearing a black raincoat, entirely dressed in black, with a large hat that blended into the night. Moreover, the lightning he summoned appeared out of thin air, making it very difficult to spot him. But who was this person? Jiang Yuntan had a vague suspicion in her heart. Given his height, it should be Shun Hegui, right? The book mentioned that he had both gold and lightning abilities, but since arriving here, she had only seen Shun Hegui use his gold ability. Previously, she had not seen Shun Hegui use his lightning ability, and she thought it was because he only awakened it later. Now it seems that he must have concealed his lightning ability, not wanting others to know. Indeed, who wouldn't have a trump card? Just as she didn't want others to know she possessed speed ability, perhaps in times of danger, she could escape swiftly, while others were caught off guard. Jiang Yuntan pondered for a moment and moved towards the direction of the container. She hoped that Shun Hegui wouldn't discover someone was here, even though she still had an invisibility talisman on her. As she shifted, she glanced towards the man in black. Coincidentally, she saw him lift his head, revealing a familiar face. Who else could it be but Shun Hegui? Jiang Yuntan did not leave immediately, because she was curious about what Shun Hegui was doing out at this hour. Surely he wasn't out just to kill a few zombies, was he? Or perhaps he often took advantage of the stillness of the night to practice his lightning ability. As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Yuntan saw Shun Hegui condensing a metal rod with his gold ability, and suddenly lightning from the sky struck down towards him. Was he tired of living? The next moment, Jiang Yuntan saw the lightning swirling around Shun Hegui, but it seemed to cause him no harm. From a distance, it looked as if the sky was continuously supplying him with an abundant flow of lightning energy. Was this normal? Could a lightning ability user utilize it like this? Surely no one had told Shun Hegui about these things. He truly was gifted. Jiang Yuntan clenched her fist, her desire to become stronger growing ever more resolute. Thus, she said to the system's genius, if there really are legendary cleansing pills or cultivation techniques for sale in the dimensional shop, make sure to remind me. Although she wasn't sure if it would help, having gained access to the dimensional shopping system in recent days, she had learned a bit. Since rejuvenation pills appeared, perhaps cleansing pills truly existed. If something like a disaster could manifest in this dimension, then some things beyond her understanding might not be impossible. Hearing the seriousness in her tone, Jiang Yuntan stopped joking and replied earnestly. Jiang Yuntan watched for another 2 minutes, confirming that Shunhegui was currently in a state of ease, and she felt relieved. For now, Shunhegui was her strongest support, as she hoped nothing would happen to him. Jiang Yuntan did not linger, noticing that the duration of her invisibility talisman was nearing its end, so she applied another one, and then dashed towards the cafe using her speed ability. When she arrived at the broken window, Jiang Yuntan changed into a dry raincoat before entering. She did not want to leave traces while wearing a dripping raincoat. Back in her small room, just a minute later, her invisibility talisman expired. Jiang Yuntan hurriedly changed into a clean outfit and dried her somewhat damp hair. Then she took out a thin blanket and a pillow from her space, laying them on the small bed formed by 2 sofas. Remembering how long she had been soaked outside, Jiang Yuntan quietly made herself a cup of cold medicine. She had miscalculated if she remembered to pack warm food, but forgot to pack warm water. She didn't know whether Shunhegui had returned, but she was feeling somewhat tired and had little desire to explore whether he was back. So Jiang Yuntan simply pretended she didn't know anything. After all, with Shunhegui being so capable, she didn't need to worry about his safety. If this vicious female supporting character was fine, how could the male lead Shunhegui be in trouble? The next day, when Jiang Yuntan woke up, it was already past 8 in the morning. Because there had been a zombie husky here before, and there weren't many zombies to begin with. Additionally, due to last night's heavy rain, there were not many zombies around. A few of them took turns keeping watch and didn't encounter any issues, and those who switched shifts had a relatively... When Jiang Yuntan stepped out, she glanced around the small room, gathering the blanket and pillow. Just as she exited, she ran into Qi Ruoshui. Qi Ruoshui said, "Last night the rain stopped for several hours, did you know? However, at 6 in the morning it started raining again. We were initially planning to leave today, but now it seems unlikely." Jiang Yuntan shook her head. "I slept quite soundly yesterday and didn't know the rain had stopped last night. If the rain had indeed stopped last night, does this current rain count as the second rain? Were those 3 rains continuous? It's good to have had a good rest. I noticed that Yu Zong and the others, although they were keeping watch, seemed to be in good spirits." Qi Ruoshui continued. "They just said for me to come and get you for breakfast. I didn't expect that I hadn't even knocked on the door when you came out yourself. This cafe not only served coffee, but also made desserts and snacks, so there was a kitchen inside." Following Qi Ruoshui, Jiang Yuntan discovered they had cooked noodles and even fried eggs. Thinking about what she had seen last night, Jiang Yuntan's gaze instinctively fell on Shunhegui, only to find that his expression was normal, completely unlike someone who had sneaked out in the middle of the night. "What are you looking at? Sit down and have breakfast," Shunhegui said to her, then placed a bowl of noodles in front of her. "Thank you," Jiang Yuntan politely replied. As she ate, she suddenly noticed that Jiang Yufeng, sitting diagonally across, had very red ears, and casually asked, "What's up with you, Yufeng? Why are your ears so red? You're not coming down with a fever, are you?" After her words, everyone present turned to look at Jiang Yufeng, and found that his ears were indeed very red. Jiang Yufeng, looking somewhat dazed, placed his hand on his forehead, and calmly said, "It seems I have a bit of a fever." He then brought over the medical kit that had been behind him. Just right after helping Qiao Qingming treat his wounds yesterday, the medical kit had been left here. 5 minutes later, looking at the thermometer reading 38 degrees, Jiang Yufeng said, "I really do have a fever, but I don't feel anything." Everyone listening to him felt somewhat speechless. He was a bit too calm. Instead, Yuko widened his eyes and looked at him. "You're not preparing to awaken your abilities, are you?" "I don't know, maybe it's just a cold," Jiang Yufeng replied nonchalantly. Despite his words, everyone still hoped he could awaken his abilities. The heavy rain outside once again obstructed their progress, forcing them to stay put, but they found several thermal boxes in the cafe, planning to cook more food to take with them. Today, Jiang Yuntan wore a short-sleeved shirt, the red jade bracelet on her wrist gleaming brightly occasionally, catching Lin Tingshua's attention. Yesterday, she had worn this bracelet all day, unintentionally revealing it to Lin Tingxua several times. Perhaps today she would let Lin Tingxua break the bracelet herself. She already had a plan in her heart, it was just the venue that had changed. Thus, upon hearing everyone saying they would prepare food, Jiang Yuntan took the initiative to offer her help. Strangely compelled, Lin Tingxua followed suit. On her wrist, the blood jade bracelet glistened, causing her. Jiang Yuntan sensed someone following behind her and was not surprised at all. She glanced at the kitchen where Qi Ruoshui and Yu Ku were standing at the stove cooking. Shunhegui was in charge of cooking while Qiao Qingming was assisting them. Seeing Qiao Qingming helping out Lin Xian and Xia Chujing, both uninjured and able-bodied, felt they couldn't just sit idly by, so they decided to prepare some food for themselves. However, most of the time, it was Xia Chujing who was doing the work, while Lin Xian merely pretended to be busy. Jiang Yuntan walked towards the sink, intending to help wash some vegetables. Today, they mainly cooked pancakes, which could last longer. Then, depending on the situation, they would decide whether to prepare bento for tomorrow. After all, they had no idea when the rain would stop. Lin Tingshu's gaze fell on Jiang Yuntan as she walked over to her side. Seeing this, Jiang Yuntan shifted a few steps away and said bluntly, "I've already said I don't like you, so why are you still coming close to me?" Upon hearing her words, everyone present turned to look. Having spent a long time in the world of fame and fortune where one hears many barbed comments, hearing this felt oddly refreshing. "That's really disrespectful." Lin Tingshu's expression stiffened, and then she said softly, "Yuntan, we are at least on the same team. Why do you have to harbor so much hostility towards me? Why, when I used to go out with them zombies, wouldn't come within half a meter of me, let alone touch me? But last time when I was with you in the hotel, I ended up getting caught by a zombie. Luckily, I awakened my powers and didn't turn into one. Now you ask me why I harbor such hostility towards you. How dare you even ask?" Lin Tingshu, hearing her words, revealed a barely noticeable smile and said aggrievely, "Yuntan, are you implying that I intentionally led you to the zombies? But at that time I was caught by zombies just like you." Jiang Yuntan shot her a glance, saying, "I never said that. I just said that following you has been unlucky. Keep your distance from me. Every time I encounter you, I end up in bad luck, yet you want to join forces with Xia Chujing to take my bracelet. Did the Lin family not give you anything good? Why are you always coveting others' belongings? That's not the case. You are misunderstanding me. You've said this matter was in the past, and not to bring it up again, right?" Jiang Yuntan clicked her tongue. Seeing his sister at a disadvantage, Lin Xian felt as if his face was being rubbed in the ground. He spoke up, "Alright, we are at least teammates. Jiang Yuntan, even if you dislike Tingshu, you don't have to say such harsh words. Can't we just get along?" Jiang Yuntan snorted lightly, as if, "I want to be your teammate. If it weren't for Shun Hegue insisting that we all return to Beijing together, I wouldn't want to be on the same team as you." Lin Xian looked displeased, saying, "If you don't want to be our teammate, you can leave the team." Lin Tingshu slightly raised her head, seemingly in agreement with Lin Xian. So Jiang Yuntan had previously suggested separating from them, but Shun Hegue had rejected it. It seemed that her efforts these days still held some weight in Shun Hegue's heart. Shun Hegue, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke enough. "Stop talking. Yuntan is from my Shun family. Where she goes doesn't need your decision. If you really have strong opinions about Yuntan, we can separate." Shun Hegue said in a deep voice, suddenly realizing that Yuntan had a point. Perhaps he didn't need to consider everything meticulously like before the apocalypse. Even if he sensed that the Lin family was making moves before the apocalypse, so what? In the apocalypse, strength is what matters most. Last night, both his lightning and metal powers had leveled up. Feeling the immense power bestowed by his abilities, he thought that sometimes he really didn't need to worry so much. Besides, he should trust the elder and his family. Even if the apocalypse came, they wouldn't let him fall from power and into a disadvantageous position. Compared to him, the elder had survived through the storm of bullets and shells. Lin Xian looked at him in disbelief. "Wait, are you really being so indulgent towards her now? It's the apocalypse. Why aren't you keeping an eye on her?" Shun Hegue replied nonchalantly, "Isn't that good? It's the apocalypse, so I'm not worried about her being arrogant and hurting someone, then ending up in prison. What if she gets hurt by someone?" Lin Xian felt speechless listening to him. This world was insane. Was Shun Hegue going crazy too? Shun Hegue remained unfazed. "As long as she doesn't act recklessly where I can't see her, she shouldn't end up in such a situation." He then looked at Jiang Yuntan. "Did you understand?" Jiang Yuntan exclaimed, "Ah," then nodded, saying, "I understand, of course I understand." Yet her face still bore an expression of shock. Wasn't Shun Hegue the one who told her not to provoke them before? Had she brainwashed him too much during this time, leading to a change in his views? Lin Xian didn't know whether Shun Hegue was going crazy, but he was about to blow his top. At this point, no one else was disputing the earlier matter. Xiao Chengming whispered in Shun Hegue's ear, "Your aristocratic sister shouldn't engage in internal strife, right? She probably only goes crazy on others." Shun Hegue understood his implication and suppressed the involuntary smile that was forming, replying, "Seems like it." Jiang Yuntan was washing vegetables and turned to see the cutting board had become vacant. With a thought, she walked over. In her hands was a medium-sized pumpkin, which she found in the coffee shop's kitchen. There were also flour and sugar in the kitchen, so they wanted to make some pumpkin cakes to take with them. Although it was a bit troublesome, they probably wouldn't have such a leisurely opportunity to cook before reaching Beijing. Lin Tingshu watched her walk to the counter and start peeling with a fruit knife, feeling her right eyelid twitching and her head starting to ache. Lin Tingshu's movements slowed down, her peripheral vision entirely focused on Jiang Yuntan. Watching Jiang Yuntan become increasingly skilled after peeling a third of the pumpkin, her previously anxious heart finally relaxed. A fleeting deep meaning crossed Jiang Yuntan's eyes as her hand trembled, and with a startled cry the fruit knife cut into her arm, the wound less than 5 centimeters from her bracelet. At that moment, blood began to seep from the wound on her arm, trickling down her limb. Lin Tingshu, who had been observing Jiang Yuntan, saw this scene, and her pupils dilated, a rush of panic filling her heart. She snapped back to reality and suddenly lunged forward, slamming Jiang Yuntan's wrist down onto the kitchen. With the sound of the jade bracelet shattering, a greenish-white light erupted from Lin Tingshu's palm, instantly healing the wound on Jiang Yuntan's arm. The incident happened in an instant. A loud clap brought everyone back to their senses. In the next moment, they heard Jiang Yuntan's questioning voice. Lin Tingshu, are you out of your mind? What were you trying to do by suddenly attacking me? Even if you did, why were you forcefully pressing my hand down, slamming it onto the counter? You made me break my bracelet. Jiang Yuntan cradled the shattered bracelet, now in 3 pieces, in her hands with a pained expression. Her voice was filled with discontent, but one could hear the quiver in her tone. This was a family heirloom jade bracelet given to me by Uncle Shun, and now it's ruined because of you. Indeed, you deliberately shattered my bracelet because you couldn't have it yourself, didn't you? Lin Tingshu's eyes gleamed with hidden delight, just a few seconds away from Jiang Yuntan recognizing the treasure as hers. She was on the brink of repeating her past mistakes. She absolutely did not want to relive the days when she was suffocated by Jiang Yuntan, the orphan girl. Jiang Yuntan was right. If she couldn't have it, then Jiang Yuntan shouldn't think she could have it either. That was what she thought in her heart, yet she still nervously said, No, I just saw that your arm was injured, so I used my abilities to help you heal it. Look at the wound on your arm. Isn't it already healed? Jiang Yuntan couldn't help but sneer inwardly, letting Lin Tingshu help with healing. She couldn't take that risk. What if Lin Tingshu took advantage of the situation while healing her and slipped something into her wound? However, she wouldn't provide Lin Tingshu with such an opportunity. Jiang Yuntan said coldly, Do we have such a good relationship? You were so anxious when I was injured. Even helped me heal right away. Even if you were helping me heal, you didn't have to be so frantic. Besides, for healing, you only needed to hold my hand. Why did you slam my hand down onto the counter? It seems like you took this opportunity to break my bracelet on purpose. You wanted it before, and now that you see I won't give it to you, you don't want me to have it either. What a malicious thought. With her deliberate emphasis, everyone recalled the incident where Xia Chujing had suggested that she use this bracelet to apologize to Lin Tingshu. Even Xiao Qingming, who had joined later, knew that Lin Tingshu seemed very eager to have this bracelet. Lin Tingshu suddenly felt speechless. She could only wave her hand and say, I really didn't mean it. I just wanted to help you treat your wound. Is that really wrong? Whether it was intentional or not, you know in your heart. Jiang Yuntan said with red-rimmed eyes, looking extremely aggrieved. She bit her lip and held the 3 pieces of the bracelet carefully in her hands. Indeed, you have made me dislike you for a reason. After throwing down this remark, Jiang Yuntan turned and left. As everyone watched Jiang Yuntan storm away, they did not feel that her temper was spoiled. Instead, they thought she had suffered a great injustice. The accusing gazes of the crowd fell upon Lin Tingshu. Yuka clicked his tongue meaningfully and sarcastically remarked, I never knew that Miss Lin cared so much for our sister Yuntan. Upon hearing this, Lin Tingshu's face instantly turned pale. She instinctively glanced towards Shun Hegui, only to see his cold, icy gaze fixated on her, as if scrutinizing someone who had offended him. A chill ran down her back, but recalling the help she had given Shun Hegui these days, she couldn't help but clench her fists. Her assistance to him was far greater than that of Jiang Yuntan, wasn't it? Lin Tingshu explained to Shun Hegui, I really didn't mean it. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. In the future, I will compensate her with a more precious bracelet. I'm not foolish. I know that no one will fully believe my explanation. But even if they don't believe me, I still have to explain. Otherwise it would make me seem too guilty. Although today's actions seemed a bit reckless and might even tarnish her reputation, she would rather have everyone misunderstand her than let Jiang Yuntan recognize the treasure. After all, in the apocalypse, the strongest were the most respected. Once she became powerful in the future, no one would criticize her for today's actions. They would only explain that she was just careless. Shun Hegui said coldly, Our Yuntan doesn't like Miss Lin getting too close to her, so I asked Miss Lin to keep her distance from her in the future. As for whether or not you were helping her heal, I believe Miss Lin has already seen Yuntan's attitude. She doesn't need you to help her with these things in the future. Whether it was intentional or not, we do not know what Miss Lin thinks. But the fact remains that Yuntan's bracelet is broken. Since you said you would compensate her with a better one, I hope you can follow through. They all witnessed what happened earlier, and they are not blind. If anyone believes that Lin Tingshu has no ulterior motives, who would believe that? But he would not give up on helping Yuntan and fighting for her rightful benefits. Since it was Lin Tingshu who broke it, asking her to compensate was very reasonable. Lin Tingshu's eyes turned red from Shun Hegui's words, and she could only nod, while choking back her tears. I understand. I will keep my distance from her in the future. Those who don't know might think that she was bullied. Shun Hegui said no more, but washed his hands, and said, I will go check on Yuntan. Before long, he stood at the door of the small private room, and knocked. Yuntan, are you there? Soon Jiang Yuntan opened the door for him, her pair of captivating eyes redder than usual. Shun Hegui got straight to the point. The gold you collected earlier, can you bring out some? I will see if I can help you repair the Jiang Yuntan was taken aback for a moment, then found a gold bracelet. Although she had exchanged much of her gold for dimensional currency, she had still kept a good amount of exquisitely crafted jewelry. After all, who doesn't love beautiful jewelry? Shin Hegui held the bracelet in his hand and asked, "What kind of pattern do you like?" She thought for a moment and said, "A peony window, please." Then she carefully described it to Shun Hegui. Quickly, Shun Hegui used his gold elemental abilities to melt a section of the gold bracelet, and the molten gold formed the pattern of a peony window at the broken part of the bracelet, quite unique. The broken jade bracelet in Shun Hegui's hands transformed into a golden-laid jade bracelet exquisitely crafted with gold and red jade inlaid together, making the bracelet look even more luxurious and beautiful, completely unrecognizable from its previous broken state. Shun Hegui observed the alluring red at the corners of her eyes, tears brimming within their frames, as if it had been ages since he had seen her in such a state of grievance. He sighed inwardly, then handed the repaired bracelet to her, saying, "Take a look, is this how it is? If not, I can." Jiang Yuntan looked at him with her reddened eyes and nodded "Hmm." One must admit Shun Hegui had made it look exquisite, but he had never ventured into this realm before. Thus it could only be that he was too familiar with his own abilities so much, so that the phrase profound understanding aptly described it. If one day he found himself without food, Shun Hegui might be able to exchange this skill for money. I digress. Jiang Yuntan bit her lips, speaking with a face full of guilt. "I'm sorry, I couldn't properly protect the bracelet Uncle Shin gave me. If only I had kept it in the spatial storage all along." Shun Hegui was accustomed to her spoiled and domineering demeanor, and seeing her now in such a pitiful state was somewhat unsettling, stirring a twinge of heartache within him. "We all know this isn't your fault. Even if your father finds out later, he won't blame you. Besides, isn't a bracelet meant you used to wear it all the time?" The bracelet was shattered, and she clutched it tightly in her hand. She had always treasured that bracelet. What wrong had she done? Seeing him so understanding, Jiang Yuntan felt a bit embarrassed and said, "But isn't this your family's heirloom? Since father has given the bracelet to you, it belongs to you, so there's no need to feel guilty." Shun Hegui continued, "Bracelets are inherently fragile. They say jade shatters to ensure safety. Even if your father knows the bracelet is broken, he will only think it's shattered to protect your safety. Yuntan, over the years we have long considered you family. No matter how precious something is, it is merely an external possession. Regardless of what happens, we care more about your safety." His words were serious and resolute, as if making an important promise. Jiang Yuntan nodded, tightly grasping the repaired bracelet in her palm. Seeing her thus, Shun Hegui added, "Yuntan, if you truly dislike Lin Tingxue and the others, we can part ways." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuntan's bright eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. "Did I hear that correctly?" Shun Hegui chuckled, "You heard right. I initially thought you were just having a minor spat, but I didn't expect something like this. Today she is also blatantly calculating against you." He continued, "However, now that the incident has occurred, and she has said she will compensate you with a bracelet. Don't be foolish and say you don't want it. Even if you dislike her, you should still demand the compensation that is rightfully yours, lest you let others take advantage." "Huh?" Jiang Yuntan was momentarily taken aback, genuinely not expecting him to say this. Shun Hegui couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair, just like when they were children. "Did you hear me? Make sure to claim what she owes you. Don't let it go to someone else." Shun Hegui asked again, "If you don't want to walk with her, I can speak to Lin Xian and suggest we go our separate ways." Jiang Yuntan nodded. "I will definitely claim what is owed to me, otherwise it would be too easy on her." "But didn't you say everyone needs to return to the capital? We don't know what the situation is like there. Isn't it inappropriate to make a scene? Lin Xian is fine, but Lin Tingxue is too scheming. Today's calculation shattered your bracelet, and who knows what else she might do in the future." Shun Hegui pondered as he spoke. Jiang Yuntan thought for a moment and said, "Then let's not go our separate ways. Otherwise we won't know what they intend to do. If they have ulterior motives, wouldn't it be better to keep them under close watch? If we part ways, what if they harbor resentment and try to ambush me?" More importantly, she wanted to see what cards Lin Tingxue held. Today Lin Tingxue recklessly shattered her bracelet, and to everyone it was hard to believe it wasn't intentional. Under the scrutiny and discontent of others in an attempt to salvage her image, Lin Tingxue would only expose more flaws, becoming increasingly flustered. After all, the relationship between her and Lin Tingxue was one of bitter enmity. Both wished for the other's demise. Now that she had arrived here and taken over the original host's body, she would also seek revenge for the original. Shun Hegui felt a sense of relief after hearing her words. It was as if he had a spoiled child who finally understood reason. He spoke gently, "Your thoughts are not without merit, but in the future keep your distance from her and don't give her another chance to scheme against you." Jiang Yuntan obediently nodded. Shun Hegui's handsome face bore a light smile. "Rest for a while. I will step out first. If you don't want to come out, we'll call for you when something comes up, all right?" Jiang Yuntan continued to nod. As Shun Hegui left and closed the door behind him, Jiang Yuntan looked at the bracelet in her palm, which had been repaired with gold, and suddenly smiled. Before Lin Tingxue completely disappears from this world, she wouldn't let Lin Tingxue and know that the real blood jade bracelet had not shattered, even though the dimensional trading system no longer required the blood jade bracelet as a vessel. For now, on the surface, she could only let everyone believe that her bracelet had indeed shattered, uncertain if it would hurt Shun's father's feelings. But she didn't want to gamble on Lin Tingshu's obsession with the blood jade bracelet. When the time is right, she could find a reason to explain it to them. However, Shin Hegua's current attitude towards Lin Tingxue was something she had not anticipated. Wasn't he supposed to be with her? Now it seemed otherwise. Fortunately, her judgment was not wrong, as long as she didn't follow the storyline Shun Hegue and the others would always treat her as family and wouldn't abandon her. But based on Shun Hegua's indulgent attitude, would he and Shun's father truly not care for her if the original host really did something? Not necessarily. Jiang Yuntan couldn't help but doubt the contents she had seen before. In any case, she wouldn't blindly trust what was written in the book. She spent over 2 hours calming her emotions in the small room, actually browsing the 10 updated dimensional showcases, but found nothing useful. However, she noticed that Mu Qingtang had purchased 10 boxes of foundation today, and her dimensional points had already reached 47. At this rate, she should be able to level up in a few days. Jiang Yuntan found nothing useful, so she opened the door and stepped out. Upon seeing her, everyone came forward to comfort her, and Jiang Yuntan simply said with red eyes, "I'm fine." Thus, all eyes of condemnation fell upon Lin Tingxue. Jiang Yuntan smiled knowingly in her heart. "Since you plotted against me, don't blame me for plotting against you." She expressed her desire not to speak with Lin Tingxue, and the others did not allow Lin Tingxue to approach her, so the day passed peacefully. At night, Jiang Yuntan was awakened from her dreams by Jinbao shouting. Meanwhile, in another realm, a sharp explosion echoed from a person's alchemy room. "On my supreme Shisui, foolish brain, how could you put the Shisui Dan on the line? I just wanted to exchange some ordinary Shisui Dan for money. This was my first time refining a supreme Shisui Dan, and now it's gone. Who could be so fast with their hand?" No matter how others screamed, Jiang Yuntan was unaware, but upon seeing the pale golden pill in her palm, she suddenly woke up. The book said that some people inherently possess the potential for awakening extraordinary abilities, but if the potential cannot be triggered, the abilities cannot awaken. Some awaken abilities due to resisting the zombie virus, while others awaken in critical moments through sheer willpower. Later, some also uncover their potential through intense training. The original host had extraordinary abilities that only awakened later. Now, having used this Shisui Dan, she should be able to awaken her abilities ahead of time. Jiang Yuntan pondered and asked, "If I take this Shisui Dan, it shouldn't cause a bunch of muddy impurities to emerge from my body, right?" Jinbao was silent for a moment before responding, "It shouldn't, but it might hurt a little. Ooh, just grit your teeth and bear with it." Jiang Yuntan: "Since it won't produce impurities, that's a relief. But if it hurts, how much pain could it possibly be? It wouldn't be like having bones broken and skin peeled off, would it? It said that the Shisui Dan needs to cleanse the marrow and reshape the bones. Is that true, or have I just read too many wild books?" Actually, if she looked at the Shisui Dan in the showcase now, she could know its function, but she really didn't dare to gamble. If someone else bought it as soon as it was listed, she would definitely feel heartache. Jiang Yuntan thought for a moment and said, "Jinbao, thank you for reminding me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to buy this Shisui Dan." Jinbao huffed proudly. "You entrusted me with something, and I definitely can handle it. But I must say you have a good conscience for not getting angry with me for waking you up in the middle of the night. After all, as soon as I discovered the Shisui Dan was on the shelf, I immediately notified you. I've been keeping an eye on it for you." Actually, it wasn't entirely like that. It had set up a trigger word, so whenever the Shisui Dan appeared, its program would notify it. Then it would tell Jiang Yuntan. Jiang Yuntan looked at the Shisui Dan in her palm and smiled. "With you being so diligent and responsible to help me, how could I be so ungrateful as to blame you? I can't thank you enough." Jinbao cleared its throat. "Well, I'm craving some late-night snacks. I saw that a merchant from another realm has put up some barbecue. Could you buy some for me? Boss, I'm asking for a reward." Jiang Yuntan chuckled, unsure where it learned such phrases. It indeed deserved a reward for reminding her about the Shisui Dan. After all, she was now considered somewhat wealthy. So she smiled and said, "Isn't it just barbecue? I'll buy it for you." Jinbao hesitated for a moment and reminded, "Shouldn't you check how much you have left?" Hearing its words, Jiang Yuntan suddenly felt a bad premonition. She glanced at her balance and nearly let out a scream in the silent night. What? She only had 570 realm coins left. As someone who had just become wealthy, she found it hard to accept this fact. Jiang Yuntan checked her realm coin balance, then looked at the Shisui Dan in her hand, trying to comfort herself. It's fine, it's just 50,000 realm coins. After all, she had picked it up in the apocalypse, and she could still earn more. But once this opportunity passed, there wouldn't be another chance. Though she said that she still felt a pang of heartache. Please, I must awaken my extraordinary abilities." Jinbao noticed her silence for a while and cautiously asked, "So can I still buy the barbecue now?" "Go ahead and buy it, buy as much as you want, Jiang Yuntan replied with heartache. Jinbao hesitated for a moment and said, "How about I just don't buy it? Let's wait until you earn some money before we talk about it." "It's fine, haven't we always been earning money?" Jiang Yuntan continued. "You want to eat now, right? Who knows, by the time we earn more you might not want to eat anymore. So if you want to eat now you have to buy it. Besides, we aren't at the point of not being able to cook. Our showcase still has so many items in it." Jinbao. It didn't want to mention that pile of random items it felt they wouldn't sell at all. However, it wouldn't discourage its boss. Jinbao said emotionally, "Boss, you're really good to me." Soon it bought a portion of barbecue, spending a total of 50 realm coins. Thus, Jiang Yuntan had 520 realm coins left. "As long as you know I'm good to you," Jiang Yuntan said, not feeling a hint of embarrassment. Jinbao was already eating barbecue, but seeing her still holding the shisu, it had asked, "Why haven't you eaten yet? Are you afraid of the pain?" "Who's afraid?" Jiang Yuntan said as she put the shisu dan into her mouth. She was indeed preparing herself mentally. The pill melted upon entering, as if transforming into medicinal power flowing into her mouth, wandering through her organs. Soon Jiang Yuntan felt something tearing at her insides, as if her bones were being gnawed by some beast. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She could no longer sit still and curled up on her small bed. She pressed her lips tightly, afraid of making a sound, her face filled with pain. Pain. It truly hurt too much. Jinbao, seeing this scene, stopped eating the barbecue at its mouth. "My goodness, is the shisu dan really that terrifying?" Jinbao's gaze was fixed on her, fearing something might happen to her. Jiang Yuntan was already in so much pain that she lost all sense. After an unknown period, just when she thought she couldn't hold on anymore, she felt a surge of vitality, filled with energy flowing through her. The earlier tearing pain dissipated, and she felt herself brimming with energy. Jinbao, seeing that she had pulled through, sighed in relief and continued eating its barbecue. Before long, Jiang Yuntan sat up again, feeling the energy in her body. It seemed she had awakened more than one extraordinary ability this time. Jiang Yuntan sensed the energy within her body, slowly mobilizing her extraordinary powers. Soon a green sprout appeared in one palm, while a fireball formed in the other. Not only did she possess wood-type abilities, but she also had fire-type abilities. Although she lacked any unique powers beyond the 5 elements, she felt that these 2 abilities were already quite impressive. As long as one has extraordinary powers, how to utilize them ultimately depends on one's personal insight. Jinbao was astonished, thinking, "You actually awakened 2 powers at once. My boss must be quite lucky." Jiang Yuntan nodded in agreement, saying, "I think I'm quite lucky too." She felt that after using the washing marrow pill, she not only gained offensive powers, moreover her senses had heightened, and she even felt an increase in her agility, truly a transformation. The 50,000 dimension coins spent were worth it. Jiang Yuntan continuously switched between her extraordinary powers, feeling so excited that she could hardly sleep. Around 2 in the morning, she suddenly heard the sound of the wind outside, followed by the sound of raindrops hitting the window. It seemed it was raining again. Was this the 3rd rain? Once this rain passed, would it mean that the zombies and those plants and animals would evolve again? Jiang Yuntan took a deep breath and decided to rest well for now. Once the rain stopped, they might have to set off. Just as she lay down and was about to close her eyes to sleep, she heard footsteps at the door. The footsteps quickly disappeared, seemingly just passing by. For some reason, her first thought was that the person who just passed was Shun Hague. He wouldn't have gone to temper his body with lightning again, would he? She felt that his method should also be beneficial for the body. Despite her speculation, she still had a concealment talisman left. However, Jiang Yuntan did not follow. Everyone has their own privacy, and she had hers. The next day, when Jiang Yuntan woke up, it was still raining. She looked at the wound on her right arm, which had been left when she pricked her finger to bond with the bracelet. A few days later, there were still some marks. To prevent Lin Tingxue from noticing the wound on her hand, she had been wearing sun-protective long sleeves for the past few days. Fortunately, she had taken precautions. No wonder Lin Tingxue had been staring at her hands. Jiang Yuntan attempted to concentrate her wood-type abilities, covering her wound with a green light sphere, wanting to test if her wood-type abilities had any healing effects. She initially had no hopes, but unexpectedly her wound began to heal gradually. Soon there was not a trace left on her arm. Her wood-type abilities had surprisingly evolved to include a healing function. However, she also understood that this was different from true healing powers. Healing powers seemed to purify the zombie virus, while wood-type abilities could not. But being able to heal wounds was already quite good. With this in mind, Jiang Yuntan casually healed the wound she had received from a zombie a few days ago. Although it wasn't very deep, she felt uncomfortable having it. In the past, there weren't so many dangerous moments to get hurt. In the future, one must either learn to adapt or try to avoid injuries. Jiang Yuntan tidied herself up and washed up in the small room before stepping out. At that moment, the coffee shop's hall was already filled with many people. It had been raining for several days. They were unaware of the situation outside, but there was nothing they could do as they couldn't go out in the heavy rain. However, a few ordinary zombies had occasionally appeared these past 2 days which they had dealt with. Perhaps after the zombie husky died, there was nothing left to deter them, so the zombies wandered over. Thus for the past 2 days they had been staying in this coffee shop. If it weren't for the occasional appearance of a few zombies, it would seem as if the apocalypse had not descended at all. Yuka waved to her saying last night Brother Shin was on night watch and hasn't woken up yet. Come over for breakfast first. Jiang Yuntan walked over and sat beside Chi Ruoshui. She opened the rice cooker on the table and found that it contained 8 treasure porridge. After serving herself a bowl, she sat down to eat. Chi Ruoshui sitting next to her noticed that her complexion was somewhat pale though not deathly white. Her hair was slightly damp, giving her a pitiful appearance. Chi Ruoshui asked Miss Jiang, why does your hair seem wet? Did you go out just now? Sister Ruoshui, just call me Yuntan directly. Calling me Miss Jiang feels too distant. As Jiang Yuntan spoke, she touched her hair. She casually said it seems a bit damp. Perhaps it's because I had a fever last night. Last night, I felt quite uncomfortable, woke up to find myself hot, and after checking my temperature, I realized I had a fever. Then I took some fever medicine and now it seems I no longer have a fever. What? You had a fever last night? Yuku exclaimed in shock. What do you mean by seems like no fever? Let's check your temperature. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yufeng handed over the medicine box. After they used a thermometer to check her temperature and confirmed she didn't have a fever, they finally felt relieved. Yesterday, before her bracelet was smashed by Lin Tingxue, she was still quite spirited. Unexpectedly, after returning home in tears, she developed a high fever at night. It seemed she was truly enraged. While Yuku and the others were lamenting Jiang Yuntan's bracelet, they quickly lost that mood, leaving only envy. Suddenly Jiang Yuntan looked at Jiang Yufeng and asked, Brother Yufeng, is your fever still not down? Jiang Yufeng shook his head like you. I also had a high fever last night, but it's much better now. It's fine, you must have awakened your extraordinary powers. Jiang Yuntan dropped a bombshell. By the way, after my fever, when I woke up this morning, I found that I had awakened extraordinary powers. Huh? Yuku exclaimed in surprise. What extraordinary powers did you awaken? It should be fire type, Jiang Yuntan replied, and in the next moment a harmless little flame appeared in her palm, not much larger than a lighter's flame. But this was not the true power of her abilities, it was just a demonstration, and there was no need to expose too much. She just wanted to clarify that she indeed had extraordinary powers. After all, she mentioned that she had a fever last night. They wouldn't know, but the marks left on her hair from being damp with sweat were real, weren't they? This could also serve to cast some dirt on Lin Tingxue, as she was the one who made Jiang Yuntan so angry that she had a fever. Upon seeing this, Yuku and the others couldn't help but exclaim how lucky she was. First she awakened spatial abilities, and then she awakened fire-type abilities. He lamented, everyone seems to have extraordinary powers, why am I the only one without? Shui Zhao unexpectedly chimed in, Mr. You, I don't have any either. In the next moment, 2 like-minded individuals gazed at Jiang Yufeng, who had yet to awaken his extraordinary abilities. Jiang Yufeng smiled awkwardly and said, it seems I might have developed some abilities now. As he spoke, a gust of wind blew past Yuka and Shui Zhao's faces. Yuka looked at Shui Zhao with a wail. Is it really? Because both our names consist of 2 characters. The sky is falling. Jiang Yuntan thought to himself. This line of thought is truly peculiar. As soon as he said this, Lin Xian and others who were not far away having breakfast also looked over at him. Lin Xian wondered, is it really because the names consist of 2 characters? He then turned to Xia Chujing and asked, are you feeling unwell? Xia Chujing felt a bit strange and shook her head, not at all. Oh, Lin Xian replied faintly. He turned around just about to continue his breakfast when he noticed his younger sister staring intently in Jiang Yuntan's direction. Lin Xian frowned. What are you up to now? What do you mean by that, brother? Lin Tingxue pretended not to understand. Lin Xian's tone carried an undercurrent of something restrained. How could you not know what I mean? Did I not tell you not to provoke Jiang Yuntan? Her temper is such that even Shun Hegui cannot do anything about her, and Uncle Shun protects her. Why would you want to pick a fight with her? You used to be quite sensible. Why did you clash with her? You even tried to break her bracelet yesterday. Lin Tingxue continued to deny. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just trying to help her treat her wound. I meant well, but it turned out this way. Seeing her stubbornness, Lin Xian had no other choice but to say coldly, Shun Hegui told me yesterday that if Jiang Yuntan wants to part ways with us in the future, he will agree to it. Staying together makes it easy for conflicts to arise. It would be better to separate to avoid any disputes later on that might lead to unforeseen incidents. He also said that if Jiang Yuntan encounters danger in the future while you are present, the Shun family will definitely hold you and the Lin family accountable for it. So you better behave yourself and not entertain any more thoughts. Once we return to the capital, perhaps our Lin family will still need to cooperate with the Shin family. Lin Tingxue lowered her gaze and said, I understand. Forget it. After all, Jiang Yuntan's greatest support has already been destroyed by her, and many things can be dealt with gradually. Besides, Shen Hegui does not like Jiang Yuntan, he merely sees her as a little sister. Isn't that something everyone knows? In the future, she absolutely will not act against Jiang Yuntan in front of Shen Hegui, or she will surely find opportunities. Once they return to the capital, she will certainly have her own say. After all, before the apocalypse, she had prepared plenty of supplies. Moreover, now she also possesses healing abilities. Lin Tingxue thought of numerous comforting words for herself, but in the end her emotions remained unsettled. She had already destroyed Jiang Yuntan's golden finger, yet heaven had allowed her to awaken fire-type abilities, which was truly infuriating. She would never forget how she was brought to her knees by Jiang Yuntan in her past life. She merely liked Shen Hegui, so why did Jiang Yuntan accuse her of being despicable? Jiang Yuntan, this orphan girl, relied on Uncle Shen's favoritism and never regarded her seriously, never even bothering to look at her directly whenever they met. As the biological daughter of the Lin family, everyone could only see Jiang Yuntan, yet they never treated her kindly. It must be because Jiang Yuntan had said something about her in front of them. Jiang Yuntan must be deliberately retaliating against her, because Shen Hegui's attention had once been on her, and also because she had almost gotten engaged to Shen Hegui. She simply could not understand why Jiang Yuntan was so popular. Later she learned it was because Jiang Yuntan had a golden finger, and she used those things to win them over. If only she could have that golden finger, she was certain she could do better than Jiang Yuntan. But unexpectedly she had destroyed that golden finger with her own hands. But it doesn't matter, compared to letting Jiang Yuntan have it, she would much rather destroy it. She only regretted why she hadn't thought of a way to take that bracelet earlier, leading her to this desperate measure now. However, she had already left a bad impression of Jiang Yuntan on everyone, as Shen Hegui had begun to notice and appreciate her, and seeing Shen Hegui's slightly better attitude towards her made Jiang Yuntan go mad. This little misunderstanding would be forgotten once everyone received her help in the future. Jiang Yuntan noticed Lin Tingxue's gaze and was not surprised. She reviewed the memories of the original owners several times and found that their conflict was truly just that of young girls squabbling over Shen Hegui. The original owner, relying on her fiancé status, said many harsh words to Lin Tingxue, but from the original owner's perspective it seemed there was nothing wrong with that. Matters of the heart may seem trivial. Yet in this world, how many people have lost their lives over what appeared to be simple issues? Thus she would not consider this a trivial matter, nor would she believe Lin Tingxue would show her mercy. On the contrary, she felt Lin Tingxue was a stubborn person, and one should not expect her to relent and turn back. The rain kept falling, but the intensity had lessened considerably. Shen Hegui also got up. After getting up, he saw Jiang Yuntan drying her hair with a towel. Yuka leaned in and said, "Brother Shen, let me tell you, my sister has awakened fire-type abilities." Shen Hegui paused his movements. "When did this happen?" Jiang Yuntan briefly explained, "Last night I discovered I had a fever, so I got up to take some antipyretics. When I woke up this morning, I found my fever had subsided, and I had also awakened fire-type abilities." "That's great." Shen Hegui smiled and said, "In the future, if you fall ill at night, you can come find us night watchmen. Otherwise, what if you burn too high and become foolish?" Pooh, that won't happen," Jiang Yuntan quickly replied. "I was really exhausted, took the medicine, and went to sleep. They'll remember to say that in the future." Jiang Yuntan thought for a moment, saying that she hadn't really had a fever last night. After a simple lunch, the group noticed the weather had cleared up and only a light drizzle remained. They had already delayed here for 2 days. Seeing the weather was decent, the group decided to set off. After staying here for 2 days, the frequency of zombies had increased. It would be unsafe to remain any longer, so it was better to hit the road. Soon 3 vehicles started up and drove along the previously planned route. The previous storm had created many obstacles on the road. They crushed everything that could be run over and avoided what could not. After driving for almost an hour, the rain had stopped. Jiang Yuntan sat in the back, attempting to manipulate. Suddenly she felt a bit of a bump. She asked, "Did you all feel something pushing against our vehicle?" As soon as she spoke, Shui Zhao and Shun Hegu immediately became alert, carefully sensing their surroundings, and indeed it was as she said. Just moments ago they thought the bumps in the vehicle were due to the uneven debris on the ground, but upon closer inspection the force felt different. Shun Hegu glanced at the ground and seemed to see small bumps on the otherwise flat road. Their attention had been focused on the surroundings and the distance, never suspecting anything on the flat surface. Jiang Yuntan also straightened up to look in the direction of the wheel, witnessing a section of the concrete road bulging up before sinking back down. She couldn't help but exclaim there wouldn't be something down there, would there? She had a feeling that whatever was beneath would break through the ground at any moment. Shun Hegu spoke into the walkie-talkie to the other 2 vehicles, saying, "Pay attention to whether there's any issue with the ground beneath your vehicles. There might be something there, so be cautious." At this moment, they couldn't recklessly exit the car. Staying inside might serve as a layer of protection. Soon the walkie-talkie crackled to life, with Xiao Qingming's voice. Senior brother, I sense that there's a section of ground ahead that is hollow. It's probably been hollowed out. Xiao Qingming's voice was laced with urgency. Shun Higu decisively said, let's pull over and take a look. Since the ground ahead was empty, driving the vehicle forward could be even more dangerous. Thus, the three vehicles could only navigate to the side amidst the occasionally undulating ground. Fortunately, they had not yet entered the highway, otherwise they wouldn't know where to stop. Jiang Yuntan touched the defensive talisman in her pocket, confirming it was there, and felt a bit relieved. Unexpectedly, as soon as they parked the car by the roadside, the road ahead suddenly collapsed, creating a large hole about 3 meters in diameter, accompanied by a creaking sound. Jiang Yuntan's pupils contracted, and she couldn't help but feel tense. The group was already prepared for battle, perhaps aware of her irreconcilable conflict with Lin Tingxue. Shun Higu and Yuka silently formed a wall with their bodies, separating her from Lin Tingxue. Jiang Yuntan was quite pleased with this. She genuinely worried that Lin Tingxue might try to harm her. Yuka's expression was tense. What exactly is that thing that could create such a large hole? Jiang Yuntan pursed her lips. It sounds like it might be a rat. At that moment, Shun Higu seemed to find a large, dirty piece of cloth resembling a curtain, opened the trunk of the car, and poured a bottle of liquor over it. Then he turned to Jiang Yuntan. Yuntan, when I throw this cloth over, can you ignite it in midair with fire? Jiang Yuntan nodded. I should be able to try. Alright, I'll count to 3, and then I'll throw it, you light it up. As Shun Higu began the countdown, he threw the cloth soaked in liquor. When he reached 1, Jiang Yuntan seized the moment and hurled several fireballs. To her surprise, her aim was excellent. A 4 out of 5 fireballs struck the cloth, igniting it instantly and falling into the hole. However, before the creature inside the hole could react, the bulge in the road suddenly cracked open, and a rat the size of a volleyball emerged, its eyes wide and red, looking at them like they were tempting prey. Oh my god, rats are already disgusting enough, but this zombie rat looks even worse. Yuka couldn't help but comment. No sooner had he spoken than several more rats popped out from the bulge in the road, all turning to them and rushing in their direction. Yuka took out his handgun and fired several shots at them. Aside from one bullet hitting the zombie rat in the forehead, the others merely grazed its body, seemingly having no effect. Seeing that the gun had some effect on the zombie rats, the group breathed a sigh of relief. But soon that relief turned back into tension as they saw the dark heads of more zombie rats emerging from the hole. Jiang Yuntan continued to conjure fireballs, aiming for the zombie rats' foreheads, with nearly 90% of her fireballs landing on them. Several individuals with abilities were also busy, while Xiao Qingming used his earth-based ability to construct a half-meter-tall wall, enclosing them all. Jiang Yuntan frowned as she watched the endless stream of zombie rats emerging from the hole. This isn't working. We don't know how many of them there are. How long will this take? You really know how to complain, or do you think we wouldn't fight just because we don't know how long it will take? Lin Tingxue replied impatiently. You're an ability user, just help out instead of making things worse. Jiang Yuntan rolled her eyes at her. You're just adding to the chaos instead of assisting. Then she turned to Xue Zhao, and Yuku. Xue Zhao, brother Yuku, can you bring the gasoline from the vehicle? There was no other option, as she could only think of using fire to create a large-scale attack. Yuku and Xue Zhao immediately understood her intention, and without hesitation turned to retrieve it. Jiang Yuntan also directly addressed Lin Xian. Since we're all fighting the zombie rats together, we can't be the only ones providing gasoline, while you contribute nothing, right? Lin Xian wanted to argue about when it became his turn to be ordered around, but he understood that she had a point, even if her words were a bit harsh. Knowing it wasn't the time for arguments, he could only suppress his anger and go to the vehicle to get the gasoline. Lin Tingxue glanced at Jiang Yuntan, surprised to find that she noticed, and shot her a glare. She couldn't help but grumble internally, thinking that Jiang Yuntan was terrible at managing relationships. Jiang Yuntan, however, didn't care what she thought. After seeing Yuku and Xue Zhao bring over the gasoline, she directed them to pour it 2 meters away. The moment the gasoline hit the ground, her fireball struck, igniting a fierce blaze. When Lin Xian brought over 2 barrels of gasoline, without needing Jiang Yuntan to say anything, Yuku proactively took them, completely cutting off any chance for Lin Xian and Jiang Yuntan to communicate. After they completed these tasks and looked up, they found that Shun Higu and Xiao Qingming had already used their abilities to eliminate quite a number of zombie rats whose bodies now lay on the road, but the hole still had more zombie rats crawling out. It seemed they were oblivious to their fallen comrades rushing toward them with red eyes. When Jiang Yuntan saw a zombie rat crossing the fiery wall they had created with gasoline, its fur immediately caught fire, and she felt a surge of joy, proving that her method was effective. Moreover, as they ran over the gasoline on their feet, ignited the flames even more brightly. Although they felt no pain from the burning flames, Jiang Yuntan noticed that some of the rats had their limbs burned off due to the intense flames, leaving them thrashing helplessly on the ground. The fire blazed fiercely, and Jiang Yuntan instinctively turned to look at Jiang Yufeng, who immediately understood her intention and intensified the wind, without using his abilities to create wind blades. The wall of fire instantly burned even more ferociously, and the wind blew against the charred fur of the zombie rats, transforming them into moving fireballs. Although the fire on them did not immediately incinerate them, it severed their limbs, leaving the zombie rats thrashing helplessly on the ground. Lin Tingxue watched as flames surged up the firewall, while Yuku and the others without abilities searched for flammable materials nearby to throw in, increasing the flames instead of diminishing them. In this situation, her wood-based abilities were rendered useless. Suddenly, a zombie rat swiftly dashed through the firewall, almost like a fleeting shadow. Jiang Yuntan, possessing speed abilities, saw something rushing toward her. As the zombie rat leaped over the half-meter-high wall, she punched it in the side of the face, sending the zombie rat flying to the ground. The moment her fireball landed on the zombie rat's head, a golden knife struck its neck, instantly decapitating it. Jiang Yuntan let out a sigh of relief, wondering why the zombie rat had specifically targeted her instead of us. She looked at the black blood on her fist, frowned, and thought about wiping it on her sunscreen shirt, knowing she would have to discard it later. But it was fine as she had more. Shinhigu glanced at her and asked, "Are you okay?" Jiang Yuntan nodded. "Be careful then," Shinhigu advised. Soon everyone was back in the fight, and fortunately there were fewer zombie rats emerging from the cave. However, just as they were celebrating, a horde of dark heads surged forward, gathering together with a larger zombie rat seemingly protected in the center. The previous zombie rats had come one after another. Although there were 5 or 6 that came together, this was the first time they had seen so many zombie rats come at once. Jiang Yuntan looked at the weakened firewall and said, "In this case the firewall probably won't hold much longer. We'll need to add more gasoline." "Did you grab the flour from the kitchen when you left today?" Shinhigu asked. "Yes, I'll go get it. I remember the flour is on the seat next to me," Jiang Yuntan replied. Without needing Shinhigu to say anything, Shui Zhao and Yuko followed her. Soon the two returned, each carrying a bag of flour along with several large stainless steel bowls they had found. Shinhigu said solemnly, "When the zombie rats get close to the fire, throw these 2 bags of flour in." Yuku and Shui Zhao quickly scooped out some flour, while some held the bags and others carried the stainless steel bowls filled with flour. Shinhigu killed zombie rats with flying knives while waiting for the right moment. Shortly after he shouted, "Now!" Yuku and the others sprang into action, tossing the flour into the firewall. Jiang Yuntan seized the opportunity and threw several large fireballs at the firewall. At the moment the zombie rats entered the firewall, explosions suddenly erupted within, with bright red flames and dense black smoke. She even felt the ground shake slightly. Dust encountering open flames could cause explosions. The explosion killed a batch of zombie rats in front, and just as she prepared her abilities to face the second wave of zombie rats, the firewall exploded again. The zombie rats that had just entered the firewall were blasted away, with 2 even landing in front of them, convulsing a few times before dying. Jiang Yuntan. In the next moment, she saw the larger zombie rat get blown out, and while still airborne, Shinhigu sent a large flying knife, causing the zombie rat to be severed in midair. As its body fell to the ground, Jiang Yuntan thought she saw its nerves twitch, indicating that the previous explosion hadn't killed it. After a large number of zombie rats were killed, the remaining few posed no threat and were quickly dealt with. Jiang Yuntan looked at the still burning firewall and asked, "This firewall shouldn't explode again, right?" "It shouldn't, but just to be safe, let's wait a while before going over," Shinhigu replied, crouching down to create a dagger with gold abilities, stabbing it through a zombie rat's forehead, revealing a peanut-sized crystal core. The crystal core was white, looking a bit murky, completely unlike the transparent crystal cores of mutated plants. Seeing this, Jiang Yuntan ran to the corpse of the zombie rat that had just charged at her. She pulled out a dagger from her pocket and dug out the crystal core from its forehead. If she wasn't mistaken, this zombie rat should have speed abilities. Otherwise its speed wouldn't have been so fast. The others noticed their actions and began searching the heads of the zombie rats for crystal cores. After all, the zombie rats they had encountered earlier had no crystal cores in their heads. Even when the zombies came during the rain after they dealt with them, they tried to find crystal cores in their heads, but found none. However, next, everyone was dumbfounded to see the crystal cores in their hands. Could it be that every single— Jiang Yuntan looked at the crystal core in her hand, still smeared with the zombie's blood and flesh. Since her clothes were already dirty, she simply wiped it on her shirt, cleaned it off, and concealed it in her pocket. The crystal core of the speed ability zombie rat had no color, appearing almost identical to that of a normal zombie rat, so she had to be careful not to confuse them. Seeing her like this, Yuka couldn't help but laugh. "Come on, when did our Yuntan sister become so messy?" Jiang Yuntan replied seriously, "Maybe you should take a look at yourself before pointing fingers at me." "Indeed," she said, taking off her sunscreen shirt. Yuka looked down and discovered that he was covered in flour. The flour was a blessing, covering the blood of the zombie rat splattered on him, but now he looked like a plasterer, just short of wearing a newspaper hat. Chi Ruoshue couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah, maybe you should look at yourself first." As she spoke, she poured water into the stainless steel bowl they had used to scoop the flour, rinsed it out, and added clean water. Chi Ruoxue said, let's wash the crystal cores in there. Sure, you're so thoughtful, unlike some others, Jiang Yuntan remarked sarcastically. Then she started digging out the crystal cores again, but suddenly she sensed something was off. So she threw the head of the zombie rat into the still-burning firewall. It flew past Lin Xian, startling him as he gritted his teeth and said, what are you doing? Although everyone was digging out the crystal cores of the zombie mice, they remained vigilant about any remaining zombie mice that might appear. At this moment, upon hearing Lin Xian's voice, everyone turned to look at him. Jiang Yuntan calmly said, I didn't even hit you, we are still over a meter apart, right? What is a big man making a fuss for? Although she knew her words were quite harsh, she had no intention of being lenient with Lin Tingxue and her brother. Besides, I don't hit those who smile at me. I'm not being rude, but it's because Lin Xian questioned me first. Lin Xian laughed in anger. You threw something at me, and you still have the nerve to criticize me. I'm just worried about any zombie mice that might not be dead. What if they charge at me? He continued to argue. If a zombie mouse suddenly flew at you, wouldn't you be scared and shocked? Well, I really wasn't scared, Jiang Yuntan said nonchalantly as she clapped her hands. Wasn't there a zombie mouse that pounced on me earlier? I didn't freak out like you did. Lin Xian. He fell silent for a moment and said, but when the apocalypse first started, weren't you the one panicking? You attracted zombies to everyone. Jiang Yuntan said matter-of-factly, you said it was in the past. Back then, I really didn't have the ability to kill zombies. Isn't it normal to be afraid of dangers I can't handle? You can handle the zombies I couldn't before. Now how can you compare my past self to your present self? You also said you have powers now, so you're not afraid anymore. But I don't have powers now. Isn't it normal to be afraid of something suddenly coming from behind? Besides, you threw a zombie mouse at me. As Lin Xian spoke, he suddenly felt as if he couldn't win the argument against her. What was happening? How could he not out-argue Jiang Yuntan, who was known for being reckless and brainless in the capital? No, it must be that Jiang Yuntan was being unreasonable and obstinate. Jiang Yuntan let out a light scoff, then picked up a dead zombie mouse from beside her feet and threw it toward Yuko. It landed just half a meter from him, falling into the firewall behind him. Yuko looked confused and said, sis, what are you doing? Are you just playing around and practicing your aim? Not exactly. Jiang Yuntan smiled at him, then turned to Lin Xian with a cold expression. Look, even Yuko doesn't have any powers yet. When he saw something thrown at him, he didn't make a fuss like you did. Moreover, when I threw it, the zombie mouse was only half a meter away from him, much closer than your 1 meter. He didn't shout, yet you were the one making a scene. I see you two siblings are just looking down on me. That's why you nitpick everything I do. Jiang Yuntan continued, if I really scared you, then I apologize. That should suffice, right? Although she was saying sorry, her tone was arrogant, not at all conveying an apology, but rather a hint of disdain. Unfortunately, her words were not wrong, and it seemed there was no way to blame her. Yuko, this sister is really fickle. But why did she have to use him as an example? After listening to her, Lin Xian felt even more frustrated. If he accepted her apology, it would make him seem unreasonable, as if he was forcing her to apologize. However, if he refused, it would not only prove that he was being unreasonable, but it also indirectly acknowledged that he was no better than the ordinary Yuko. What a big pit he had fallen into. Lin Xian looked at Shun Higu, hoping he would say something to manage Jiang Yuntan properly. But Shun Higu seemed to completely ignore his pleading gaze, not even looking at him, instead raising his head to look at the sky. Shun Higu noticed Lin Xian's gaze from the corner of his eye, but he had no intention of responding. After all, that arrogant little ancestor hadn't suffered any loss, so why should he bother to speak? Rather than worrying about whether the Lin family would turn against the Shun family due to the unpleasantness on the way back to the capital, it was better to think about how to improve himself. If he hadn't felt the overwhelming power that came with having abilities, he might have had some concerns. But ever since he saw Zhang Chong, the lightning-type ability user, he realized that even among ability users of the same type, everyone's potential is different. Now, although Jiang Yuntan was arrogant, she treated her own people quite normally. Her actions were more organized than before, and she had awakened a fire-type offensive ability. What was there for him to worry about? To be honest, he didn't want to say too much now, especially not to make Jiang Yuntan, who possessed offensive abilities, feel timid. Otherwise, he feared he would be beaten by his elder once they returned to the capital. Jiang Yuntan was very satisfied to see that Shun Higu didn't speak up for Lin Xian. She knew that subtly brainwashing someone was indeed effective. Lin Xian found himself in a dilemma, but he also knew that among those present, only Shun Higu could manage Jiang Yuntan. As he saw Shun Higu wanting to remain an onlooker, Lin Xian refused to let that happen and called out to him, Shun Higu, aren't you going to manage your own teammate? Shun Higu looked at him in confusion and said, what are you talking about? Didn't she already apologize to you? It's just a small matter, an apology is enough. What more do you want me to manage? Lin Xian, you're so petty. Jiang Yuntan rolled her eyes at him when Lin Xian looked at her in astonishment. Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth and tried to lower his voice to ask, fine, but what are you throwing this thing for? Didn't you finish collecting the crystal cores? Are you that free? I'm just collecting the crystal cores, Jiang Yuntan said with a calm expression. What? Lin Xian was stunned. Jiang Yuntan pointed to the things inside the firewall. Look, those shiny things inside, aren't they crystal cores? Since we can use fire to burn them out, why dig them out one by one? Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and realized that some of the zombie mice in the firewall had turned to ash, leaving behind crystal cores lying on the ground. What she said seemed to make sense. Originally, rodents carried many germs, and moreover, these were zombie mice. Digging them out one by one indeed was quite troublesome. Moreover, if one was careless and pricked themselves, they might get infected with the zombie virus. Yuku deliberately raised his voice. Sis, you really have a lot of clever ideas. Shunhiga glanced at him as he called out to his sister. Who are you calling sister? Are you trying to steal someone else's sister? Brother Shin, you're being too distant. Yuntan called me Yuko brother, so what's wrong with me treating her like a sister? Yuko continued, you're not going to be like some people and nitpick, are you? Shunhigu. Is everyone in a rebellious phase? However, with Jiang Yuntan's suggestion, they started throwing the scattered zombie mice bodies into the fire. For the zombie mice that had their heads chopped off, they only needed to throw the heads in. Soon a pile of zombie mice gathered around the fire, and Shunhigu used his metal ability to form a ventilated metal cover over it, then had Zhang Yufeng use his ability to blow air. Inside the metal cover, a raging fire ignited, and the outer walls looked red from being burned. Jiang Yuntan watched this dramatic scene, unsure of what to say. No, is this how supernatural abilities are supposed to be used? Mainly, why does this scene look somewhat strange? Yuka made a surprising remark, highlighting the doubts in her heart. Yuka joked, Brother Shin, I didn't expect you, the president of a major corporation, to be involved in cremating corpses now. You, along with your sister and Yufeng, could open a funeral home together. Jiang Yuntan suddenly found some truth in this and wondered why. Shinhague shot him a glance. If you say another word, I'll throw you in as well. Yuko immediately made a zipping motion over his mouth, then continued tossing the zombie rats into the newly constructed furnace with carefree abandon. Lin Tingxue watched their actions, then glanced at the dagger in her hand, hesitating for a moment. She used vines to bind the heads of several zombie rats and brought them over. Seeing her approach, Jiang Yuntan thought it was not good. No, they had killed so many zombie rats, but it seemed Lin Tingxue and her friends hadn't contributed much. The Lin siblings were fine, but Xia Chujing hadn't helped at all. Did she really have to share the zombie rats with them? No, she would not agree. After all, she had put in a lot of effort. If Shunhague and the others had done most of the work and were willing to share with Lin Tingxue, she would have no objections. But now she also had a significant share. Okay. There was no way she would agree to split with Lin Tingxue. What benefit would it bring her to strengthen her enemies? Thus, Jiang Yuntan stood in front of Lin Tingxue. What are you doing? This is something we built ourselves. You don't intend to take a share, do you? Lin Tingxue gently replied. Yuntan, we are teammates. Shouldn't we be together? She then turned her gaze to Shunhague. Shunhague didn't even look at her and directly said to Lin Xian, we already agreed that each team manages its own teammates. We are just traveling together, not a team. Although Lin Xian understood why his sister was being so forward, he did not stop her, hoping that after Lin Tingxue's success, Shunhague, who was on par with him in every regard, would then call him big brother. However, at this moment, he was unwilling to admit they were part of the same team. After all, wouldn't that mean he had to acknowledge Shunhague as the leader? He simply couldn't afford to lose face. Thus he nodded. Indeed, we did say that before. Shunhague said solemnly, since that's the case, you must understand that in the previous battle we did most of the work. The crystal cores are crucial for enhancing strength, just as in business before, we cannot divide them with you. Therefore, naturally, the effort put in determines the rewards received. It's better to clarify this early. I don't want to get entangled in such matters later. As for the crystal core from the zombie husky a few days ago, I will compensate you with the crystal cores from the zombie rats later, or if you want the husky's core, you can also compensate us with the rat cores. Lin Xian's expression turned awkward. Damn, it wasn't he just saying they hadn't contributed much. Unfortunately, he hadn't awakened his supernatural ability yet. Years of upbringing in high society made it hard for him to lower his face to engage in petty squabbles. Okay, it really shouldn't be divided. We also feel awkward dividing it with you. Lin Xian suppressed his displeasure and said, if he had no supernatural ability, he would have to recruit some capable individuals. But how come everyone in Shunhague's team was so lucky? Many had awakened their powers. Lin Tingxue noticed her brother had agreed, and her expression turned a bit sour. Now that it was laid out so clearly, it meant they really couldn't be considered a team, and even the settlement had to be separated. In that case, when they encountered good items like the zombie rat crystal cores, now how much could they really get? It was a pity that they couldn't recruit Xiao Qingming into their team. Shunhague then pointed to the area where Lin Xian and the others had just been standing, saying, you were killing zombie rats over there, right? That area should be yours. However, it seems many were taken down by Yuntan and the others. The scene was chaotic, so it couldn't be counted clearly. You just consider it a gift for you. Lin Xian joked. When did Shunhague become so calculating? You don't want it. Shunhague looked at him leisurely. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yuntan's voice rang out behind him. You don't care. If you didn't care, shouldn't you happily agree? I think I've given you more. Don't be ungrateful and accuse others of being calculative. Lin Xian. He really didn't want to talk to Jiang Yuntan anymore. He feared it would only infuriate him. Should he seek Shinhegui? Seeking Shinhegui would be useless. Shinhegui really is useless. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian turned to dig for the zombie rat crystal cores. Those were all valuable items. He wasn't foolish enough to let his anger prevent him from taking them. Seeing that Jiang Yuntan had made someone leave in anger, Shinhegui smiled and said nothing. He suddenly felt that her arrogance, which left no room for others, wasn't so bad after all. Let her be. Lin Tingxue held the head of a zombie rat, looking embarrassed. Jiang Yuntan turned around, noticing her expression, and felt that she looked as if Shinhegui had let her down. She really knew how to add drama to her life. She turned away, ignoring Lin Tingxue, and continued to toss the zombie rat heads inside. Although the fire inside the iron cage was still burning, she could already see the glimmering crystal cores through the vents. Moreover, she felt that both Shinhegui and Zhang Yufeng were quietly practicing their supernatural abilities while doing this. Jiang Yuntan looked at the several zombie rat heads she was holding thought for a moment and sat down to the side. Since the fire can turn their bodies to ash, could she control it to burn only the area around the crystal cores and retrieve them? As she was pondering, she looked up and saw Qiao Qingming and Xue Zhao repairing the large hole eaten away by the zombie rats in front. If this Earth-type supernatural ability develops further, it might really perform a Yugong Yishan act. Jiang Yuntan retracted her gaze and focused on the zombie rat heads in front of her. After gathering fire, she didn't rush into action, but continually mobilized her supernatural ability, making the flames grow increasingly red. Before long, Jiang Yuntan felt the scorching heat of the flames. Even before they touched the zombie rat, she could smell the burning fur. It should be time. Jiang Yuntan directed the fire to scorch the area around the zombie rat's crystal core, and when the flame touched the flesh of the zombie rat, that piece of meat instantly turned to ash. Since she was hanging the zombie head upside down, the part where the zombie mouse concealed the crystal core was burned to ashes, and the crystal core fell directly. Jiang Yuntan looked at the crystal core, now spotless after being scorched by fire, and her eyes brightened. It seemed that she could indeed increase the temperature of flames in her fire abilities. However, she was still not very skilled at it, and she felt that doing so was quite a waste of her abilities. Looking at the many zombie mouse heads at her feet, she picked up another one to try. It was not until her fifth attempt that a shadow loomed over her. What are you squatting here for? Are you not feeling well? Shinhegui approached, and happened to see her directly, using her abilities to burn the zombie's flesh to ashes, causing the crystal core to drop. Shinhegui. Yuku also witnessed this scene. He rubbed his still-growing hair, and said, "Wow, it's a good thing that fire ability user didn't know your trick. Otherwise I might have ended up with a pockmarked head." Jiang Yuntan glanced at him, saying, "Isn't it possible that if he did know, you might have gotten burned completely?" "Well, it's lucky he doesn't know." Yuku chuckled and joked, "Sister, your ability is even more formidable than sulfuric acid." As soon as he finished speaking, the flames in Jiang Yuntan's hand extinguished, and she collapsed as if all her strength had drained away, startling Yuku. Yuku exclaimed, "No, sister, are you trying to play the victim? I was just praising you." Jiang Yuntan, feeling a headache from overusing her abilities, said, "I'm a bit dizzy and have no energy left." Shinhegui looked at her and momentarily didn't know what to say, feeling both amused and exasperated. He reached out to her, saying, "Let me help you up." Jiang Yuntan looked at the two in front of her. Yuka had a girlfriend, and she didn't want to get too close to Shinhegui, even if he was the one reaching out. After all, she had previously mentioned treating him like an older brother. Therefore, she stubbornly said, "I can get up by myself." She pushed against the ground and shakily stood up, but as soon as she did, she lunged forward. Shinhegui's expression darkened, and with quick reflexes he caught her, saying, "What are you trying to prove? Can standing up by yourself increase your abilities by even a bit?" "Maybe it really can. How is that not a breakthrough for myself?" Jiang Yuntan said without thinking. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she was in trouble, having grown accustomed to arguing with Lin Tingxue and the others during this time. In the past, she would have thought it through, but now it just slipped out. Well, whatever she thought, her current state of crazily draining others was also quite good. At least it made her feel good. Shinhegui. He felt Yuku was right. Her abilities were not only comparable to sulfuric acid, but her mouth was also like it had been poisoned. He held her soft body in his arms, and noticing her somewhat pale complexion, directly carried her horizontally toward the car. After placing her in the seat, Shinhegui said, "Rest a bit and recover. Since you know your head hurts, don't use your abilities so recklessly next time." Jiang Yuntan nodded, but internally scoffed. When she used her abilities, it was nowhere near as fierce as his. She wasn't like some people who, in order to enhance their powers, would practice on themselves, able to draw lightning onto their bodies. She was indeed a bit more reckless than a hardened person. That night, when she was secretly watching, she feared that Shun Hague might suddenly turn into a werewolf under the refinement of lightning. That would be too magical. Among those with lightning abilities, some would refine their bodies with lightning, while others ended up getting electrocuted. However, this also reminded her to not condense her abilities in her palms next time. Otherwise, she worried someone might throw flour onto her hand, causing her to blow herself up. What to do? Next time she met other fire ability users, she really wanted to throw a lighter onto their fireballs. Jiang Yuntan felt that although her head hurt, her mind was more active. She thought about her overused fire abilities, and then recalled her wood abilities, which had some healing effects. She began to mobilize her wood abilities to flow through her body, feeling as if her body, drained by the fire abilities, was starting to recover. By the time her headache subsided, her wood abilities were also depleted. Jiang Yuntan recalled that she still hadn't used the wood crystal core from the last time with the pot hose. She took it out from her space, planning to give it a try. After all, Shun Hague said he had given her that crystal core. Since he gave it to her, she would use it. She absorbed the energy from the wood crystal core into her body, feeling as if she was experiencing a refreshing rain after a long drought, and it was extremely comfortable. Her wood abilities even felt a slight tangible increase. Now Shun Hegue's 2 abilities should have reached level 1, but it felt like he had leveled up during those rainy days, and now he should be even stronger than level 1. Moreover, his control and development of abilities were somewhat extraordinary. Lin Tingxue glanced towards Jiang Yuntan's location, her mind filled with the image of Shun Hague carrying Jiang Yuntan and feeling frustrated. Unable to comprehend how someone so arrogant could be liked by anyone, Lin Tingxue withdrew her gaze before others noticed. Feeling her body return to normal, Jiang Yuntan opened the car door and got out, mainly wanting to see what would happen when that metal cover resembling a furnace was opened. Moreover, that was created by Shun Hegue's metal abilities. How would it revert back? As she approached, she happened to see them preparing to wrap up. Unexpectedly, with a wave of Shun Hegue's hand, the red-hot metal cover instantly vanished from sight. Did she overthink it? Once the cover disappeared, Yuka somehow found a broom and spread out the ashes, revealing the bright crystal cores gleaming in front of everyone. If they hadn't retrieved these crystal cores from the zombie heads themselves, just looking at them one wouldn't expect they had once been covered in zombie blood and flesh. Soon Shun Hague and the others collected the crystal cores and counted them, discovering a total of 100. Shun Hague divided the crystal cores into 8 portions, each containing 14. When he handed 2 portions to Jiang Yuntan, he explained, "Earlier we promised Yuntan that since we need to use her spatial abilities to store the team's supplies, we would give her an extra share of what we find on the road." After hearing this, no one had any objections. After all, this was something they had discussed long ago. Although it was said that spatial ability users were protected by them, using her space was not a problem. However, throughout their journey, except for the first few days, Jiang Yuntan seemed to not have needed their protection. On the contrary, when calculated carefully, her contributions were quite significant. Jiang Yuntan was overjoyed after obtaining 28 crystal nuclei. These things were no different from gold and diamonds before the apocalypse. Of course, she liked them. After distributing, Shun Hague looked at the 2 remaining crystal nuclei in his hand and said directly, "Since there are only 2 left, and it's not enough to share, let's just give them to Yuntan. We really need more space to store supplies now. Who knows what we might encounter on the way. If she can upgrade earlier, it will benefit us as well." "Sure, I have no objections. My sister's ideas are always great." Yuku was the first to express his agreement. The others had no objections either. Jiang Yuntan looked at the crystal nuclei that Shun Hague handed to her and did not hesitate to accept them. If they were offered, she wouldn't refuse. Moreover, Shun Hague had mentioned that this was meant for her to upgrade her spatial abilities, and upgrade in abilities would benefit everyone. However, they did not know that her spatial upgrade required other things. After distributing the crystal nuclei, Shun Hague walked over to Lin Xian and handed him 3 crystal nuclei, saying this compensates for the crystal nucleus of the zombie husky from last time. "If you don't want it, you can give us 6 crystal nuclei. Instead, it's the same." "No need, well, just take these 3, Lin Xian replied, without hesitation. They couldn't distribute the larger. Seeing that he accepted it, Shun Hague did not say much and turned to leave. Then he distributed one of his crystal nuclei to Jiang Yuntan and Yuko, except for Qiao Qingming because he wasn't present when they killed the zombie husky. Jiang Yuntan looked at the additional crystal nucleus in her hand and said, "I don't think I did anything back then, did I? Just take it as someone who didn't contribute also got one. Why wouldn't you want it?" Shun Hague said. "Well, okay then." Jiang Yuntan closed her palm. "If you say so, how could I refuse?" Jiang Yuntan looked at the crystal nucleus in her hand that hadn't been stored in her space, yet thinking about her still unhealed fire abilities, she directly used the crystal nucleus. From energy-saving mode, it instantly transformed into full power mode. Moreover, after using her abilities, using the crystal nucleus felt like it maximized the energy absorbed from the nucleus. There was always a feeling that one must break before one can establish. After all, the human body contains such immense energy that can generate tremendous lethality with abilities. How could that not be considered against the heavens before the apocalypse? Lin Tingxue watched as they joyfully divided the zombie crystal nuclei, feeling a deliberate sense of exclusion, and it left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Since the apocalypse began, hadn't she provided them with enough help and reminders? Before the apocalypse, she had even hoarded a lot of food in her apartment so that everyone wouldn't have to worry about food when the apocalypse arrived. But it seemed they didn't appreciate it, including the later reminders about the crystal nuclei, which seemed to have gone unnoticed by them. She couldn't understand why it felt like she had done so much. However, she felt marginalized by them. Was it just because Jiang Yuntan grew up with them that they would overlook Jiang Yuntan's faults? While she was thinking this, Lin Tingxue saw Qiao Qingming walking towards her. She felt a surge of joy in her heart, but did not show it on her face. However, what Qiao Qingming said next chilled her heart. Qiao Qingming handed her 7 crystal nuclei and said, "Thank you, Miss Lin, for using your abilities to heal me last time. I noticed your abilities are depleted, so these crystal nuclei are a token of gratitude for saving me. I just tested it, and 1 crystal nucleus can fully replenish our current abilities. These 7 crystal nuclei should be able to replenish yours as well. The extra ones are my way of compensating you for your medical fees and gratitude." Lin Tingxue's smile, which had just begun to form, froze instantly. She bit her lip and said, "I didn't save you for these crystal nuclei." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Qiao Qingming. He spoke sincerely, "I know Miss Lin healed me out of kindness, but I can't accept all of this without conscience. At that time I didn't have anything on me, so I didn't know how to repay you. Now that I have them, please accept them, Miss Lin. If Miss Lin doesn't accept them, I feel like I owe you something. These crystal nuclei are rightfully yours, so please." What does it mean to save him? Just treating surface injuries, does that count as saving him? If I had healed his internal injuries, that might be another story. But in reality, it was not so. Lin Tingxue was bewildered and numbly accepted his crystal nuclei. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. After Qiao Qingming handed her the crystal nuclei, he did not linger and turned to leave. As he turned, he saw Jiang Yuntan and Yuka looking over at them with curiosity. Yuka joked, "Oh, the debt of gratitude for saving a life is repaid just like that." What debt of gratitude? It was just a matter of helping with treatment. Don't say such things lightly. If others take it seriously, it could lead to trouble. Qiao Qingming replied calmly. Besides, even if we were to discuss the debt of gratitude for saving a life, it should be you two saving me. Oh, what does it have to do with her? Qiao Qingming was very clear in his heart. If it weren't for the two of them finding him, he might still be lost somewhere. Jiang Yuntan was a bit surprised that Qiao Qingming was so perceptive. Indeed, no one would want to bear the debt of gratitude for saving a life just because of a bit of treatment. After all, without Lin Tingxue's healing abilities, Qiao Qingming wouldn't have died. Yuka chuckled, "Since she healed your injuries and you gave her crystal nuclei as a reward, why haven't you given us any for saving you?" Qiao Qingming sincerely replied, "I currently don't have enough crystal nuclei on hand. Oh, once I have more in the future, I'll give them to you." Yuka immediately understood that he wasn't someone who would joke about such matters, and quickly explained, No, I was just saying that I don't take it seriously." Jiang Yuntan nodded as well, saying, "That's right, you're our teammate now, and also Senior Shin's junior brother. There's no need to be so distant." Seeing that they all said so, Qiao Qingming nodded in agreement. However, he had already decided in his heart that he would repay them in the future. After collecting the crystal nuclei, the group set off again. Along the way, apart from some zombies, they did not encounter any dangers. In the evening, the group stopped at a service area. There weren't many people in the service area. It was mostly zombies, which were quickly cleared out. Today, they ate the rice balls that were made at the hotel that day. After finishing their meal, Shen Hegui and Jiang Yuntan walked towards the door, looking as if they were about to go out. Lin Xian widened his eyes and hurriedly asked, "What are you going to do? Didn't you say not to travel at night?" Lin Xian's anxious and restless demeanor made it seem as if they were abandoning them like a heartless man. Shen Hegui spoke slowly, "We are going to save people. Do you also want to go?" Jiang Yuntan looked at Shen Hegui, rolling his eyes at the nonsense coming from him. However, he seemed not to be wrong. There was indeed a possibility that they could save a few people on this trip. Of course, if there were really people to save, they might also end up being robbers themselves. Lin Xian was even more puzzled. "Save people? You're not trying to deceive me, are you?" Although this was a service area, it could still be considered a remote part of the wilderness. "What people are you trying to save?" Lin Tingxue's eyes flashed with urgency. She felt that they were going out to look for some treasure. Before Shen Hegui could speak, Qiao Qingming stepped forward, saying, "I have a friend nearby. He was working in the area when the apocalypse struck, and I want to see if he is still alive." Lin Xian. This group of merchants was known for not backing down in the marketplace, yet they were now telling him they wanted to save people on the most dangerous night of the apocalypse. Why was he so skeptical? But Qiao Qingming seemed sincere, as if there really was something to it. Shen Hegui casually commented, "If you're kind-hearted, it would be nice for you to accompany us. Having one more person means more safety." Jiang Yuntan felt that what he meant was that with an extra person, they would have a better chance of escaping if they encountered danger. Lin Xian listened to him feeling strange, but did not show it on his face. He thought to himself that at least they were all returning to Beijing together, and Shun Higuei wouldn't say something like that. But wasn't there another meaning? His instincts told him that it wasn't necessarily so. However, he couldn't possibly go out with them on the most dangerous night of the apocalypse as a person without any ability. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard his sister say, "Since we are going to save people, let's go together. It would be safer if everyone acted together." Jiang Yuntan immediately rolled her eyes in front of her, saying, "If you want to talk about safety, wouldn't it be safer? And what do you mean by being safer with us? Are you implying that we should protect you?" Shun Higuei rubbed his forehead, listening to her words. In the past, when she was in college and he was working, although she often visited, it was all right. But now that the apocalypse had arrived, staying together every day made him feel like he was taking care of a troublesome child. Though this troublesome child was not unpleasant. After all, she only caused trouble for outsiders and seemed not to bother them. Other than that, she merely wanted to collect some gold and silver jewelry in the apocalypse, which was harmless. Lin Tingshu's face turned pale. "I didn't mean it that way." "Then don't come along. I don't welcome you. If we take you with us and end up in trouble with zombies or mutated plants, what will we do?" Jiang Yuntan suddenly realized, "You're not afraid because your ability can heal, right?" Lin Tingshu had yet to reply. The next moment, Jiang Yuntan said directly, "If she is going, then I'm not going." She crossed her arms, looking unreasonable yet assertive. Shun Higuei pressed his lips together. He didn't understand how she could say such shameless things with such confidence. Initially, when they first mentioned acting tonight, they hadn't intended to include her. After all, they didn't know what awaited them in the research institute. Yet she directly stated that if they didn't take her, she wouldn't let them leave. She even made a very logical argument, saying that if they took her, they could carry more laser swords. In these few days, they had used up some supplies, especially water and gasoline. Also, the bag of flour they had discarded today freed up some space in her storage. He recalled the last time when he let her stay with Lin Tingshu at the hotel and later learned that she had been scratched by zombies. He did not want to experience that anxious and helpless feeling again. Moreover, with Lin Tingshu and her brother here, he was worried that events from the hotel would repeat. Therefore, it would be better to keep her under his watch. Lin Tingshu was so angry that she had a headache. She had never taken Jiang Yuntan's outrageous remarks to heart before, so it naturally didn't bother her. However, recently, she felt that Jiang Yuntan was making her heart ache. Her intuition had always been accurate, and this current guess was not without possibility. After all, according to what was written in that book, Shun Higuei was indeed quite impatient with the original owner's actions. However, now she felt that Shun Higuei's behavior was teaching the original owner how to act. When faced with her frequent confrontations with Lin Tingshu and the others, he seemed to say nothing, merely acting like an old father imparting wisdom. It was quite a challenge for a young and proud CEO to explain things to her every day. Of course, this was also because she knew Shun Higuei's lessons carried no condescending tone, otherwise she would not have listened. Now she was increasingly looking forward to returning to the capital city. Just by observing Shun's father's attitude towards her, she could confirm the authenticity of that book. Of course, her doubts were already very strong. Nevertheless, she still did not intend to change her current personality. She would continue to brainwash Shun Higuei and the others. Their higher tolerance towards her was a good thing. I know she was just occasionally a bit overbearing and a bit mischievous. What was wrong with that? She had even offered many valuable suggestions. Seeing her silent, Shun Higuei tentatively asked, "Are you angry?" "Not at all, I'm in a pretty good mood," Jiang Yuntan replied cheerfully, then casually withdrew her hand from his. "You see, sometimes people are just like that. If you are too obedient, they will think you should act that way. But if you find ways to give them things to worry about, not saying anything will make them wonder if you are upset." Therefore, she truly thought that the original owner's personality didn't seem to have any issues. As long as she changed some of her methods and behaviors, no one would criticize her. "I see you are enjoying confronting others," Shun Higuei chuckled, realizing only after she had withdrawn her hand what he had just done. What was going on? Did he actually feel a sense of loss? Soon they had reached the car, and Shun Higuei dismissed the strange emotion, turning to get into the vehicle. Originally, they only intended for a portion of their group to go to the research institute, but after what had just happened, the few without abilities decided to join as well, and Shun Higuei agreed after some thought. The people without abilities staying behind here didn't seem to be any safer. As for the safety of Lin Tingshu, Lin Xian, and the others left at the service area, what did it have to do with them? If Lin Xian couldn't take care of his own safety, he could only say he deserved it. After they left, Lin Xian finally released Lin Tingshu's hand. She asked in confusion, "Brother, why did you stop me from following them? What are you thinking?" Lin Xian's expression remained neutral. "I was going to ask you the same thing." "What do you mean by how I'm thinking?" Lin Tingshu turned her head away from him. "Don't you know in your heart?" Lin Xian stated directly, "I know you've always admired Shun Higuei, but you weren't like this before. Now you think about him in many ways. Even if you know information related to the apocalypse, you tell him first. including the healing aspect of your wood-type ability. I'm not the first person to know about it. So why are you so eager to please him? Lin Xian continued, I remember before the apocalypse you never said that. Didn't you say you wanted Shun Higu to notice you on his own, that you wouldn't want to be too forward? Lin Tingxue actually wanted to say how could the past be the same as now? Although the Lin family couldn't quite match the Shun family before, it wasn't too far off. Now that the apocalypse has come, Shin Higu is undoubtedly the most powerful ability user in this era, destined to be called the living king of hell. It can be said that he is very skilled in using his abilities, and his lethality is strong. At that time, the number of people wanting to please him will be countless. If she wanted Shun Higu to notice her and look at her differently, it could only be during this period before he fully matured. Lin Tingxue pursed her lips and said, brother, when I acted that way before, didn't I manage to get Shun Higu's attention? So I was thinking of trying a different approach. Jiang Yuntan is so arrogant and overbearing, while I am graceful and can even offer him various useful suggestions. Isn't the contrast quite obvious? Lin Xian listened and sneered in his heart. Is this why Lin Tingxue had abandoned him as her brother and withheld important information from him? No, he cannot allow Lin Tingxue to continue this way. He thought for a moment and said, who would want something that is too eager? As long as you are strong enough, when the time comes, if you throw him an olive branch, won't he accept it? Moreover, once we return to the capital city and our Lin family establishes a foothold in this apocalypse, when we propose a marriage alliance with the Shin family, do you think Shin Higu and the Shin family will really refuse? As your brother, I must tell you the truth, the method you are using now is very foolish. Lin Xian's tone was very certain. Lin Tingxue, upon hearing this, had a look of doubt on her face. Seeing her expression waver, Lin Xian continued, you never paid attention to those who pursued you so eagerly before, did you? For families like ours, the combination of interests is the most important. Besides, even if you want to touch him with sincerity, look at him. Does he need your sincerity? Since you already have abilities, why not focus on becoming stronger? When the Lin family grows and flourishes, won't you be afraid that he won't accept you? Lin Tingxue remained silent for a moment and then nodded. In any case, she wanted to be different from Jiang Yuntan and even appear more outstanding than Jiang Yuntan. On the other side, Shin Higu and the others were traveling quite smoothly, only encountering a few zombies. However, they also encountered a few white rabbits which stood out prominently under the car's headlights at night. The rabbits were twice the size they were before the apocalypse, but their eyes were normal and there were no signs of zombification. They seemed to be pure mutations. The mutated rabbits were illuminated by their headlights, and after a few seconds of being stunned, they quickly hopped away, leaving behind only a shadow. It seemed they not only had mutated in size, but also in speed. Seeing this, what else could they not understand? Not all mutated plants and animals would actively attack humans. Two luxury cars that used to drive only on smooth and prosperous streets now traversed rural paths surrounded by overgrown weeds. Just when they thought they had taken a wrong turn, a flat cement road appeared, and they finally stopped in front of a seemingly ordinary two-story building. The building had no lights on inside, making it seem uninhabited. Qiao Chengming said, this is it, I have been here before. But as soon as they got out of the car, the headlights hadn't even had time to turn off. Suddenly, from beyond the iron gate, they heard a tremendous commotion from inside the building, along with loud screams. Jiang Yuntan looked in the direction of the sound, and at first glance, she saw pairs of crimson eyes. No, didn't they encounter such a tense and thrilling scene as soon as they arrived? Under the glow of the car lights, they slowly saw numerous zombies revealing their forms in the dark of night. Why are there so many zombies? The sound of screams came from within, indicating that there should still be some survivors inside. Xiao Qingming had told them before coming that this was a research institute privately sponsored by a certain corporation. Originally, it was just a collection of various inventions that had appeared in society for improvement, and this time the appearance of laser swords was merely an unexpected development inspired by other things. It is said that they planned to submit the successfully developed laser swords to the state in exchange for some benefits. However, they had just developed them and had not yet found a suitable energy source for the laser swords when the apocalypse struck. The scene was pitch black except for the car lights. Within 2 minutes, the earlier screams abruptly ceased, and the silence of the night made everything even more unsettling. Yuko poked Xiao Qingming beside him. Do you see anyone familiar among these zombies? It's quite eerie. Xiao Qingming was silent for a few seconds before saying, isn't it even more disturbing if there are people I know inside? You might see people you recognize turning into zombies. Yuko asked, who do you know? Xiao Qingming felt somewhat helpless at his insistence, but still replied, Fong'an. He is the main researcher at this institute, deeply engrossed in his research, but I don't know how he is doing now. However, I haven't seen him for a long time, so I don't know if he is still at this institute. Given the current situation, it's better to hope he isn't here. Otherwise, I feel his chances of being alive are slim, which is a pity. They could all see that these zombies within the walls must be from the research institute. The zombies inside had come outside, indicating there were quite a few inside. Just as they were speaking, they noticed the zombies within the walls, all looking towards a certain direction. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing this scene for the first time. Even the usually lively Yuku was very quiet at this moment. A moment later, they saw a zombie appear within the range of the car lights. Jiang Yuntan also saw its full appearance, a grayish-white face, red eyes that stood out even more in the darkness, wearing a white lab coat stained with blood, and with its delicate features, it looked more like a lunatic. Needless to say, just by looking at its current appearance, it was clear that this was no ordinary zombie. Xiao Chengming said softly, Fong'an. The genius researcher here has actually turned into a zombie. Yuku exclaimed, wait, is this the Fong'an you know? Yuku was surprised I was just mentioning this. As soon as his words fell, the zombies inside the walls all turned their heads towards their current location. Yuku was instantly silenced. The zombie named Fong'an approached leisurely, as if it were the one hunting the Shinhiga's gaze remained fixed on Fong, and a look of curiosity flashing in his eyes. This zombie was unnaturally human-like. Jiang Yuntan's gaze also fell upon it, noticing the bright red blood on its clothing. Instantly, she recalled the screams they had heard earlier. It was likely that the person who had screamed was no longer alive. In the next second, several zombies charged towards them. Strangely, apart from these few zombies, the others remained motionless, which felt very odd. Yuku swallowed instinctively. Wait, can the current zombies control so many others now? Has this zombie awakened some kind of special ability? Jiang Yuntan thought to herself that Fong'an had likely awakened a psychic ability. However, she did not intend to voice it, as it was her first time witnessing this, and no one had named this ability, yet how could she know what to call it? Unless she herself had awakened a psychic ability, she couldn't say that. Moreover, they had already guessed that it was Fong'an controlling those zombies, so there was no need for her to remind them. Shunhigu cautioned, since this is a psychic control ability, everyone be careful not to fall under. As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of flying knives shot towards Fong'an's face, as Shunhigu tried to test his response. Zhang Yufeng also followed with his wind blades. Ever since he saw Jiang Yuntan compress flames to increase the temperature, he had also learned to solidify wind blades to enhance their lethality. The zombie that had initially appeared calm and gloomy instantly revealed its teeth and snarled upon being attacked by Shunhigu, losing the chaotic lunatic aura it had just displayed and instead appearing more like a madman. Xiao Qingming, who was gathering his special ability, paused upon seeing this scene. It was simply because he had known Fong'an before and understood that Fong'an was genuinely devoted to research. Seeing Fong'an in this state truly evoked an awkward feeling of recognizing an acquaintance. However, this emotion quickly faded from his mind. Since Fong'an had already turned into a zombie, he had lost all reason, so pondering over it was pointless. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the previously quiet zombie lunged towards them, and the swarm of zombies was somewhat frightening. Thus, Xiao Qingming's oddly shaped earth lumps followed suit. After Fong'an was hit by Shunhiga's flying knives, the white lab coat became increasingly stained with red. Its expression turned more furious, and the zombies under its control grew even more restless. Jiang Yuntan, upon seeing them take action, chose not to follow suit, but instead observed the situation of the charging zombies. Noticing that they moved in an orderly manner but were still attracted by blood and flesh, Jiang Yuntan threw out a fireball, which after compression hit the zombie and burned a hole in its body. One fireball struck right between the zombie's brows, turning the flesh there to ash, and the crystal core fell out as the zombie collapsed. The others, including Yuku, were dumbfounded upon witnessing this. Wait, this is possible. Jiang Yuntan replicated the technique and resolved the straggling zombies. Feeling her ability nearing its limit, she grasped a crystal core in her palm to absorb energy. Meanwhile, Shunhigu and the others continued their battle with Fong'an. The three of them were merciless in their strikes, but Fong'an had summoned numerous zombies to shield itself. Most of Shunhiga's attacks landed on the surrounding ordinary zombies. Yet with three people fighting Fong'an alone, the number of zombies collapsing around Fong'an was steadily increasing. Jiang Yuntan felt that Shunhigu was toying with Fong'an, as if he intended to use Fong'an's abilities to summon all the zombies from the research institute. That way, when they entered, there wouldn't be so many zombies inside. Kufangan seemed to sense that his soldiers were dwindling, and he began to grow anxious. Suddenly, he raised his hand and shot several fireballs in their direction. Shi Ruoxue had just lamented that her water-based abilities seemed to have no use, but now upon seeing the fireballs, her eyes lit up. She had prepared early, so for each fireball that Fangon sent, she extinguished it. Yuku and Xue Zhao watched this scene with wide eyes. It was unexpected. Even a zombie had two types of abilities, yet they had none. The two sympathetic individuals exchanged a glance and suddenly understood each other's thoughts. Jiang Yuntan looked at the fireballs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, and a thought began to form in her mind. As Shunhigu and the others relentlessly eliminated the zombies charging towards Fong'an, the numbers dwindled, and some of their attacks inevitably landed on Fangon. However, when Fangon divided his attention and used his fire ability to attack them, he found that his fireballs were easily extinguished. Within his motionless red eyes, it seemed as if there was a fluctuation. Suddenly, they saw the zombies that had just been charging to block attacks for Fangon relax, and then rushed towards them, realizing that Fangon had lifted his control over them. Seeing this, Jiang Yuntan condensed a fireball the size of a volleyball in her hand, and then threw it towards Fangon. Fangon grimaced and dodged, but his clothing was singed at the edges. But as a zombie, he felt no pain from the burn. At the moment Jiang Yuntan's fireball was launched, Shui Zhao and Yuko, both without abilities, gasped and covered their heads. Seeing this, everyone understood that Fangon had lifted his mental control over the zombies and directed it towards the two of them. As the two seemed to be on the verge of attacking each other, Jiang Yuntan waved her hand, binding each of them with a vine, preventing even Fangon from making them turn on each other. Before they could recover from their shock at where Jiang Yuntan's vines had come from, they saw the burning Fangon mimic her, conjuring a fireball the size of a basketball with both hands. Looking at the size of the fireball, it was even larger than the one she had just thrown. Jiang Yuntan's eyes sparkled as she took out 20 lighters from her space and used her wood ability to bind them in groups of 10. Shun Higu and the others remained focused on dealing with Fangon and the surrounding zombies, especially noting Fangon's posture as he gathered the fireball, clearly preparing for a big move, so they dared not let their guard down. Shun Higu was even prepared to collide with Fangon's 2 fireballs using his shield. After all, taking a hit from such a large fireball was no trivial matter. Suddenly, they heard Jiang Yuntan shout, "Fall back." They then saw 2 green vines shooting towards Fangon's. The front ends of the vines seemed to be wrapped like a ball, and those who did not know better might have thought she was throwing 2 meteor hammers. At first, Shun Higu and the others thought she was going to bind the zombies. But hearing her shout, "Fall back," everyone instinctively took a step back. Fangon watched the vines flying towards his hands, remaining completely, still clearly unafraid that they would bind him. However, the next second, the fireball in his hand suddenly exploded with a tremendous bang. The few who had just retreated were stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. And just moments ago, Yuku and Shui Zhao, who had been curled up and crying out in pain, suddenly relaxed, beads of cold sweat on their foreheads. Where Fangon stood, 2 massive bursts of flames erupted. In just a couple of seconds, 2 arms flew out from the fire. Before the flames had fully dissipated, Fangon collapsed. Shun Higu immediately reacted, uncertain if Fangon was truly dead, and brought down a massive axe from Fangon's neck, killing him. This explosion also injured the zombies nearby. Once the flames subsided, Jiang Yuntan waved her hand, dispersing the vines that had bound Shui Zhao and Yuko. Then as she looked up, she saw everyone staring at her in shock, such as Qiao Chengming, whose mouth was agape large enough to fit an egg. "Jiang Yuntan," she spoke, "what are you all doing? Snap out of it." Hearing her words, the stunned crowd came back to their senses. They were so astonished that they overlooked whether she had a wood ability, instead asking what had just happened. Jiang Yuntan replied nonchalantly, "I didn't do anything, I just threw 20 lighters into the fireball in his hand, 10 at a time. And then it exploded." Shun Higu and the others. Yuku, with a dazed mind, exclaimed, "Sister, you really are. Who would think to throw lighters into someone else's fireball?" Shun Higu also looked at her in surprise, feeling that her previous suggestion to Chi Ruoshui to splash water on a lightning user was already outrageous enough. But today they had witnessed something even more absurd. As Yuke's words sunk in, the others couldn't help but nod. Jiang Yuntan pursed her lips, looking innocent as she said, "I just wanted to try. I didn't expect it to actually work." Who told him to gather fireballs in his hands? Which expert takes so long to prepare when unleashing a big move? Shun Higu nodded, unsure of his feelings, but still praised, "You make a good point." Her actions today served as a warning to everyone present. Yuka paused for a moment and said, "Got it. If I get the chance next time, I'll blow up someone too." Jiang Yuntan. "Great, today I've led another person astray. No, perhaps it's a few people." The next second, Yuku turned to Shun Higu and asked, "Brother Shin, do you think a magnet would be useful for your ability?" Shun Higu. He didn't want to deal with him, instead turning to Jiang Yuntan, asking, "Did you awaken your wood ability last time too?" But just didn't say. "Yeah, there were outsiders, so I didn't want them to know too much," Jiang Yuntan admitted candidly. Shun Higu nodded. "That makes..." Yuku and the others said nothing. If she truly wanted to hide it, she wouldn't have used her wood ability in front of them. Today it was her wood ability that had bound Yuku and Shui Zhao, preventing them from turning on each other. How could that not count as helping? Everyone couldn't help but marvel at her luck in awakening 3 very useful abilities. But the next second, Shun Higu's words left them stunned. Shun Higu solemnly stated, "I have another ability as well." As Shun Higuei spoke, everyone looked at him with curiosity, including Jiang Yuntan. Jiang Yuntan turned to Shun Higuei, eager to hear what he would say next. After all, she had long known that Shun Higuei possessed lightning-type abilities, but since he had previously avoided them to draw lightning away, it must have been because he didn't want others to know. Yet now he was revealing it. The usually reticent Zhang Yufeng was the first to speak. "Higuei, what abilities have..." "I haven't seen you mention it before, let alone use it." Yes, Shingo, I'm curious too about what abilities you've awakened you could. Lightning type. Shin Hague initially wanted to show it in his hand like he had done with his metal abilities before. However, he recalled what Jiang Yuntan had just said. Thus, with a flick of his fingertips, several bolts of lightning struck in midair, illuminating a corner of the dark night sky, with intertwining purple and white lightning. Wow. Yuka couldn't help but scratch his head, which still lacked new hair. You all have abilities, but some even have 3. He glanced at Jiang Yuntan with a hint of envy, truly feeling that Jiang Yuntan was born to be lucky. In the past, when Jiang's parents were around, they treated her very well. As their only daughter, they showered her with all. Even after Jiang's parents had passed away unexpectedly, Uncle Shin still took her into the Shin family, treating her like his own daughter, giving her everything. Everyone in the courtyard knew that if you offended Shun Hague, Uncle Shun might not come looking for justice. But if you bullied Jiang Yuntan, he would definitely come to your home to find your parents and elders. How infuriating, so enviable. After Yuka finished speaking, he continued, I don't care, since you're all so powerful, I must cling to you well. As he said this, he reached out and hugged Chi Ruoshui's waist, completely leaning against her. Jiang Yuntan. Shun Hague. Chi Ruoshue. Chi Ruoshue pushed a stray hair back and gently nudged him, saying, stand straight, we're outside. All right. Yuka obediently stood by her side, appearing very well behaved. Jiang Yuntan turned to Shun Hague, her eyes filled with curiosity. Why did you choose to reveal it today? Seeing Shun Hague go out in the pouring rain at midnight, she knew he had hidden it pretty well before. She felt that his lightning abilities must have awakened alongside his metal abilities. I learned from you. Shun Hague looked at her earnestly. Oh. Jiang Yuntan's eyes flashed with surprise. Shun Hague teased, some people say it's because they trust their teammates that they reveal their wood-type abilities. And now, since there are no outsiders here, I'm also trusting my teammates to reveal mine. Jiang Yuntan immediately recognized he was teasing her and huffed, some people told me to be more restrained, but now they're learning from me. Shun Hague. This mouth really attacks indiscriminately. When Yuku saw Shun Hague being put in a tough spot, he burst out laughing. Haha, Shinga, you have your day too. You like to laugh so much. How about I give you a shock so you can experience what it means to laugh until you tremble? Yuku immediately stopped and said seriously, well, then, let's go find the laser sword first. Don't forget the main reason we came here tonight. Seeing him like this, Chi Ruoshue couldn't help but look up at the sky. Who understands? Her handsome boyfriend had turned into a clown in this post-apocalyptic world. Shun Hague didn't continue the topic. Let's go, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back and get some more sleep. With that, Shun Hague walked to the iron gate, staring at the tightly shut door. He raised his hand and used his metal abilities to squeeze the bars on the door aside, finally opening a passage wide enough for 2 people to pass through simultaneously. He stepped inside first and saw a zombie barely clinging to life, directly chopping off its head with an axe. Earlier, the explosion caused by the 20 lighters hitting the fireball had collapsed part of the roof above Fawn. Thus, some zombies had been trapped under the rubble, not knowing if they were dead or alive. As usual, Shun Hague gave them a finishing blow. Looking at the scattered zombies lying on the ground, Jiang Yuntan thought for a moment and said, let's collect their crystal cores first before going in. These crystal cores have energy. I feel like they should be needed by more than just us ability users. Okay. Shun Hague agreed without a second thought. With that, everyone began to dig for crystal cores. Jiang Yuntan moved her fingertips and several vines spread from beneath her feet, drilling into the zombies' foreheads to extract the crystal cores. She had long wanted to do this, but previously she hadn't revealed her wood-type abilities. So this idea had never been realized. Initially, she hadn't said anything because she didn't want Lin Tingxue and the others to know her trump card so early, and she wanted to see if her current teammates were worth trusting. It wasn't that she was naturally suspicious, rather she had seen too many betrayals among close friends due to jealousy and interests. That was also why she hadn't revealed it before. Tonight, with the right timing and circumstances, was the perfect opportunity for honesty. After all, she couldn't just let her wood-type abilities sit idle. Not using them in front of them meant losing many opportunities to train her abilities. Moreover, she couldn't let herself be like Shun Hague, who to train his abilities let lightning strike him. Even if she dared to use her abilities, they weren't suitable for that. However, she certainly couldn't reveal anything about the dimensional system to anyone now. Anything that exceeded the norms and understanding of this world, she wouldn't expose unless she had enough strength. Of course, she would leverage the resources from the dimensional system to enhance her own strength. Even if the system was bound to her, the strength she gained herself was the hardest to lose. When Yuku saw her actions, he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Sister, I find your mind really agile. Zhang Yufeng also couldn't help but praise Lin Tingshue's wood abilities awakened earlier than yours, but you seem to use your wood abilities more skillfully than she does. Shun Hague smiled in appreciation, but he didn't say anything. When people got lively, they truly got lively. However, it seemed that being lively wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It might really be because she was lively that she could come up with such clever ideas. The more Shun Hague thought about it, the more he felt it made sense, and he considered letting her do whatever she wanted in the future as long as he ensured her safety. After hearing them say this, Jiang Yuntan raised her chin slightly, her tone proud. So what if she awakened her abilities before me? Perhaps her talent and potential are not as good as mine. After all, she was someone who had consumed the marrow-cleansing pill. She had that much confidence. However, as soon as she finished speaking, seeing the scene before her, her fair cheeks instantly flushed red. Nothing more than her vines returning after collecting the crystal cores. However, the manner of their return was somewhat peculiar. They twisted back as if they had consumed fake liquor, writhing as they came. They lined up in front of Jiang Yuntan, as if swaying to music. They even held up the crystal cores, presenting them to Jiang Yuntan with an expression of proud accomplishment. Ha ha. Yuka laughed so hard, he couldn't straighten up. Sister, your vines are quite unique, ha ha. Shun Hague desperately suppressed the urge to smile. He frantically reminded himself in his heart not to laugh, not to laugh. If he laughed, this little ancestor would make a fuss. The others couldn't help but laugh as well, though not as exaggerated as Yuko. Seeing them all laugh, Jiang Yuntan's cheeks flushed even more. No one told her that these vines would be so embarrassing. At that moment, Jin Bao suddenly appeared, asking, what are they laughing at? The next second, Jin Bao's laughter echoed in her mind. With your sharp tongue, how can your vines be so funny, ha ha ha? Are they a new species? Shut up, I won't give you pocket money to buy anything this month. Jiang Yuntan replied expressionlessly. When did you ever give me pocket money? Jin Bao glanced at his account, realizing there wasn't much there. Jiang Yuntan said, didn't I pay for the barbecue last time? Is that what you call pocket money? Jin Bao asked. What else would you call it? Jiang Yuntan countered. As a result, Jin Bao was left speechless. Seeing this, Jiang Yuntan felt satisfied. If she couldn't handle these vines, how could she not manage Jin Bao, this fledgling system? Immediately after, a loud thud as the vine struck the ground attracted the attention of everyone present. Jiang Yuntan turned towards the sound, witnessing Yuka hopping around. Oh dear, let him laugh, now he's been taught a lesson by the vines. Yuka patted his chest. Fortunately, I dodged quickly, otherwise this would have hit me. However, sister, why do I feel like your vines are alive and quite spirited? Jiang Yuntan rubbed her slightly flushed face. I don't know, do they look alive to you? Listening to their conversation, Shin Hague looked at Yuku and said, is it possible that you were too provocative, laughing too loudly, and these vines thought you were going to attack them? Oh. Yuka hesitated. That can't be. Jiang Yuntan nodded. It absolutely can. Then she looked at the crystal cores wrapped by the vines and took out a small basin from her space for them to place it in. After placing the crystal cores down, the vines turned around to dig into the heads of other zombies for more crystal cores. Seeing this, the others also began to busy themselves. They couldn't let even a vine outdo them. Jiang Yuntan watched the crystal cores in the small basin, waiting for the vines to bring over more, feeling quite pleased that she didn't have to dig them out herself. At that moment, Xiao Qingming approached, saying, Miss Jiang, may I ask you for a favor? Without waiting for Jiang Yuntan to respond, he continued, I would like to trouble you to cremate Fong En's body. After all, they had known each other before and could be considered friends. At deep down, he didn't want him to be left to rot in the wild. If you're willing to help me with this, I will give you my share of crystal cores tonight. You don't need to offer the crystal cores, it's just a small task. Jiang Yuntan said, seeing how sincere he was, she didn't think too much and agreed. Thank you. Xiao Qingming sincerely thanked her again. Perhaps it was because of Xiao Qingming's connection to Fong and that everyone was considerate of his feelings. So even though they knew there were attribute crystal cores in Fong An's head, no one took the initiative to dig. Soon fierce flames ignited on Fong An's body, and by the time they had dug out all the zombie crystal cores, Fong An had turned to ash. Xiao Qingming found a tool to gather his ashes, then carried them to the flower bed in the courtyard, using his earth-based ability to create a small mound for him. This was his way of handling the aftermath. He didn't have much interaction with Fong An, but they were acquaintances, so this was already a good gesture. Xiao Qingming handed Jiang Yuntan the 2 crystal cores from Fong An's head, saying, kindly, thank you, Miss Jiang, you should take these 2 crystal cores. I know you are considerate of my feelings, but I'm not that sentimental yet, he said, laughing openly. Jiang Yuntan looked at him and asked, since he was your friend, don't you want to keep his crystal cores as a memento? No need. Xiao Qingming shook his head, clarifying these 2 crystal cores were never a part of his original. Moreover, emotional ties are one thing, but one should not neglect things that enhance one's strength. Jiang Yuntan smiled upon hearing this, and took the crystal cores from his hand. Shin Hague watched the 2 standing there for a while, not knowing what they were discussing, yet they seemed to be enjoying themselves. A glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes as he walked over. Shin Hague asked, what are you talking about? Although directed at the 2, his gaze instinctively fell on Jiang. Not much. Jiang Yuntan extended her hand, holding Fong An's 2 crystal cores. Xiao Qingming asked me to help cremate Fong An, and then he gave me the crystal cores. Here, take them for now, and you can distribute them later. Shin Hague said, without thinking, you keep them. Fong An died. Because of your attack, these 2 crystal cores should belong to you. And besides, your attributes are the same. He continued to ensure everyone's strength improves quickly. Any crystal cores of the same attribute should go to teammates with the same attribute abilities first. If anyone has objections, they can bring them up. He spoke without hiding his voice, so everyone heard, and there were no objections from others. Seeing this, Jiang Yuntan was unsurprised. The people in their entire team were not petty, which was a good thing. She felt the spiritual crystal core in her hand was somewhat strange, but it wasn't the right time to study it properly, so she stored it away in her space. Then the group entered the house. Xiao Qingming led the way, since Fang An had summoned and controlled a number of zombies earlier. There were no other zombies around. Xiao Qingming led them smoothly to the underground research room. He had seen the laser sword and had a vague memory of where Fang An placed it. However, as they passed a certain spot, Shui Zhao's words made everyone stop in their tracks. Wait, isn't this the flying sword I saw in a short video before? The kind of flying sword depicted in cultivation dramas. Huh. Jiang Yuntan, who was walking in front of Shui Zhao, stopped in his tracks and turned around after hearing his words. The others also looked at Shui Zhao with puzzled expressions. Flying sword? What's going on? Could it be that in this apocalyptic world, she is not the only one with a dimensional system? Jiang Yuntan immediately called out Jin Bao to ask this question. Jin Bao quickly clarified, of course you are the only one who has it. At least in this dimension you are the only one with a dimensional system. It's impossible for anyone else to have it. If anyone else had a dimensional system, I would eat it in front of you next time we meet. That's good to hear. After receiving a definite answer, Jiang Yuntan felt relieved. The current situation was indeed intriguing, and she had no intention of bickering with Jin Bao. Thus Jiang Yuntan casually said, got it, you can step back now. Jin Bao, why does a system feel such a sense of absurdity? Meanwhile, Shui Zhao had walked over and picked up the flying sword he had mentioned. Everyone looked at the sword, which was approximately 16 centimeters wide with a length of about 1 meter, including the handle, and there was a place at the bottom for a battery. Jiang Yuntan asked, are you sure this thing can fly? Could it be that there are really people practicing immortality in this day and age? Shui Zhao, observing everyone's seriousness, quickly explained, I initially saw it too. Someone seemed to control this sword to fly, but it only stayed airborne for less than 3 seconds before it fell. The flying sword in the video had no one standing on it. That person probably used some technology to make it. Jiang Yufeng pondered for a moment and asked, are you sure that video isn't a fake? It shouldn't be fake. After all, the video gained so much attention, yet it seems no one has come forward to debunk it. Shui Zhao continued, moreover, the blogger later posted a segment on the manufacturing process of the flying sword and even did a live stream. It looked quite genuine. Jiang Yuntan found it quite novel, but what intrigued her even more was that Shui Zhao, as Shun Hegui's assistant, enjoyed watching short videos and live streams, which was a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. After all, this was a significant contrast to how Shui Zhao usually presented himself. Additionally, when she glanced through that book earlier, although she didn't read it thoroughly, she noted that she paid more attention to characters like Shui Zhao who were important to the male and female leads. Having observed this, Xiao Qingming thought for a moment and said, what Shui Zhao mentioned should be true. After all, if it weren't true, this flying sword wouldn't appear in this research institute. They wouldn't buy things that have no research value. Shun Hegue had been examining it for a while. He pointed to the air holes beneath the flying sword and said, it should be real, but it seems to be unusable now as they've damaged it. He pointed to the battery location, saying, the wiring here for the battery is already broken. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. However, these feelings of regret quickly dissipated. After all, even if it hadn't broken, this flying sword seemed to hold no significance for them. After all, Shui Zhao mentioned earlier that this flying sword in the video wasn't carrying anyone. Even if it were intact, what could they do with it? Would they use it as a toy? Shui Zhao put down the flying sword in his hand, and the group continued onward to find a laser sword. Along the way, they saw sword handles scattered on the ground. Xiao Chengming picked one up and said, this is also a laser sword, but the energy inside has been depleted. Just like I told you before, it can only last less than a minute. It's likely that someone in the research institute turned into a zombie and ended up using it. What we're looking for is another batch of laser swords which have energy conversion areas. I've only heard about them, but haven't seen them yet. However, those laser swords should still be in the previous room. Let's go look for them. Soon Xiao Chengming's words were confirmed when they saw some slain zombies with clean cuts, clearly indicating that they were easily dispatched. Researchers in the institute spend most of their time in the lab, so there aren't many people with such physical abilities. The only explanation is that they used laser swords. Yu Ku and Shui Zhao glanced at the zombies' severed limbs and could gauge the lethality of the laser swords, feeling a little pleased. If they were to obtain this batch of laser swords, then the two of them wouldn't feel so powerless against the ability used. They arrived in a room that exuded a strong sense of technology, filled with various gadgets. Among them, the most striking was the laser sword. Xiao Qingming was the first to walk over, picked one up to examine, and said, "This is it, or let's check their warehouse next." Without the zombies in the way, the group made their way to the warehouse without hindrance. After rummaging around, they uncovered 6 boxes of laser swords, each locked in special containers with 20 swords in each box. Just as they intended to have Jiang Yuntan store them first, they turned around and saw her rummaging through a pile of boxes. She had several boxes piled up at her feet. After Shen Hegui and Shui Zhao collected the research data on the laser swords, they saw Jiang Yuntan with her hair disheveled lift her head from the pile of boxes, looking both messy and somewhat adorable. With a hint of a smile in his eyes, he asked, "While they are looking for laser swords, what are you doing?" Jiang Yuntan pointed at the boxes and said, "This is a self-cooling umbrella that can absorb solar energy. When the weather is hot, you don't have to be afraid to go outside. Using this umbrella outside, it can emit cool air by itself. Isn't that equivalent to carrying an air conditioner under the sun? Haven't you noticed that the weather has been getting hotter these past few days?" She only found out what it was after reading the instructions on the box. While digging through, she secretly stuffed 10 boxes into the dimensional cabinet. Any more would be too obvious. As for whether the quantity was sufficient, there was no need to worry. Storing 10 boxes would be more than enough. Since she said so, Shen Hegui would definitely take it seriously. Once they brought back the data on the solar cooling umbrellas to Beijing, they would produce them as soon as the weather got hot. Given Shen's father's indulgent attitude towards her, would she lack anything she wanted? Even if Shen Hegui didn't proactively take the data, it didn't matter, because she would make a fuss. In short, the data on these solar cooling umbrellas would definitely be taken away. Upon hearing this, everyone moved closer to look at the instructions on the boxes. Shen Hegui remained expressionless, but his voice slowed as he said, "You can take some, but just 2 boxes will suffice. Later we'll look for information about this solar-powered cooling umbrella to bring back. If you want more, you can have someone make it for you when we return to the capital." Looking at the many boxes on the ground, it was clear she wanted to take them all. However, they couldn't take too much with them at the moment. Shen Hegui thought for a moment and added, "Although we've used some items in these days, there shouldn't be much left after packing the laser swords. We must take every single laser sword with us, so there isn't enough space for this umbrella." He continued, "Taking 2 boxes should be sufficient for our return trip. These umbrellas seem easier to make than laser swords. The researchers in the capital should be able to produce them for you." Jiang Yuntan noticed his concern about her agreeing. After pondering for a few seconds, she finally replied, "All right." Shen Hegui sighed in relief. See, it wasn't that hard to persuade her, was it? He felt he had grasped the essence of the situation and would boast about it to the old man once they returned. "Then I'll go with Shui Zhao to find some information about this solar-powered cooling umbrella, and you all should take out the items you wish to bring." After Shen Hegui finished speaking, he turned and walked away with Shui Zhao. Jiang Yuntan looked at the numerous boxes in front of her and felt no regret about not being able to take them all. After all, with so many good things in the world, she couldn't possibly take them all. One must learn to have an open mind. Besides, she now had a dimensional system, so it was possible that in the future she could exchange for even better items. There was no need to feel regret. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingming had already taken a laser sword to demonstrate it. He placed a crystal core into the power supply of the laser sword, and a blue beam of light extended from the hilt, emitting a cold blue glow. Holding the laser sword, he effortlessly swung it at a nearby useless box, splitting it in 2. Then he swung it over the cement platform where items were placed, moving slowly enough for everyone to see the cut marks appearing on the hard surface. Seeing this, Jiang Yuntan asked, "This should be able to cut through iron like mud, right? What if someone accidentally..." She actually wanted to ask, what if someone accidentally pressed the power button and didn't notice the sword was aimed at them, leading to an accidental death? As soon as she spoke, everyone else looked at him. They all wanted to know the answer to this question. This weapon was powerful, but it could also be dangerous if one accidentally stabbed themselves. Xiao Qingming smiled and explained, "I heard Feng mention before that these laser swords can automatically recognize human body temperature and skin contact. If the laser sword touches human skin, it will temporarily not cause any harm." He continued, "But if it touches skin and you exert force downward, it will assume you want to cut through it. So when it touches the human body, there is a first layer of protective mechanism." Jiang Yufeng, after hearing this, remarked, "That sounds quite intelligent. I didn't expect them to develop such technology." Xiao Qingming chuckled. Feng and could be considered a genius, but unfortunately, he has become a zombie now. However, their research institute has always had ample funding to experiment with many things. Everyone nodded, thinking about it. In fact, many advanced technologies had already been developed, they just hadn't been released to the public yet. Especially powerful weapons like laser swords. As they had been in business for a long time, particularly those from influential families like Shen Hegui and Yuku, they were somewhat aware of such matters. Some technologies that could be publicly disclosed usually had already been succeeded by even more advanced generations. After confirming that the crystal core could power the laser sword, Xiao Qingming turned it off. This thing was indeed like a gold-devouring beast. It had only been on for just over 3 minutes, and a third of its energy was already consumed. Thus, a single crystal core could maintain the laser sword's operation for a maximum of 10 minutes. However, compared to the previous time of less than a minute, it was much better. Although it consumed a bit of crystal cores, at least Yuku and Shui Zhao, who had no powers, had an added layer of assurance. After taking their items, the group went out and coincidentally ran into Shun Hague and the others. Shun Hague handed over the information they found to Jiang Yuntan, asking her to store it in her dimensional space. Then he said, "I saw a lot of clean water over there with Shui Zhao. Everyone hasn't had a proper cleanup for a while, so we can bathe here before returning. There are bathrooms here, otherwise it wouldn't be so convenient once we return to the service area." He then looked at Jiang Yuntan. Last time she mentioned wanting to take a shower, it was fine when they were at the hotel, but now they were out. It was just right that they had stored water from the research institute, allowing everyone to refresh themselves. After hearing this, everyone agreed. Then the group took some time to clean themselves up. When Jiang Yuntan came out after drying her hair, she saw Shun Hague dividing the crystal cores, with each person getting about 8. Shun Hague handed her 14, explaining, "If I give you an extra share, it'll make it 8 for everyone. But since you still have 2 crystal cores from Fong and I gave you 14. MHM. Jiang Yuntan had no objections to his distribution. After all, she was the one benefiting. Just as she was thinking, she saw Yuku placing all his crystal cores into Qi Ruoshui's hands. Yuku said, "Ruoshue, take these, you upgrade well, and I can hug your thigh properly." He added, "I think it's great to eat soft rice. This is my living expense." Everyone. Qi Ruoshue, seeing that everyone was looking at the two of them, indignantly pinched his ear, saying, "What are you doing? Be serious. You should keep your crystal cores out, otherwise when you need to use the laser sword you'll have to ask me for some again. I don't want to carry so many crystal cores on me." Huh. Yuku felt somewhat defeated. Aren't crystal cores supposed to enhance strength? Jiang Yuntan reminded him, but relying on external forces to enhance strength is probably not as good as solidifying your foundation little by little, right? Early upgrades aren't that difficult. Haven't people always said that when learning something one should lay a solid foundation at the beginning? Hearing this, everyone felt she had a point. As Yuku contemplated, he was pinched again by Qi Ruoshue, who said, "Yuntan is smart and full of ideas. Let's listen to her." "Oh, okay." Yuku immediately straightened up. This indeed sounded reasonable. After the group gathered their things, they exited the research institute. As soon as they got into the vehicle, Jiang Yuntan heard Jin Bao's surprised voice. "Did I see it correctly? Someone actually bought your blind boxes." "Oh." Jiang Yuntan was taken aback for a moment before reacting. "Did you say my blind box has been sold?" She couldn't help but scream in her heart, "Please don't let it be the one from the container display. Our container is just too big, and I would feel heartbroken if even one was gone." "Yes, your blind boxes have sold 10 already," Jin Bao said, suddenly asking, "But why do I feel like you don't seem happy?" "Why wouldn't I be happy?" Jiang Yuntan forced a smile and said, "I told you long ago that they would definitely sell, but you didn't believe me. Now do you believe it?" MHM, Jin Bao said excitedly, as if he had learned something. "The boss is indeed clever. Indeed, my choice was correct. If this continues, we will definitely be able to grow stronger. It surely won't be that easy to perish in the apocalypse. Therefore, following this trend, their apocalypse dimension system will definitely be able to grow stronger." Listening to its words, Jiang Yuntan felt even more bitter inside. She took a deep breath, glanced at the back end, and found that she had gained 500 dimensional coins. Fortunately, the sold items were not from the container. After checking, it seemed to be supplies collected from the supermarket, not food or drink, just some daily necessities. However, having someone buy her blind boxes is a good thing. This way she can earn 10 more points. Wait, she originally had 47 points. Selling 10 blind boxes would make it 57. Adding the 10 bought by the princess today, that's 67. The remaining 10 points should not have been bought by the princess. After all, today hasn't even passed 12 o'clock yet. She couldn't have bought something from her 20 times in one day. Jiang Yuntan thought for a moment, opened the transaction records, and found that the princess had bought 10 foundation liquids, from which she earned 50 dimensional coins. The princess surprisingly didn't even buy a lighter. It seems the foundation liquid was more enticing to her. But the lighter had also decreased by 10. She scrolled up and found that they were purchased by someone from the beast world. Buying lighters in the beast world. Is it because they're short of fire? If that's the case, spending 1 dimensional coin in the beast world to buy a lighter would be a huge profit. Indeed, the dimensional system is still a good thing. Just like she felt spending 50,000 dimensional coins to buy a top-grade marrow cleansing pill was also a huge profit. Moreover, there are invisibility talismans and similar items. Who otherwise, where would she normally find such things? Jiang Yuntan continued to scroll up and found that the buyer of her blind box was actually anonymous. She called out to Jin Bao, "Wait, why didn't you tell me there was an anonymous purchase feature?" Jin Bao replied slowly, "Even if I wanted to tell you, it wouldn't matter. This is a feature that only level 5 dimension merchants can set. Jiang Yuntan was silent for a moment before saying, "Sorry for bothering you, I'll pretend I didn't ask." Jin Bao, sensing her frustration, comforted her. "Don't be disheartened. The fact that a level 5 dimension merchant could buy your items proves that your items are useful to them. Perhaps they might become interested in your products and will take the initiative to contact you later. But what if they opened something that she didn't need and wouldn't buy again? What if they opened a bunch of useless items that seemed to have no value and then scolded her for being a profiteer?" Jin Bao countered, "So you finally admit that some items in your blind box are useless?" Jiang Yuntan quickly reacted and retorted, Listen, what kind of talk is that? As a trading system, don't you know that as long as a product can be traded and someone is willing to buy it, it has value?" Jin Bao said, "I take my leave, goodbye." Hearing his words, Jiang Yuntan couldn't help but smile. She turned and glanced at her dimensional coins. Originally, she had only 520, but after selling those items today, she now has 1080 dimensional coins. Looking at the more than 1,000 dimensional coins, Jiang Yuntan suddenly felt as though she had returned to the days when she first obtained the dimensional system, those bland days. She instinctively ignored the fact that she had only just gotten the dimensional system. She used to be able to happily refresh the products of 10-dimensional merchants every day, but she hadn't looked much in the last few days. It was because she was simply out of money. If she happened to find something good, but couldn't afford it, she would feel very hard. Seeing that she was silent in the back of the car, Shun Hegui turned to look and found her leaning against the seat with her eyes closed, apparently exhausted today. However, he had no intention of waking her. Jiang Yuntan sensed someone's gaze on her and slightly opened her eyes to see Shun Hegui turning his head. Looking at the silent night outside the window, she hoped that they hadn't encountered any danger on their journey. She had just been talking to Jin Bao with her eyes closed and now felt a bit sleepy. Jiang Yuntan closed her eyes, intending to give them a rest. Unexpectedly, as she closed them, she gradually fell asleep. The car safely returned to the service area. When they got out of the car, Shun Hegui noticed that Jiang Yuntan was still asleep. He walked over, opened her side of the car door, and softly called, "Yuntan, we have arrived, get out." Jiang Yuntan opened her sleepy eyes and found Shun Hegui's distinctly featured face magnified in front of her. Shun Hegui repeated, "We have reached the service area. If you are still sleepy, you can rest inside." As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Jiang Yuntan. Jiang Yuntan somewhat dazedly grasped his hand, but still understood his words. She was led by Shun Hegui into the service area. When they entered, the service area was still lit. Among Lin Xian and the others, only Lin Tingshu was awake. The other two leaned against the side, resting. Jiang Yuntan was now fully awake, silently observing Shun Hegui's meticulous manner. She had not lived poorly in her original world, otherwise she wouldn't have had the time to make a wish. However, she grew up in an orphanage with no relatives nearby. She had friends, but friends could never replace. Shun Hegui's chattering figure seemed to remind her of her family. "What's wrong?" Shun Hegui asked, noticing her silence, thinking she had another request. Jiang Yuntan shook her head. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit tired." Seeing her indeed appeared quite fatigued, Shun Hegui thought no more of it and said, "Then you should rest first. We'll be outside, and if anything happens, just call me." Jiang Yuntan smiled faintly and nodded. After Shun Hegui left, she lightly patted the office chair and sat down, taking out the 2 attribute crystal nuclei she had obtained that night. It seemed that the higher the level of the crystal nuclei, the fewer impurities they contained. An attribute crystal nuclei appeared to have no impurities. In addition to the crystal nuclei, due to the apocalypse, many things in the world would collide, generating a special kind of energy that formed the crystallization of the 5 elements. These crystals would later be referred to as crystal stones, and the energy contained within was even purer than that within zombie crystal nuclei. However, such crystal stones were also quite rare, and in the early stages of the apocalypse, the probability of their appearance was low. Now at the onset of the apocalypse, many things were still undergoing changes. As carriers of pure energy, crystal stones needed time to condense and settle. However, they existed, albeit in small quantities, and with good fortune one might find them. It was said that later on Shun Hegui found a gold crystal stone mine, making others envious. Jiang Yuntan looked at the fire attribute crystal nucleus and the mental attribute crystal nucleus in her hands, first absorbing the fire attribute nucleus. Now her speed ability had reached level 1, while her wood and fire abilities seemed to have hit a barrier. She estimated that in another 2 to 3 days she would likely break through to level 1 ability user. Looking at the remaining mental attribute crystal nucleus in her hand, Jiang Yuntan felt a bit strange. Theoretically, she was not a mental ability user, so she shouldn't be able to absorb this crystal nucleus. According to what they had learned during this time, ability users could absorb crystal nuclei of the same attribute. However, when she first obtained this mental attribute crystal nucleus, she felt something unusual, as if she could absorb it. To verify her suspicion, Jiang Yuntan held the mental attribute crystal nucleus in her hand and attempted to absorb it. As a result, she found that the energy of the mental attribute crystal nucleus was slowly flowing into her. Jiang Yuntan felt the change in her body, and her spirit instantly brightened. The mental attribute crystal nucleus seemed to enhance her mental strength. Jiang Yuntan closed her eyes, channeling the abilities within her body, realizing that her control over her powers had become more refined. Vines spread out from beneath her feet, gradually climbing up the wall with a window in the room. Earlier, Shun Hegui had sealed that wall with his metal ability. Now a layer of emerald green vines covered it, forming a green wall. Jiang Yuntan sensed the connection between herself and those vines, smiling. This way, if anything unusual happened outside the window at night, she would be aware of it immediately. She took out a blanket from her space and laid it on the desk, preparing to lie down when she heard Jin Bao's voice. "Why are you sleeping on the desk? There's a display case selling foldable beds today, but do you want to buy one? It's not expensive, only 15-dimensional coins." Without thinking, Jiang Yuntan replied, "No need. If I buy one, and someone comes in at midnight, it would be hard to—" "The foldable bed you mentioned isn't some high-tech product from another dimension, is it, eh?" Jiang Yuntan said as she opened the display case, and found it was just as she had imagined. Though it was called a foldable bed, in reality, it measured 2 meters long and 2 meters wide when opened. However, when collapsed, it was only about the size of a small backpack, easily carried. Moreover, this kind of foldable bed came with a mattress. Jin Bao was puzzled. "If the conditions are so good, why don't you use it? Your boss doesn't seem like someone who can endure hardship." Jiang Yuntan replied calmly, "I know sleeping on a bed is comfortable, but it's so dangerous outside. Who knows if any accidents might happen? If something unexpected happens in the middle of the night, and in the chaos I forget to put the bed away, and someone sees it, how would I explain that?" Lin Xian asked, "What do you mean by that?" Shun Hegui scrutinized him. "Such a simple question, can't you understand? I told you they haven't rested well. It's impossible for them to set off so early. If you feel we're holding you back, you can leave first. After all, we manage our own teams, and I must be responsible for my teammates. If they haven't rested well, they won't have the energy to deal with dangers on the road." Lin Xian. Just a few days ago, Shun Hegui was quite willing to see everyone return to Beijing City together. But now he felt that Shun Hegui no longer cared, and out of respect for their past acquaintance, he found it difficult to take the initiative to suggest parting ways. Perhaps after seeing more of his team members awakening their abilities, he has begun to look down on them. Lin Xian held back his displeasure and asked, "When will they wake up?" "We can't let them sleep indefinitely." Shun Hegui replied leisurely, "I'm not sure either." "Are you—" Lin Xian couldn't help but ask. Shun Hegui looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Why do you think that?" "It's something uncertain. How can I answer you?" Lin Xian felt extremely frustrated by his unyielding demeanor and walked away. Lin Tingsnow asked him upon his return, "How did it go?" Lin Xian said with a stern face. Shun Hegui said that if we want to leave now, we can go ahead. Lin Tingsnow fell silent after hearing this. Could it be that their entire team was so unbreakable? Even though she showed the potential to bring them more benefits, Shun Hegui still appeared indifferent about her presence in the team. Lin Tingsnow looked at her angry brother and gently said, "But we really can't leave on our own. The road is so dangerous, the three of us might not be able to handle it alone. Most importantly, among the three of us, I'm the only one with abilities. That means I have to protect the other two, which is a huge burden." Moreover, on this journey, it seemed that Shun Hegui's group encountered opportunities to awaken their abilities, so by the time they reached Beijing City, each of them had awakened their powers. As a result, their group stood out as soon as they arrived in Beijing City. Many regarded them as role models, and Shun Hegui's group naturally gained the support of many people. Lin Xian knew she was right, but he felt very uncomfortable inside. Ever since he took over the Lin Corporation, when had he ever felt so constrained? Xia Chujing stood quietly to the side, not daring to exhale. In recent days, she had been doing all the miscellaneous tasks in the team. Moreover, Lin Xian's temper had been very volatile lately. Any words that did not meet his approval would instantly darken his expression. Lin Xian couldn't vent his anger on his sister, so he could only take it out on her. Therefore, it was safest for her to remain silent at all times. After all, even if she expressed her opinions, they wouldn't listen. While the two were worrying, the other 4 individuals in the service area walked over. Last night, when those people entered, they directly stated that they meant no harm and just needed a place to stay for the night. Then they found a corner to gather without saying much. But now as they approached, Lin Xian and Lin Tingsnow realized they had seen them before. These individuals were Rinzai and his students, whom they encountered last time at the supermarket. Rinzai looked at the brother and sister, then glanced towards Shun Hegui before turning back to ask, "Where are you going on this road?" "I wonder if we're going the same way." Lin Xian casually replied, "We are headed to Beijing City." Rinzai said happily, "We're also going to Beijing City. I wonder if you would allow us to join you. That way it will be safer on the road." He had noticed last night that they were the ones gathering supplies in the supermarket, but hadn't wanted to disturb them as it was too late. He actually wanted to seek out Shun Hegui, but there were already many people with him, so they probably wouldn't miss him. Most importantly, he was worried Shen Higu would see them as a burden and not accept them. Moreover, he had just overheard that Lin Xian seemed to have had a conflict with Shen Higu. So coming to find Lin Xian at this time was the best opportunity. Lin Xian glanced at Lin Tingsno momentarily unsure. After all, he had also had enough of Shen Higu, and if the person in front of him could listen to him, it wouldn't be impossible to consider. Lin Tingsno asked, "Have any of you awakened your abilities?" "Yes, I am a fire-type ability user. We also have a boy whose power is strength mutation. He can lift hundreds of pounds." Rinzai admitted frankly. He then introduced the members of their team, the strength mutant boy named Luo Yu, who has an older sister named Luo Yi, and they also have a female teammate named Lu Qingqing. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, "When you say traveling together, do you mean you want to join our team?" "But I am the leader of our team." Rinzai was silent for a moment and asked, "What abilities have you awakened?" Lin Xian remained silent, glancing at Lin Tingsno. Lin Tingsno hesitantly spoke. "I am a wood-type ability user, but my wood-type ability has healing properties." "Healing properties?" Rinzai asked, puzzled. "Yes," Lin Tingsno said, seeing a wound on his arm, and decided to demonstrate her powers. Rinzai's eyes instantly lit up. At that moment, Lin Xian spoke up. "If you want to walk with us, then I must be the leader of this group. Moreover, our Lin family is quite prominent in Beijing City, if it weren't for the apocalypse now. We are on our way to Beijing City, and there aren't many people around. Otherwise, to be honest, our Lin family's team does not easily accept outsiders." After he finished speaking, a young girl from Rinzai's group spoke up. "Lin family. Is that the Lin family of the Lin Corporation in Beijing City?" Lu Qingqing asked. "That's right," Lin Xian replied, his confidence reappearing after a long absence. Lu Qingqing said, "I know the Lin family, though our family has worked on projects with the Lin Corporation." She then looked at Lin Xian a few more times before saying, "Their CEO seems to look just like you." "Lin Xian?" "He is indeed." Rinzai's eyes flashed with deep thought. They brought Lu Qingqing, who had no abilities, because they knew she was the young lady of the Lu family in Beijing City, and that her relatives seemed to have connections in the political world. They were originally from Beijing City as well, but some came to Heisher University to study, and some came to teach at Heisher University. Now that the apocalypse has come, they wanted to return home, and since Lu Qingqing was there, they brought her along. Perhaps once they safely reach Beijing City, they could also gain the support of the Lu family. Moreover, Lu Qingqing had promised them that if she returned safely to Beijing City, she would repay them. Rinzai agreed to his request after realizing that Lin Xian and the others were from the Lin family. Seeing that his team had gained 4 more members, including 2 ability users, Lin Xian finally relaxed after days of worry. He originally thought that they could safely return to the capital with Shen Hegui. However, during this time, he felt extremely constrained due to having no abilities and thus no decision-making power. Since Shen Hegui displayed an indifferent attitude towards them, they decided not to travel together. He believed that as long as he had decision-making power, he would surely have more opportunities to awaken his abilities. Shen Hegui also noticed that they were talking and seemed to be enjoying their conversation, but he didn't think much of it, for whatever agreement they reached was inconsequential. As for Lin Xian, wanting to part ways with them, he couldn't be happier. After what happened last night, he felt that separating was a good idea, as it would keep Lin Xian unaware of their actions. They wouldn't have to feel constrained when going out. During this time, they had already had a lot of friction, and staying together might even lead to conflict. Lin Xian glanced over at Shen Hegui and found him casually leaning on a chair, seemingly indifferent to what was happening on their side. Although they decided to part ways, they didn't plan to leave immediately. He wanted to wait for Shen Hegui and the others to set off together, as he was still unfamiliar with Rinzai and his group. He shared this plan with Lin Tingxue, who agreed wholeheartedly. Lin Tingxue thought that staying closer to Shen Hegui might lead to more treasures. The 2 siblings had their own thoughts, yet they were in agreement. Jiang Yuntan slept until just past 9 in the morning. The moment she woke up, she looked at the time displayed on her system. Previously, Shen Hegui would wake everyone up at 7:30 in the morning, but today he didn't. It must be because they returned late last night. After a quick wash-up, Jiang Yuntan took out a basket of crab roast soup dumplings from her space, which the princess had prepared for her. For the past few days, she had often eaten with Shen Hegui and the others, but much of the food remained untouched. Fortunately, her space had preservation capabilities, so she didn't have to worry about it spoiling. As for the issue of space, she would be able to upgrade to a 2nd-level merchant in 3 days at most. By then, would she still have to worry about not having enough room? That would be 100 cubic meters. After finishing her meal, Jiang Yuntan rummaged through her space, finding a pair of black work pants and a red short top, then matched them with a pair of sneakers before tying her hair into a bun. Looking at her neat and tidy appearance, Jiang Yuntan felt quite satisfied. Just as she finished getting ready, there was a knock on the door. Noticing that there were no flaws in the office, she stood up to open it. Upon opening the door, she found Shen Hegui. He said, "Now that you're all set, come out for breakfast. After we eat, we'll prepare to set off." Jiang Yuntan replied nonchalantly, I was too hungry when I first woke up, so I took some food from my space for myself. I won't eat, you all go ahead. Although it seemed a bit selfish to eat alone, she had no choice. She couldn't expose her. Besides, Shun Hague and the others weren't without food. Why should she worry so much? The crab roast soup dumplings she had were something she exchanged with the princess using her own abilities. Shun Hague didn't find anything wrong and nodded. Just as he was about to turn to leave, he noticed the vines covering the walls and casually asked, "Did you do that?" "Yes, I absorbed the fire crystal core last night." Jiang Yuntan thought for a moment and decided to tell him about her discovery from last night. So Jiang Yuntan reached out and pulled Shun Hague inside. Shun Hague was confused, but he didn't refuse when that soft, fair hand landed on him, and a sense of anticipation rose within him. "What's wrong?" Shun Hague's voice sounded 2 tones huskier than usual. "After I absorbed the fire crystal core last night, I felt that the mental crystal core seemed to have an attraction to me, so I tried to absorb it, and found that my mental power seemed to have increased." Ordinary ability users have some amount of mental power after all. Otherwise, how could they control their abilities? They just can't manipulate the minds of various creatures like mental ability users can. Of course, they also can't probe their surroundings like mental ability users, but that doesn't mean they have no mental power. But if they could absorb mental crystal cores to increase their mental power, who says they can't achieve the same level as mental ability users in the future? Understood. Let's keep this matter between us for now, Shun Hague said gently. Alright, I'm certainly aware of that. Jiang Yuntan's tone lifted slightly. In the next moment, she pointed to the vines on the wall and said, "This is a result of my enhanced control over abilities after feeling my mental power increase. Moreover, I can sense if these vines are disturbed or attacked." Shun Hague praised, "That's quite impressive. Since you enjoy living alone, having this ability will make it safer for you." Jiang Yuntan smiled exactly. Seeing that it was getting late, the two didn't say much more and turned to leave, allowing everyone to prepare before continuing on their journey. As soon as Jiang Yuntan stepped out, she saw Ren Zhe and the others feeling a bit puzzled. Shun Hague took the initiative to tell her what had happened that morning before she woke up, adding they must have formed a new team. So that's what happened. Jiang Yuntan didn't ask further as she wasn't interested in these temporary teams. If they didn't mesh well in the early stages, there would be no possibility for continued cooperation. Before long, the group continued on their way. Unlike before, there was now an extra vehicle behind the 3 cars. Jiang Yuntan still sat in the back seat, watching the scenery whiz by. There were still many abandoned cars on the road, and a few zombies occasionally appeared. Of course, they also saw zombies with their heads chopped off, likely left there by those who had traveled this road before them. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the group decided to stop and rest for a while. However, there were no buildings around, just an open space ahead with a small pavilion. They planned to stop there for lunch and rest for half an hour before continuing their journey. After getting out of the car, Jiang Yuntan set up a solar-powered cooling umbrella and walked toward the pavilion first. Seeing this, Yuko imitated her and also set up an umbrella for Chi Ruoxue. Jiang Yuntan wanted to sit on the stone bench near the pavilion, but just as she was about to sit down, she noticed a patch of bright red strawberries not far away. She could even feel the rich wood energy from that area.